We are in Lordaeron, are we not? We are. I recognise the land, but not this village. This is South Shore. You're from Dalaran, are you not? Aye. And rest assured, I'll be returning there as soon as my companions can travel.
Marcus tried not to let his relief show. Wizards were powerful. He'd heard the king treated them as allies and advisors, but he wanted no truck with magic.
We shouldn't delay. I must speak with the king at once. We dare not give the Horde time to move again. Well, I have no idea what the Horde is, but your women and children may stay here a time. We'll take care of them. Thanks. We'll send food and other supplies back once we reach the king. It's going to take you a while to reach Capital City, though. I'll send someone ahead on a fast horse to warn them of your approach. What would you have them say?
Lothar frowned.
Tell the king that Stormwind has fallen. The prince is here, as are as many of its people as I could save. We bring him grave and urgent news.
The village headman's eyes widened, and his gaze then quickly shifted to the youth standing beside them in the fancy clothes, before quickly shifting away again, because staring at a prince was probably considered quite rude.
It'll be done.
Marcus then turned to a nearby bloke and nodded, who subsequently leapt on a horse and buggered off.
Willem's our finest rider. He'll reach Capital City well ahead of you and deliver your message. We'll gather horses and what food we can to spare for your journey as well. Thanks again.
Lothar then turned to his violet-robed friend.
Gather those that would come with us, Khadgar, and make ready. We'll leave as soon as possible.
A few short hours later, Lothar, Khadgar, Prince Varian Rin and a bunch of other nameless peeps had left Southshore and set off on their journey to Lordaeron's kingdom.
How far is it?
I don't know. A week?
We should see the city spires in about 5 days, give or take. Then we'll have to pass through Silverpine Forest, skirt Lordemere Lake. The city lies on its north shore.
Khadgar then fell silent, and Lothar studied his companion. He was worried about the guy. Things had got real ugly and nightmarish at Karazhan. Khadgar had been forced to administer a lethal blow to his master. That can't have been easy for the young man. Or is it old man now? Lothar still didn't really understand what had happened that night. Perhaps he never would. But somehow, during that battle, Khadgar had changed. And despite being younger than Lothar by almost 4 decades, he now appeared much older than him. And things hadn't exactly been sunshine and rainbows for Lothar, either. Medivh had been his friend. And also, King Lane. Lothar shook his head and tried to drive away the tears. His king, dead, and Stormwind was gone. But the former champion of Stormwind couldn't allow himself to succumb to his emotions at this moment, as people needed him. Hell, even the people of this land needed him. They just didn't know it yet. Meanwhile, Khadgar was also lost in his own thoughts, reliving the highlights of the entire Last Guardian series, and he was a little bit conflicted about how he should be feeling about the whole damned thing. Should he be sad that his master had died? Or enraged by what Medivh had done? Or even awed that one man could resist the influence of a titan for so long? He had no idea. His mind was a whirl, as was his heart. There was also the matter that Khadgar was back home, or at least back in his homeland. He hadn't expected to return here until he'd reached Master Mage status, and had always envisioned it as him landing atop the Violet Citadel on a griffin, whilst all his former teachers and fellows were like, "Way, Khadgar, way!" But instead, he was riding a plough horse, leading a ragtag band of men to speak to the king about saving the world. It was kind of funny, really, he thought.
So, what's the plan when we reach the city? Speak to the king. Though Stormwind is lost, Varian is still her prince and I'm still her champion. I've only met King Terenas briefly, and it was a while back, so he might not recognise me. But he'll definitely recognise Varian. Plus that messenger from South Shore at least makes sure they're aware of our arrival. So he will grant us an audience. And then we'll tell him what happened, and what must be done. And what must we do? Gather the rulers of this land, force them to see the danger. No nation can stand alone, not against the Horde. Stormwind tried and is gone because of it. The people must unite and fight. And let's just hope they listen. For all our sakes. They will. They must.
Bull! Gul'dan sat bolt upright, awake but confused by his surroundings.
Where am I? What has happened? You were asleep, Gul'dan. Sleep like death. For weeks now, you've not moved. We thought your spirit... Gone. Did you now? Were you afraid I would leave you, Shuckle? Abandon you to Black Hand's tender mercies?
Black Hand is dead, Gul'dan.
Dead.
At first, the warlock thought he'd misheard the ogre, but as both of Cho'Gul's heads nodded and pulled the same grim expressions, he realised it was true.
How? What has happened while I slept?
Cho'Gul began to answer, but two burly orc warriors then burst into the room, shoved the ogre out the way, and roughly grabbed Gul'dan's arms.
Wait, where are you taking me?
Gul'dan tried to wrestle his arms free, but it was no use. Even at full strength, he was no match for the warriors, and at this moment in time, he could barely hold himself upright. So he just sort of went all limp like a sack of spuds as the two orcs dragged him off.
He took control, Gul'dan, while you were unconscious. He killed most of the Shadow Council.
Only you and I and a few of the lesser warlocks remain.
Gul'dan shook his head. He still felt fuzzy, unfocused, and this did not seem like the best time to lack clarity.
Who? Who did this?
But Cho'Gul had slowed his steps and fallen back, and as Gul'dan turned to look ahead, he saw a powerful figure standing before him, a massive warrior holding a colossal warhammer. And finally, Gul'dan understood.
So you're awake. Silence! I did not say you could speak. I know what you've done, Gul'dan. I know how you control Black Hand. You and your Shadow Council. Oh yes, Gul'dan. I know about them. But your warlocks can't help you now. They're dead. Many of them. And those that aren't are chained and watched. I rule the Horde now, Gul'dan. Not you. Not your warlocks. Me. Doomhammer alone. And there will be no more dishonor. No more treachery. No more deceit and lies.
Orgrim then rose to his full impressive height, towering over Gul'dan.
Juratan died from your scheme. But he will be the last, and he will be avenged. No more will you rule our people from the shadows. No more will you control our fate. Our people will be free of you.
Orgrim raised his hammer, and Gul'dan cowered. He'd always known Doomhammer could become a problem. Too intelligent, too honourable, and too noble for his own good. It was time to think fast.
Wait. Please. I beg you. You, the mighty Gul'dan. Beg. Very well, dog. Beg. Beg for your life.
God, Gul'dan hated this guy. Hated him with a passion. But this was the only option.
I bow to your might, Orgrim Doomhammer. I acknowledge you as War Chief of the Horde, and I pledge myself to you. I will obey you in all things. You've never demonstrated obedience before. Why should I believe you capable of it now? Because you need me. You've slain my Shadow Council, yes? Consolidated your power over the Horde, as it should be. Black Hand was not strong enough to lead us on his own. But you are, so you have no need of a council. But you do need warlocks. The humans have magic of their own. Without us, you will fall to their power. You have only a few warlocks left, Orgrim. Myself, Shuckle, a handful of neophytes. I'm simply too useful to kill for revenge.
Doomhammer snarled, but then lowered his hammer. He hated this guy, hated him with a passion, but he wasn't wrong.
Oh, what you say is true. I will place the needs of the Horde over my own and allow you to live, Gul'dan. You and those are your warlocks that remain, but only as long as you prove useful. Oh, we will be useful, mighty Doomhammer. For I will create for you a host of creatures such as you have never seen before. Warriors who will serve you alone, With their might and our magic, we will crush this world's magi. The Horde will trample its enemies into the dust. Very well. I'll hold you to that.
And that was that. Orgrim turned and buggered off. The Orc warriors also buggered off. Gul'dan was left in a crumpled heap on the floor. Damn him. And damn that human wizard prick as well. When Gul'dan entered Medivh's mind, seeking the information the magus had promised but never given. How the bloody hell was he supposed to know the human was about to be killed? And that Gul'dan's own spirit would be weakened by the sudden violence, causing him to fall into some kind of coma or something. That was just some plain old bad luck bullshit. But that in turn had given Doomhammer the opportunity to seize control, and now everything had gone to shit. It was infuriating. Shuckle then approached from behind and helped the old warlock to his feet.
Gather the others. The Storm Reavers will show all the Horde what we warlocks can accomplish. Not even Doomhammer will be able to deny their worth. Gather your clan as well, Shuckle. There is much to be done.
Let's talk about BetterHelp.
If you ever feel anxious, depressed, stressed, overwhelmed by the world being very much on fire, BetterHelp can step in with their fleet of licensed therapists who are trained to listen and help you.
2 years ago, when the lockdown started, I think that a lot of us started feeling like I could really use some help. I did actually reach out to BetterHelp. I got paired up with a really great therapist in, I think, Montana in the United States, and we actually had a lot in common. It really helped me figure out a lot of things about myself, and it was really good to have someone to talk to on a weekly basis, but also whenever I did have like a bad moment, I was able to send her a little message. It just worked great, and I would really recommend it. To anybody.
There are over 20,000 therapists on BetterHelp network, and you will get your match within 48 hours after you fill in your mental health questionnaire. After this, you can schedule sessions with your therapist. These can be over a video call or over phone if that's more comfortable for you. Plus, you can exchange unlimited number of messages, which are of course kept completely confidential. Personally, I have learned many ways of managing my health anxiety thanks to my BetterHelp therapist Mary, and I still come back to them now whenever I struggle. So if this sounds like something that could help your mental health or your understanding of your own mind, why not join the 2 million plus people who have taken advantage of experienced BetterHelp therapists already?
As the group neared Capital City, Lothar couldn't help but feel a little bit impressed. Lordaeron's kingdom wasn't as tall as Stormwind, but what it lacked in height, it made up for in elegance. It's a mighty place, though I prefer a little more warmth. Look. See those towers over there on the horizon? That's Dalaran, home of the Kirin and its wizards. My home, before I was sent to Medivh.
Maybe there'll be time for you to return, at least briefly. But for now, we should concentrate on the task at hand. Let's hope the people here are as noble in their thoughts as they are in their dwellings.
A short ride later, and the party had reached the main gates to the city. Guards stood by the entrance, though the gate itself was wide open. One of the guards then stepped forward, and Lothar noticed the man walked right up to within sword range. Amateurs, he thought. However, he forced himself to relax. This was not Stormwind. These were not seasoned warriors. They never had to fight for their lives. At least not yet, anyway. Enter freely and be welcome. Marcus Redpath warned us of your arrival and your plight. You will find the king in his throne room. Thank you. Come, Lothar. I know the way. The group continued, riding through the city streets. Khadgar did indeed seem to know the way. Didn't have to stop to get his bearings or ask passers-by for directions once. They then parked up their horses and made their way up the palace's steps. Walked through the courtyard and a bunch of corridors and stuff, until finally they reached the throne room itself. 'Twas an imposing chamber, round, with arches and columns everywhere, and there were several high balconies above, probably for nobles to observe proceedings, but Lothar did appreciate their strategic value. Put a few guards with bows up there and ain't nobody gonna try any funny business. Wait, was that a little boy hanging about up there? What's all that about? Oh well, probably no one of any real significance or importance. At the centre of the room stood a man in glittery armour, tall and broad. A proper king, Lothar thought. Just like Lane. One who would not hesitate to fight for his people. And for the first time in a while, Lothar felt hope.
Yes? Who are you? And what do you wish of me? Your Majesty, I'm Anduin Lothar, a knight of Stormwind. This is my companion Khadgar of Dalaran, and this is Prince Varian Rin, heir to the throne of Stormwind.
There were murmurs and gasps from the observing crowd, but Lothar ignored them and continued.
We must speak with you, Your Majesty. It's a matter of great urgency.
Of course.
Your Majesty, we were grieved to hear of your father's death. King Lane was a good man. We counted him as a friend and an ally. Know that we shall do all in our power to restore you to your throne.
Thank you.
Now, tell me what has happened. I've always admired Stormwind's strength and beauty. What could destroy such a city? The Horde. The Horde did this. And what exactly is this Horde? It's an army. More than an army. It's a multitude. Enough to cover the land from shore to shore. And who commands this legion of men? Not men. Orcs.
Lothar could see the puzzled look on Terenas' face, so he elaborated.
A new race. Not native to this world. As tall as we are. More powerfully built. Green skin and glowing red eyes. And tusks. You think I lie?
Lothar turned to the crowd of nobles and began pointing at different dents within his own armour.
This one was made by an Orc war hammer. And this one by an Orc war axe. These foul creatures destroyed my land. My home. My people. So if you doubt me, come over here and say it to my face. Enough. Enough. None here doubt your word, champion.
Terenas then fired off a stern look around the room at the nobles, as if to say, any more smirk? And I'll fucking murder you.
I know of your honour and your loyalty. I will take you at your word. Thank you, King Terenas. I will summon my neighbouring kings. These events concern us all. Your Majesty, I offer you my home and my protection for as long as you shall need it. When you are ready, know that Lord Ron will assist you in reclaiming your kingdom. That's most generous of you, Your Majesty. I can think of no safer and finer place for the prince to reach his maturity. Know, however, that we did not come here merely for sanctuary. We came here to warn you. For know this, the Horde will not stop at Stormwind. They mean to claim the entire world, and they have the might and the numbers to do it. Once they've finished with my homeland, they'll find a way across the ocean, and they will come here. You're telling us to prepare for war? Yes, a war for the very survival of our race.
Orgrim Doomhammer, chieftain of the Blackrock clan but also war chief of the Horde, stood and had a little look-see at the scene around him. Stormwind, or what was left of it anyway. It was mostly just burned buildings, bodies and rubble now, and the war chief nodded to himself. This was good. It had been one hell of a battle. The humans, despite being outnumbered, had fought back with skill and determination. Doomhammer respected them for that. But they still bloody lost though, didn't they? Bunch of losers. The city had been breached, and now this land belonged to the Horde. This rich, fertile land. So like the Orcs' own homeworld had been. Before Gul'dan had ruined it. Bloody Gul'dan. What a prick. Thanks to that treacherous little shit, Orgrim had been forced to challenge his own chieftain, Blackhand. Forced to crush his former commander's skull. A man he'd sworn an oath to fight beside. But it had been time. Time to free the Orcs from corruption. Time to restore some semblance of honour to the Horde. Orgrim's thoughts were then interrupted as he noticed two figures approaching. One shorter than the average Orc, the other far taller, with two heads.
Have you completed your task then? Not yet, noble Doomhammer. But I have at last shaken off the effects of my prolonged slumber, and I bring powerful news, drawn from that same long repose. Oh, the sleep's brought you wisdom, has it? It has shown me the path to great power. Power for you or for the Horde? For both. I've seen a place, ancient, beyond imagining, older even than the sacred mountain of our homeworld. It lies deep beneath the ocean, and within it rests a power that could reshape this world. We could claim it as our own, and none can stand against us. None can stand against us now, and I prefer the honest might of hammer and axe to whatever foul sorceries you've uncovered. Look what your scheming did the last time. I will not have you destroy our people further or wreck this new world just as we've begun to conquer it. This is far greater than your desires. My destiny lies beneath the waves, and there is little you can do to stop that. Have a care, Warlock. Remember what happened to your precious Shadow Council. I could crush your skull in an instant, and then where will your destiny lie?
Orgrim then glanced up at the towering Cho'Gul. Ogres. Ugh. Twats.
Do not think this abomination will save you either. I've felled ogres before, even the Grom. I can and will do so again. Your goals are no longer important, Gul'dan. Only the Horde matters.
For a second, Orgrim saw anger flicker within Gul'dan's eyes. Was the little prick not going to back down? One could only hope. Go on, try something, Orgrim thought. Give me no choice but to be rid of you. But the anger then vanished, to be replaced by caution and grudging respect.
Of course, mighty Doomhammer. You are correct. The Horde must come first, and I have many new ideas to aid our conquest. But first, I shall deliver the warriors I promised. Unstoppable but fully under your control. Good. I will not ignore anything that can make our success more assured.
Orgrim then turned away, dismissing the Warlock and his lieutenant. Both Gul'dan and Cho'Gul took the hint and buggered off. And once they were gone, Orgrim decided to sort out one of his own lieutenants. And he pretty quickly found him, just sort of hanging about.
Zula.
Doomhammer, how goes the work? The same. A few months back, Zuluhead had approached Doomhammer and informed him of strange visions he was having. Visions of a particular mountain range, and a mighty treasure buried beneath it. And Doomhammer had always respected the older chieftain, so he granted him permission to lead his clan in search of that mountain. And after a few weeks, the Dragonmaw clan had indeed found something special. A golden disc that they'd named the Demon Soul. Doomhammer hadn't seen the artifact himself, but Zuluhead assured him that it was totes the real deal. Unfortunately, they were still having a bit of difficulty figuring out how the bloody thing worked.
You assured me you could trigger its power.
And I shall. I'll find the key. I know it. Once we tap its power, we'll use it to enslave our chosen servants. And with those beneath us, we shall rule the skies and rain fire down on all those who stand against us.
Excellent. Keep me posted, you goddamn maniac.
Meanwhile, Gul'dan watched the war chief from a few buildings away, being a sneaky bugger as per usual.
What is he planning? I don't know. They've been secretive about it. I know it involves something the Dragonmore found in the mountains. Half their clan is there now, but I don't know what they're doing. Well, whatever it is, it matters not. It'll keep Doomhammer distracted, and that works to our advantage. Keeps him from discovering our plans before we set them in motion.
Are you going to replace him as war chief?
Me? No. I have no desire to march through the streets with an axe or a hammer. My path is a far greater one. I shall meet my foes in spirit and crush them from afar. Devour them by the hundreds and thousands. Soon all that was promised to me shall be mine. Doomhammer will be nothing against me. Even the might of the Horde will pale in comparison.
Khadgar watched quietly from the edge of the throne room. Lothar had asked him to be here, as a witness and stuff, and Khadgar's own curiosity had compelled him to accept the invitation. But he knew he wasn't a part of this conversation. He was not an equal to these men. Plus, he kind of felt like he'd been in the centre of things too much lately. It was nice to slip into the background for a change. Khadgar recognised many of the men present. There was Gen Greymane, King of Gilneas, far more clever than his appearance suggested. Then there was Grand Admiral Dalen Proudmoore, ruler of Kultiris, but also commander of the world's largest, fiercest navy. The quiet, cultured-looking man was Lord Aidan Perinold, master of Alterac, and he seemed to be glaring at Thoris Trollbane, who was king of the neighbouring Stromgard. But Trollbane was paying him no mind, because he was too busy focused on a short, stout man who needed no introduction anywhere on the entire continent. Alonzus Fowl, Archbishop of the Church of Light, revered by humans everywhere, and Khadgar could see why. The guy radiated a sense of peace and wisdom. A violet flicker then caught the corner of Khadgar's eye, so he turned, and had to stop himself from gushing like a fangirl by the bloke who passed him. Archmage Antonidas, the legend. In all his years at Dalaran, Khadgar had only ever seen the leader of the Kirin Tor twice. But to see him now, standing beside these monarchs, and looking just as regal as the rest of them, it filled Khadgar with awe, as well as a surprising wave of homesickness. He missed Dalaran, he realised. Maybe after the wars were over, assuming they survived, he'd finally get to go home. But Antonidas was the last to arrive, and so the Royal Brain Trust got started.
Thank you all for coming. I know the request seems sudden, but we have matters of grave import to discuss, and time seems to be of the essence. I present to you Anduin Lothar, champion of Stormwood. He's come here as a messenger, and more, perhaps even a saviour. I think it best for me to let him tell you what he's seen, and what we may expect to see soon ourselves.
Lothar then stepped forward. Terenas had offered him fresh clothing, but the champion of Stormwind had insisted on keeping his own tattered armour, possibly for added effect.
Your Majesties, I'm no poet or diplomat, but a warrior, so I'll keep my words brief and blunt. My home, Stormwind, is no more.
Once again, gasps and murmurs, but Lothar continued.
It fell before a horde of creatures known as orcs. They're terrible foes, as tall as a man but far stronger, bestial features, green skin and red eyes.
This time, no one laughed. They were off to a good start.
This horde appeared recently and began harassing our patrols, but those were just raiding parties. When their full force marched, we were astounded. Thousands, tens of thousands, enough to cover the land in a foul shadow. They're strong, and cruel, and merciless. We fought them as best we could, but it wasn't enough. They besieged our city, wreaked havoc across the land itself. King Lane died at their hands.
Khadgar noted that Lothar didn't mention how the king had died. Perhaps mentioning the half-orc assassin they'd all trusted as an ally was probably not the best idea in this moment. Plus, neither Lothar or Khadgar really wanted to think about that. Even with witnessing that vision with Garona back at Medivh's tower, Khadgar still didn't exactly feel great about her betrayal.
They killed most of our nobles as well. I brought the prince and as many people as I could to safety, and I brought this warning. The Horde is not from this world. They will not be content to control a single continent. I want the rest of them as well. They're saying they're coming here, lad. Yes.
Lothar's simple response sent a ripple of surprise and perhaps fear through the room, but Proudmoore had more questions.
Do they have ships? I'm not sure. We didn't see any before, but we hadn't even seen the Horde itself until this past year. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So they could be sailing towards us as we speak.
They could march over land as well. Don't forget that.
True. We first encountered them out east, at the Swamp of Sorrows. They made it to Stormwind from there by foot. If they turned north, they could cross the Burning Steps and the mountains, come upon Lordaeron from the south.
The south, they shall not pass us. I'll crush any who attempt landfall on my coast.
You don't understand. You haven't faced them. I know their numbers and strength are difficult to comprehend, but you cannot stand against them. Not alone. Stormwind's armies were great. My warriors were trained and seasoned. But before the Horde itself, we felt like adult children. They'll sweep across the mountains, across your lands, and across you. What do you propose we do then?
Archbishop Fowl spoke at just the right time, really. Tempers were starting to flare a little bit. Kings don't like being called fools and stuff, especially not in front of other kings.
We need to band together, unite, fight them as one. You say this threat is coming. I won't dispute it. And you say we must all band together to end the threat. But I wonder, have you actually tried any other method to resolve the matter? Surely these orcs can be rational. Surely they have some goal.
In mind. Perhaps we could parley. Lothar shook his head and made no effort to hide how stupid he thought that idea was.
They want this world. Our world. They'll not settle for less. We did send messengers, envoys, ambassadors. Most of them came back in pieces, if they came back at all.
Khadgar could see the way the kings were standing, murmuring. Seemed like they still didn't really understand the danger they all faced. So he sighed and took a step forward. However, before he could speak, another robed wizard piped up instead.
Hear me. I have received reports before now of this new menace. The wizards in and around Stormwind were at first intrigued and then terrified by the orcs' presence, and they sent many letters requesting aid. I fear we did not listen as well as we might have. We appreciated their danger, but thought the orcs little more than a local nuisance, confined to that one kingdom. Seems now we were wrong. They are dangerous. Many I respect have confirmed this. We disregard the champion's voice at our own peril.
If they're so dangerous, why did the Wizards of Stormwind not just deal with them? Use their magic to end the threat?
Because the orcs have magic of their own. Potent magic. Most of their warlocks are weaker than our wizards, at least from what my fellows have reported. Yet they have far greater numbers and can work in unison, something my own brethren have always struggled with.
Khadgar swore he heard a hint of bitterness in the Archmage's voice, and he couldn't agree more. If there was one thing every member of the Kirin Tor valued, it was their own independence. Getting even two wizards to work together was hard enough. More than that was beyond imagining.
Our wizards did fight back, turned the tide of several battles, but the Archmage is correct. We lacked the numbers, magically and physically. Every orc spellcaster killed, another rose to take its place with two more beside it.
Lothar then frowned for the millionth time recently.
Our greatest wizard, Medivh, fell to the Horde's darkness. Most of our wizards were lost as well. I don't think magic alone will turn them back.
Once again, Khadgar noted that Lothar did not mention how or why Medivh had died. Probably wouldn't have helped their case much. Antonidas did direct a sharp glance towards Khadgar at the mention of the Guardian, though. Sooner or later, the Council of the Kirin Tor would demand a full explanation. They would not be satisfied with anything less than the truth. So Khadgar wasn't exactly looking forward to that conversation. I find it strange that a stranger to our shores would be so concerned with our survival. Forgive me for treading on such fresh wounds, sir, but, your own kingdom is gone. Your king dead. Your prince is little more than a boy. Your land's overrun. You've brought word of this threat to us, for which we are grateful, but you speak repeatedly of what we must do. Not entirely sure you're the best person to provide advice, really. And you say we should unite. But if we were to consider your suggestion, what could you possibly add to the assembly? I will not have my guest insulted, so Aiden. This man has brought us this news at his own personal peril. He's shown nothing but honour and compassion, despite what I imagine is immense personal grief. Perinold nodded and half bowed in a sort of silent, slightly mocking apology. Further, you are wrong to label him alone or invaluable. Prince Varian Rin is now my honoured guest, and will be so until he chooses to depart. I've pledged myself to aiding him in regaining his kingdom. More murmurs from the kings and stuff, and Khadgar knew what they were thinking. Terenas had just renounced any claims he might have made to Stormwind, and warned the other kings that Varian had his full support. All in one statement. Clever move. Clever man. Sir Lothar has brought others with him from their kingdom, including some soldiers. Their numbers might not be significant, but their experience in dealing with the orcs firsthand is invaluable. And finally, you are wrong to label him a stranger. Though he has never graced this continent with his presence, Lothar has strong ties to this land. He is of the Arathi bloodline, the last of their noble line. He has just as much right to speak at this council as any of us. That revelation caused quite the stir among the other kings. Even Khadgar looked at his companion with new eyes. And Arathi, the first nation on the continent, the people who had formed strong ties with the elves and fought an epic battle against trolls and ended their threat forever. Bloody hell!
It's true. I descend from King Thoradin, the founder of Erethdor. My family went south after the Empire's collapse, founded a new nation there which became known as Stormwind.
So you've come to claim sovereignty over us?
No. My ancestors surrendered any claim to Lordaeron long ago when they chose to depart. But I still have ties to this land, which my people helped conquer and civilize.
And he can still call upon ancient pacts for aid. The elves swore to support Thoradin and his line in times of need. They will still honour that commitment. That drew appreciative whispers from the gathering. Suddenly, Lothar was more than just a soldier in their eyes. He was a potential ambassador. With the ancient magic-wielding elves on their side, the lingering threat of this horde didn't seem so bad.
This is a great deal to take in. Perhaps we should give ourselves time to consider all we've heard.
Agreed. Food has been set out in the dining hall. I invite you all to join me. Not as kings, but as neighbours and friends. Let us not discuss this matter over our food, but rather mull it to ourselves. Then we may be able to approach it more clearly, after digesting the food and the danger that lies before us. Khadgar observed as the monarchs nodded and started to bugger off. Perinold was a wily one, that was certain. The type of guy who probably waits to see which way a crowd is walking and then runs to the front and yells, "Follow me."
Yeah, you see it right there. 100% organic, fully legal cannabis. Yeah, I said it. Fully legal. For you cannamoms like me, I like to smoke something that's gonna keep me energetic, keep me going throughout the day. When I'm taking care of my daughter, I don't really like something that's gonna put me to sleep. This company Mood is great because they have all different kinds of products. You can choose from whatever you want for whatever mood you're in. Get what I do right there? Also, only do they have flour, they have vapes, and they have edibles. So it's like, mix it up, switch it up, do whatever you want, guys. You name it, they got it. Trust me.
Doomhammer was currently having a little chat with one of his lieutenants, Rend Blackhand of the Blacktooth Grin clan, which you would imagine would be a little bit awkward considering who Rend's father was, but no, not really. However, their little chat was interrupted by a scout who came running up looking like he had some pretty important news to deliver.
Trolls! Forest trolls! A full war party by the looks of it.
Trolls? What? Are they attacking us? I thought they were smarter than ogres, not dumber. Doomhammer noted Ren's observation. The one time the war chief had encountered forest trolls, he'd been impressed, and even slightly concerned by how cunning they were. Seemed a bit moronic and out of character for them to try and attack the horde.
Not attacking. They've been captured. By humans. Where? Not far from here. How many? About 40 humans. 10 trolls, including their leader.
Doomhammer nodded and turned to Rend.
Gather your strongest warriors. And quickly. You leave at once. But be clear, Rend. This is a raiding party only. You are to rescue the trolls and bring them back here with you. Avoid being seen as much as possible. And kill any who spot you. I will not have our battle plans ruined because you were careless.
The Blacktooth Grin chieftain nodded and departed without a word. And now it was just a matter of playing the waiting game. But in the meantime, Orgrim's thoughts turned to the past. Blackhand had shocked the orcs back on their homeworld, declaring his intent to ally with the ogres. Not everyone had been happy about it, Orgrim included, but it had proven a useful partnership. Those monstrous creatures had lent considerable strength to the horde. So, upon entering the dark portal and arriving on Azeroth, Blackhand had again called for his followers to go forth and find more allies on this new strange world. Maybe there were ogres here as well or something. And after about 2 weeks of encountering nothing but humans, and a few of the diminutive but mighty dwarves, Orgrim met some new peeps that fit the bill. Forest trolls. In a forest, obviously.
We are not your foes. It should be wanting, morsel. Your leader. I would speak with him on behalf of my own.
The creature laughed at that.
We no be speaking with morsels. We be eating them.
The troll then thrust its spear in a hard, swift motion that would have gutted Doomhammer had he remained still for the blow. However, Orgrim twisted, pulled his hammer, and bellowed a war cry, and the troll paused and looked absolutely terrified. And in its hesitation, Doomhammer leapt forward and smashed the creature's leg full in the knee, and then turned to the rest of the ambushing trolls.
I say again, your leader.
That gesture worked. The rest of the trolls dropped their weapons immediately, and now looked extremely willing to comply to any request the orcs might have. He'll be wanting to speak with Zul'jin. I'll be bringing him here.
We shall wait.
So, that particular troll buggered off, and the remaining trolls and the orcs started to wait. But Orgrim got bored after a few minutes, so he decided to make conversation and diffuse some of the tension.
What are you called? I am Krultan, Orgrim Doomhammer, of the Blackrock clan. What are your people? We are forest trolls, a Marni tribe.
Doomhammer nodded. Forest trolls. And they had tribes, so they were civilized then. They'd make good allies. Native to this world, so they knew its geography, its inhabitants, and its dangers. After about an hour, the troll that had left returned, as well as a few others.
You be wanting Zul'jin. Here I am.
Doomhammer looked the troll up and down and sort of assessed the guy. Nice scarf.
I am Doomhammer. And yes, I would speak with you. My leader, Blackhand, leads the orc horde. No doubt you've seen our people moving through the forest.
We be seeing you.
You be clumsier than the humans. What you be wanting with us? You want our forest, you be fighting us for 'em. And you be losing.
Doomhammer had no doubt that Zul'jin was correct in that statement. The horde massively outnumbered them, but if all forest trolls were as sneaky as these buggers, the orcs would indeed have problems.
We don't want your forests. We want your strength. We plan to conquer this world. and we would have you beside us as allies.
Allies? Why? What would we gain?
Well, what would you want?
One of the trolls started to say something in a strange hissing language, but Zul'jin cut him off. We need nothing from you. We have our forest. None dare intrude here, save for the accursed elves, and we be handling them ourselves.
These elves, they're a race unto themselves, a mighty one.
Mighty, yeah, but we be killing them since ancient times. We need no help with them.
Why pick them off one by one, though? Why not march into their homes? Destroy them. With the horde behind you, you could crush the elves once and for all. Hold the forest without contest.
Zul'jin appeared to consider that, and for a moment, Orgrim dared to hope that he'd agree. But the troll then shook his head. Nah, we fight the elves ourselves. We need no help, and we're not wanting the rest of the world, not anymore. Fighting others will not be giving us anything.
Ugh, I understand. My leader will be disappointed, as am I, but I respect your decision.
Still to this day, Doomhammer regretted the troll leader's decision. However, as Rend Blackhand approached, with a whole bunch of rescued trolls accompanying him, perhaps they now had an opportunity to try again. The humans were careless, assuming the only threat in the forest was the one they'd already captured. No one who Thorith lived.
Good.
Orgrim then turned to Zul'jin, and based on the troll's expression, Doomhammer could see that he remembered their encounter just as well as Orgrim did.
When I heard you'd been captured, I sent my warriors at once.
Your leader be sending you?
I am leader now.
Your horde still be seeking to conquer the world, yeah? Doomhammer nodded. This was it. The moment of truth. We be aiding you then, as you aided us. Allies.
Allies.
Meanwhile, in chapter 5 of the book, 2 days after the Royal Brain Trust, Lothar found himself back in the throne room again for yet another Royal Brain Trust. Khadgar was again in attendance, and Lothar was glad of the lad's presence. He was the only one Lothar knew, really. Terenas was a kind enough host, but Khadgar reminded Lothar of home, even if he wasn't actually from Stormwind himself. It was difficult still to accept that home was gone. Lothar kept expecting to turn and see Lane standing right there, asking him what the bloody hell he was doing in Lordaeron. But Lane was dead. Stormwind was dead, and its champion had vowed to keep this land from following the same fate or die trying. To be honest though, it felt more like this mission was going to cost him his sanity rather than his life. Politics. What a load of old shit. He had no patience for it. It was all a game, Lane had once told him. A game of positioning and influence and manoeuvring. No one ever really won. You just kind of waved your dick around a little bit until someone with a bigger dick waved theirs. After lunch that first day, all the monarchs seemed to accept that the Horde were coming, even Perinold. But it had taken the rest of the day to convince them that unifying was the answer. Terenas, Trollbane and Proudmoore took little coaxing, but Perinold and Greymane had been a little bit more difficult. The ruler of Alterac was pretty obviously afraid of battle, and that attitude probably extended to his subjects, Lothar thought, meaning his men would probably not be that useful anyway. Lothar was surprised by Greymane's reluctance though. That guy certainly looked like a warrior, but he'd been quick to suggest other options every time the subject turned to war, and it was only after Trollbane and Proudmoore outright accused the man of cowardice that he started to come round to the idea. On the second day, more of the same really. They'd settled on the idea of war at least, but now they had to discuss the logistics of cooperation and stuff. Which army would supply what troops? Where would they be stationed? Who was going to pay for all this? And the biggest question of all, who was going to command them? Obviously each king felt that they should be the one in charge. Terenas stated that Lordaeron was the largest of the kingdoms. Trollbane claimed to have the most actual fighting experience. Proudmoore mentioned the power of his navy. Greymane felt, due to his lands likely being the first overrun, he should be commander. And Perinold suggested brute force alone wasn't enough. The commander should be intelligent and wise, which he obviously considered himself to be. And then there were the two non-kings, Archbishop Fowl and Archmage Antonidas. Still very much rulers in their own right. Fortunately though, they weren't interested in leadership at all. They actually acted more like moderators, keeping the kings focused and stuff, so that was helpful. And now it was the third day. Lothar had no idea what, if any, progress would be made, but he did know that he was starting to get really bloody bored of all of this talking.
We're all here then. Good. Now, we've all agreed the time is of the essence, and we've all agreed upon our course of action.
The rest of the monarchs nodded, and Lothar wondered when the bloody hell they'd all agreed on their course of action. Was he missing something?
Then I hereby declare the founding of the Alliance of Lordaeron. We shall stand together as one, as our ancestors did long ago in the Arathi Empire, and it is only fitting that our commander should hail from that ancient ruling stock. We, the Kings of the Alliance, do hereby appoint Lord Anduin Lothar as our supreme commander.
You what, mate? Lothar stared at Tyrannus, who flashed him a wink, and then whispered some stuff so only Lothar could hear him.
It was the only way, really. Each of them wanted to be in charge and were dead set against any of the others taking their place. You aren't a king, so none of them feel like anyone got any special treatment. But you're also of a noble bloodline, so they don't feel slighted by being passed over.
Probably was a bit awkward for the other kings to just stand there whilst Tyrannus whispered shit to Lothar, but whatever.
I know it's a great deal to ask of you. We would not, if it weren't for our own very survival. Will you accept this charge?
Didn't take long for Lothar to answer, since he didn't really have a choice anyway.
I accept. I will lead the Alliance army against the Horde. Very good. Let us now each go to assemble our own troops, gear and supplies. I suggest we all meet again in 1 week to present our rosters and inventories to Lord Lothar, so that he may see what forces he has at his disposal and begin his planning.
The rest of the kings nodded, and each approached the champion in turn to congratulate him on his appointment. The sentiments from Perinold and Greymane seemed a little less sincere, though. And then they all buggered off, leaving Lothar, Khadgar and the two non-kings in the throne room by themselves. Out of the frying pan, eh? And you let them talk you into that. Those clever bastards. They'd sell their own children if they knew it would win them more land. I particularly liked the way they just assumed you'd accept. But I guess that's what happens when you have authority over others. You forget that anyone else matters. Much less has a say in anything. Khadgar then looked at the other two men present and went bright red in his face cheeks. Not all authority is corrupt and self-serving, young man. There are those of us called to serve by leading, just as your friend here was. Of course, Father. Forgive me. I didn't mean to imply... I wasn't talking about you, I just... Enough, lad. I don't blame you for your outburst. Lord Lothar was indeed neatly manoeuvred into that trap. I must confess, however, I too lent my weight to that decision. You are a good man, sir. I believe you are our best choice. Thank you, Father. Lothar had never really been a religious man, but he had a great deal of respect for the Church of Light, and everything he'd seen of the Archbishop thus far had impressed him. Now, on to other matters. First, what can you tell me of Northshire? The Abbey? Did it survive? I'm afraid not, Father. They tore it to pieces. A few of the clerics survived and are down in South Shore with the others, but the rest... I see. I will pray for them. The Archbishop then fell silent. Obviously he'd meant he'd pray for them right now, so Khadgar and Lothar waited patiently and respectfully. Until finally, you will need lieutenants for your army, sir. I think it best if some of those come not from the kingdoms, but from the church. I have several in mind, and a new order that I feel may prove extremely valuable to the Alliance. I'll need some time to iron out the details. Shall we say 4 days? In the courtyard? Afternoon? You will not be disappointed, sir. The Archbishop then gave a little bow, and then walked away, and that just left the other non-king, the Archmage, who'd been watching them without a word this entire time. The might and wisdom of the Kirin Tor are at your disposal, sir. I know you are acquainted with the Wizards of Stormwind, so you have some sense of our capabilities. I shall appoint one of our number to assist you and serve as our liaison. I would ask for Khadgar to fill that role, sir. He's already a trusted companion and has faced the Orcs with me more than once. Of course. The Archmage then reached out and cupped Khadgar's chin with one hand, raising his head to study his face, and Khadgar had never felt so uncomfortable. You have suffered much. Your experience has marked you, far more than in your appearance. I did what had to be done, as we all must. We shall keep us apprised of the situation in the field, young Khadgar, and communicate Lord Lothar's needs and requests as quickly as possible. We shall also coordinate the efforts of any other Magi present. I trust this is within your capabilities. Khadgar nodded. Good. I shall expect you at Dalaran at your earliest convenience, so that we may discuss other important matters. The gem embedded at the top of the Archmage's staff then fled, and boof, he bloody disappeared. He wants to know about Medivh. Yep. What should I tell him? The truth.
I need to know what happened.
Yeah, alright. Well, that can wait until after lunch. I swear the Horde itself could not keep me from food right now.
Yeah, you jest. Let's just hope it don't actually come to that.
4 days later, Lothar and Khadgar went to the main courtyard and waited for Archbishop Fowl to arrive. And soon enough, he did. Thank you for indulging me. I wouldn't take up your time, but I really do believe this will help. But first, I would tell you, Sir Lothar, the church has pledged itself to Stormwind's aid. We shall gather funds to help you rebuild once the immediate crisis is past.
Thank you, Father. That means a great deal to me. And will to Prince Varian as well. The holy light will fill your home once more.
The Archbishop then paused for a moment. When you spoke of Northshire Abbey's destruction, I was dismayed. I wondered how the rest of my clergy could possibly survive the coming war. Clearly these orcs are a threat even to sturdy warriors like yourself, so how could a mere priest defend himself? And as I felt these concerns, an idea appeared to me, as if brought by the holy light itself. What if there was a way to ensure that warriors fought for the light, and with the light, using both its gifts and their own martial prowess?
Is there a way?
I believe so, yes. I will establish a new branch of the church, Paladins. I've already selected a few candidates. Some knights, others priests. They will be trained, not only in war but in prayer and in healing. They'll have the ability to bless themselves and others in the holy light. The Archbishop then turned and beckoned, and 4 random blokes emerged from a nearby passage. May I present Uther, Saden Dathrahan, Tyrion Fordring, and Turallion. These will be the Knights of the Silver Hand. I shall leave you 6 to discuss matters. Thau was absolutely beaming like a proud father, but he then buggered off, just as he said he would. Some of these paladin blokes, like the young Turallion, looked a little bit overwhelmed, but Uther and Tyrion seemed more composed, and Uther went ahead and took the lead.
My lord, the Archbishop told us of the upcoming battle, and of the Horde's approach. We're at your service, and at the service of the people. Use us as you see fit, sword or shield. You were a knight before. Aye, my lord, but I've been a devout follower of the church since my youth. Met Fowl back when he was merely a bishop. I was honoured when he told me of this new order, and offered me a place within it.
Uther's jaw then tightened.
With the coming of these foul creatures, I know we will need the light's blessing to protect our lands and our people.
Lothar nodded. He could understand why the man had turned to faith, and he had no doubt that Uther would be a powerful force on the battlefield. But still, there was something about the guy's zeal that unnerved him a little bit. He suspected the guy was a bit of a Boy Scout, focused on honour and faith and stuff. Probably wasn't likely to use less noble methods to ensure success. And that could be a bit of a problem. Lothar had learned from bitter experience. To survive against the Horde, they were going to need to use any means necessary. Lothar, Khadgar and the 4 paladins spent the next hour chatting, until finally, the paladins buggered off, and Lothar turned to his wizard companion.
Well, what do you think of them?
I doubt they'll be much use to us.
And why's that?
They're not prepared. The Horde's going to arrive in Lordaeron in what, weeks? And none of these men have seen battle, at least not as paladins. I'm sure they can fight. But if the Archbishop's expecting them to perform miracles, I'm pretty sure he's going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I agree. The Fowl has faith in them, so perhaps we must as well. But assuming they are ready, somehow, what's your opinion of them?
Uther will be dangerous for the Horde, that's for certain. I don't think he could command men other than paladins, though. His beliefs are a bit, in your face. Most soldiers wouldn't be able to endure that for too long. Saden and Tyrion as well. They were knights and warriors once, but they've since found faith. That may make them hesitate to use less noble tactics.
And Turallion?
The least of them in faith, and thus the highest in my eyes. Didn't seem to have the same blinding zeal as the others. Lothar was impressed by Khadgar's keen eye for these things. Little bastard had basically drawn all the same conclusions as him, all on his own. Turallion did indeed seem like the most promising of the candidates. Although he'd seemed reluctant to speak at first, he eventually came out of his shell and appeared to have quite the bright, agile mind, with more appreciation for subtleties and shades than his fellows.
I agree. I'll speak with Fowl. The Paladins will no doubt be valued assets. I'll take Uther as our liaison to them and any other forces the Church can supply. And I think I'll propose an additional candidate as well. Gavinrad. He was one of my knights, and a good man. He'll make a fine paladin. Well, I'll take Turalian to serve as one of my lieutenants. Good choice. Well, let's just hope the Horde gives us enough time to prepare them and everything else. We'll prepare what we can, and we'll face them when we must. Not much else we can do anyway.
Gul'dan was bloody furious because things were not going according to plan.
Why have you not succeeded yet?
We're trying, Gul'dan. We've been able to animate the bodies, but not give them consciousness.
With a bigger dick waved theirs. After lunch that Thursday, all the monarchs seemed to accept that the Horde were coming, even Perinold. But it had taken the rest of the day to convince them that unifying was the answer. Tyrannus, Trollbane and Proudmoore took little coaxing, but Perinold and Greymane had been a little bit more difficult. The ruler of Alterac was pretty obviously afraid of battle, and that attitude probably extended that, and for a moment, Orgrim dared to hope that he'd agree. But the troll then shook his head.
Nah, we fight the elves ourselves. We need no help, and we're not wanting the rest of the world, not anymore. Fighting others will not be giving us anything. I understand. My leader will be disappointed, as am I, but I respect your decision.
Still to this day, Doomhammer regretted the troll leader's decision. However, as Rend Blackhand approached, with a whole bunch of rescued trolls accompanying him, perhaps they now had an opportunity to try again. The humans were careless, assuming the only threat in the forest was the one they'd already captured. No one who Thorath lived.
Good.
Orgrim then turned to Zul'jin, and based on the troll's expression, Doomhammer could see that he remembered their encounter just as well as Orgrim did.
When I heard you'd been captured, I sent my warriors at once. Your leader be sending you? I am leader now. Your horde still be seeking to conquer the world, yeah?
Doomhammer nodded. This was it. The moment of truth.
We be aiding you then, as you aided us. Allies. Allies.
Meanwhile, in chapter 5 of the book, 2 days after the Royal Brain Trust, Lothar found himself back in the throne room again for yet another Royal Brain Trust. Khadgar was again in attendance, and Lothar was glad of the lad's presence. He was the only one Lothar knew, really. Tyrannus was a kind enough host, but Khadgar reminded Lothar of home, even if he wasn't actually from Stormwind himself. It was difficult still to accept that home was gone. Lothar kept expecting to turn and see Lane standing right there, asking him what the bloody hell he was doing in Lordaeron. But Lane was dead. Stormwind was dead, and its champion had vowed to keep this land from following the same fate or die trying. To be honest though, it felt more like this mission was going to cost him his sanity rather than his life. Politics. What a load of old shit. He had no patience for it. It was all a game, Lane once told him. A game of positioning and influence and manoeuvring. No one ever really won. You just kind of waved your dick around a little bit until someone with a bigger dick waved theirs. After lunch that Thursday, all the monarchs seemed to accept that the Horde were coming, even Perinold. But it had taken the rest of the day to convince them that unifying was the answer. Tyrannus, Trollbane and Proudmoore took little coaxing, but Perinold and Greymane had been a little bit more difficult. The ruler of Alterac was pretty obviously afraid of battle, and that attitude probably extended to his subjects, Lothar thought, meaning his men would probably not be that useful anyway. Lothar was surprised by Greymane's reluctance though. That guy certainly looked like a warrior, but he'd been quick to suggest other options every time the subject turned to war, and it was only after Trollbane and Proudmoore outright accused the man of cowardice that he started to come round to the idea. On the second day, more of the same really. They'd settled on the idea of war at least, but now they had to discuss the logistics of cooperation and stuff. Which army would supply what troops? Where would they be stationed? Who was going to pay for all this? And the biggest question of all, who was going to command them? Obviously each king felt that they should be the one in charge. Terenas stated that Lordaeron was the largest of the kingdoms. Trollbane claimed to have the most actual fighting experience. Proudmoore mentioned the power of his navy. Greymane felt, due to his lands likely being the first overrun, he should be commander. And Perinold suggested brute force alone wasn't enough. The commander should be intelligent and wise, which he obviously considered himself to be. And then there were the two non-kings, Archbishop Fowl and Archmage Antonidas. Still very much rulers in their own right. Fortunately though, they weren't interested in leadership at all. They actually acted more like moderators, keeping the kings focused and stuff, so that was helpful. And now it was the third day. Lothar had no idea what, if any, progress would be made, but he did know that he was starting to get really bloody bored of all of this talking.
We're all here then. Good. Now, we've all agreed the time is of the essence, and we've all agreed upon our course of action.
The rest of the monarchs nodded, and Lothar wondered when the bloody hell they'd all agreed on their course of action. Was he missing something?
Then I hereby declare the founding of the Alliance of Lordaeron. We shall stand together as one. As our ancestors did long ago in the Arathi Empire, and it is only fitting that our commander should hail from that ancient ruling stock. We, the Kings of the Alliance, do hereby appoint Lord Anduin Lothar as our supreme commander.
You what, mate? Lothar stared at Terenas, who flashed him a wink, and then whispered some stuff so only Lothar could hear him.
It was the only way, really. Each of them wanted to be in charge and were dead set against any of the others taking their place. You aren't a king, so none of them feel like anyone got any special treatment. But you're also of a noble bloodline, so they don't feel slighted by being passed over.
Probably was a bit awkward for the other kings to just stand there whilst Terenas whispered shit to Lothar, but whatevs.
I know it's a great deal to ask of you. We would not, if it weren't for our own very survival. Will you accept this charge?
Didn't take long for Lothar to answer, since he didn't really have a choice anyway.
I accept. I will lead the Alliance army against the Horde. Very good. Let us now each go to assemble our own troops, gear and supplies. I suggest we all meet again in 1 week to present our rosters and inventories to Lord Lothar, so that he may see what forces he has at his disposal and begin his planning.
The rest of the kings nodded, and each approached the champion in turn to congratulate him on his appointment. The sentiments from Perinold and Greymane seemed a little less sincere though. And then they all buggered off, leaving Lothar, Khadgar and the two non-kings in the throne room by themselves.
Out of the frying pan, eh? And you let them talk you into that? Those clever bastards.
They'd sell their own children if they knew it would win them more land.
I particularly liked the way they just assumed you'd accept. But I guess that's what happens when you have authority over others. You forget that anyone else matters, much less has a say in anything.
Khadgar then looked at the other two men present, and went bright red in his face cheeks.
Not all authority is corrupt and self-serving, young man. There are those of us called to serve by leading, just as your friend here was. Of course, Father. Forgive me. I didn't mean to imply... I wasn't talking about you, I just... Enough, lad. I don't blame you for your outburst. Lord Lothar was indeed neatly manoeuvred into that trap. I must confess, however, I too lent my weight to that decision. You are a good man, sir. I believe you are our best choice. Thank you, Father.
Lothar had never really been a religious man, but he had a great deal of respect for the Church of Light, and everything he'd seen of the Archbishop thus far had impressed him.
Now, on to other matters. First, what can you tell me of Northshire? The Abbey? Did it survive? I'm afraid not, Father. They tore it to pieces. A few of the clerics survived and are down in South Shore with the others, but the rest... I see. I will pray for them.
The Archbishop then fell silent. Obviously he'd meant he'd pray for them right now, so Khadgar and Lothar waited patiently and respectfully. Until finally...
You will need lieutenants for your army, sir. I think it best if some of those come not from the kingdoms, but from the church. I have several in mind, and a new order that I feel may prove extremely valuable to the Alliance. I'll need some time to iron out the details. Shall we say 4 days? In the courtyard?
Afternoon. You will not be disappointed, sir. The Archbishop then gave a little bow and then walked away, and that just left the other non-king, the Archmage, who'd been watching them without a word this entire time.
The might and wisdom of the Kirin Tor are at your disposal, sir. I know you are acquainted with the Wizards of Stormwind, so you have some sense of our capabilities. I shall appoint one of our number to assist you and serve as our liaison. I would ask for Khadgar to fill that role, sir. He's already a trusted companion and has faced the Orcs with me more than once.
Of course. The Archmage then reached out and cupped Khadgar's chin with one hand, raising his head to study his face, and Khadgar had never felt so uncomfortable.
You have suffered much. Your experience has marked you, far more than in your appearance.
I did what had to be done.
As we all must. You shall keep us apprised of the situation in the field, young Khadgar, and communicate Lord Lothar's needs and requests as quickly as possible. We shall also coordinate the efforts of any other Magi present. I trust this is within your capabilities.
Khadgar nodded.
Good. I shall expect you at Dalaran at your earliest convenience, so that we may discuss other important matters.
The gem embedded at the top of the Archmage's staff then fled, and boof, he bloody disappeared. He wants to know about Medivh.
Yep. What should I tell him? The truth. I need to know what happened.
Yeah, alright. Well, that can wait until after lunch. I swear the Horde itself could not keep me from food right now.
Yeah, you jest. Let's just hope we don't actually come to that.
4 days later, Lothar and Khadgar went to the main courtyard and waited for Archbishop Fowl to arrive. And soon enough, he did.
Thank you for indulging me. I wouldn't take up your time, but I really do believe this will help. But first, I would tell you, Sir Lothar, the Church has pledged itself to Stormwind's aid. We shall gather funds to help you rebuild, once the immediate crisis is past. Thank you, Father. That means a great deal to me, and will to Prince Varian as well. The Holy Light will fill your home once more.
The Archbishop then paused for a moment.
When you spoke of Northshire Abbey's destruction, I was dismayed. I wondered how the rest of my clergy could possibly survive the coming war. Clearly these orcs are a threat even to sturdy warriors like yourself, so how could a mere priest defend himself? And as I felt these concerns, an idea appeared to me, as if brought by the Holy Light itself. What if there was a way to ensure that warriors fought for the light, and with the light, using both its gifts and their own martial prowess? Is there a way? I believe so, yes. I will establish a new branch of the church, Paladins. I've already selected a few candidates. Some knights, others priests. They will be trained, not only in war but in prayer and in healing. They'll have the ability to bless themselves and others in the holy light.
The Archbishop then turned and beckoned, and 4 random blokes emerged from a nearby passage.
May I present Uther, Sadan Dathrahan, Tyrion Fordring, and Turalian. These will be the Knights of the Silver Hand. I shall leave you 6 to discuss matters.
Thou was absolutely beaming like a proud father, but he then buggered off, just as he said he would. Some of these paladin blokes, like the young Turalian, looked a little bit overwhelmed, but Uther and Tyrion seemed more composed, and Uther went ahead and took the lead.
My lord, the Archbishop told us of the upcoming battle, and of the Horde's approach. We're at your service, and at the service of the people. Use us as you see fit, sword or shield. You were a knight before. Aye, my lord, but I've been a devout follower of the church since my youth. Met Fowl back when he was merely a bishop. I was honoured when he told me of this new order, and offered me a place within it.
Uther's jaw then tightened.
With the coming of these foul creatures, I know we will need the light's blessing to protect our lands, and our people.
Lothar nodded. He could understand why the man had turned to faith, and he had no doubt that Uther would be a powerful force on the battlefield. But still, there was something about the guy's zeal that unnerved him a little bit. He suspected the guy was a bit of a Boy Scout, focused on honour and faith and stuff. Probably wasn't likely to use less noble methods to ensure success. And that could be a bit of a problem. Lothar had learned from bitter experience. To survive against the Horde, they were going to need to use any means necessary. Lothar, Khadgar and the 4 paladins spent the next hour chatting, until finally, the paladins buggered off, and Lothar turned to his wizard companion.
Well, what do you think of them?
I doubt they'll be much use to us.
And why's that?
They're not prepared. The Horde's going to arrive in Lordaeron in what, weeks? And none of these men have seen battle, at least not as paladins. I'm sure they can fight, but if the Archbishop's expecting them to perform miracles, I'm pretty sure he's going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I agree. But Val has faith in them, so perhaps we must as well. But assuming they are ready, somehow, what's your opinion of them?
Uther will be dangerous for the Horde, that's for certain. I don't think he could command men other than paladins, though. His beliefs are a bit, in your face. Most soldiers wouldn't be able to endure that for too long. Saidan and Tyrion as well. They were knights and warriors once, but they've since found faith. That may make them hesitate to use less noble tactics.
And Turallion?
The least of them in faith, and thus the highest in my eyes. Didn't seem to have the same blinding zeal as the others. Lothar was impressed by Khadgar's keen eye for these things. Little bastard had basically drawn all the same conclusions as him, all on his own. Turallion did indeed seem like the most promising of the candidates. Although he'd seemed reluctant to speak at first, he eventually came out of his shell and appeared to have quite the bright, agile mind, with more appreciation for subtleties and shades than his fellows.
I agree. I'll speak with Fal. The paladins will no doubt be valued assets. I'll take Uther as our liaison to them and any other forces the church can supply. And I think I'll propose an additional candidate as well. Gavinrad. He was one of my knights, and a good man. He'll make a fine paladin. Well, I'll take Turallion to serve as one of my lieutenants.
Good choice. Now let's just hope the Horde gives us enough time to prepare them and everything else.
We'll prepare what we can, and we'll face them when we must. Not much else we can do anyway.
Gul'dan was bloody furious, because things were not going according to plan.
Why have you not succeeded yet?
We're trying, Gul'dan. We've been able to animate the bodies, but not give them consciousness. At the moment, they're little more than shells. We can direct them as puppets, but their movements are sloppy and slow. They don't really pose a threat to anyone.
Rakmar Sharpfang, the oldest of the surviving orc necromancers, if you don't count Gul'dan himself, was the Necrolites' unofficial leader, and as a result, he often found himself being the one who had to report the bad news to the High Warlock. So it kinda sucked to be him. But Gul'dan just stood there, glaring at the bodies strewn on the ground. Lifeless. Useless. They'd been humans once. Warriors. Slain here in the battle for Stormwind. But they could potentially be a powerful addition to the Horde. The new forces that the old Warlock had promised Doomhammer. But only if these worthless assistants pulled their fingers out their asses and stopped faffing about.
Find a way.
Gul'dan was half tempted to strike some Necrolites down right where they stood, but he stopped himself. They'd be even more useless if they were dead. However, a thought then popped into his head. Brilliant. Of course. That was the answer.
You're right, Rakmar. You're trying your best. I understand. This is a new and different thing we are attempting. It would pose a great challenge to anyone. I have no right to be angry that you have not yet succeeded. Please, return to your work. I will leave you in peace to experiment once more.
Thank you. Gul'dan could see that Rakmar was a little bit taken aback by the sudden empathy, as were the other warlocks, and he suppressed a chuckle, simply nodding to them and then buggering off. Let them think he gave a shit. Let them think whatever they like. Wouldn't matter soon anyway. Gul'dan then turned a corner and found Shuckle, ever waiting, as always. Two-headed Knob was never that far away.
The Necrolites have served their purpose. Now they have a new one, a far greater one. Gather our implements. We shall be making a sacrifice.
Sometime later, after Gul'dan and Shuckle had done a little bit of construction and sent out a call for the Necrolites to join them.
Are we summoning our fallen brethren?
Rakmar spoke softly, but Gul'dan could see he and the other Necrolites were desperately trying to figure out what this new altar was all about.
Yes. Doomhammer slaughtered the other warlocks, but their souls yet linger. We will summon them and instill them within the human bodies. They will be eager to return to this world and serve the Horde once more.
Right. That'll definitely animate them. But will it give them power? Or will they be little more than walking corpses?
Silence! We begin.
And begin they did. Gul'dan summoned his magic and felt it fill him with power. Not enough power, mind you, but that would soon change. But in the meantime, he continued channeling his energies into the altar, priming it for the transformation he was about to evoke. And the rest of the Necrolites joined in, lending their own magic to the incantation. Gul'dan couldn't stop the weird arousal growl from popping out. He was just too damned excited. He jizzed his pants, guys. It's in the book. We all know I just read them verbatim and I'm going to get sued. With the Necrolites good and distracted, it was finally time. So he moved behind Rakmar, unsheathed his dagger, and slit the poor sod's throat. And as Rakmar gasped and choked and fell and thrashed and stuff, Gul'dan stabbed him right in the chest and removed the still beating heart. and then cast a spell. Binding Rakmar's spirit within it.
Do not fear, Rakma, for this is not the end of you. On the contrary, you shall now actually succeed at your task.
Gul'dan then let out a goofy chuckle.
That's the good thing about necromancers. We never let anything go to waste.
The old warlock then glanced up and observed his surroundings. Shuckle had already killed many of the other necrolytes, and the remaining ones were kind of just shitting themselves in a corner. Too scared to either flee or fight. Typical. Even in their final moments, they were bloody worthless.
Well, have you succeeded?
I have, noble Doomhammer.
Gul'dan then gestured at the bodies behind him, which Orgrim looked at and raised an eyebrow.
Fallen Stormwind soldiers. Big whoops. Did you ask me here to show me you could line up bodies neatly? Is this the extent of your power, Gul'dan? To prepare corpses for burial?
Ooh, how Gul'dan longed to wipe the smirk off this asshole's face. But now is not the time.
Of course not. Watch.
Gul'dan then nodded to Shuckle, who knelt down near the first body and placed a jeweled baton type thing in the corpse's hand. It had been quite time consuming creating those enchanted weapons, but without said weapons, this new force would be far less powerful. The corpse itself then stirred slightly before rising to its feet, its movements stiff at first but becoming more fluid by the second, and it then opened its eyes, revealing them to be a glowing red.
You have succeeded then, Gul'dan. You have returned my spirit to this world. Excellent.
Welcome back, Terran Gorefiend. Yes, I have brought you back to further serve the Horde.
The war chief then stepped forward and studied the creature.
Gorefiend, one of your warlocks from the Shadow Council. I killed him myself.
We all give ourselves to the Horde. Gorefiend's soul had not departed this plane. I merely recalled it and found it a new home. Only now his very body is imbued with sorcery. He's more powerful than ever.
This then is what you give me. Walking corpses, powered by your dead acolytes.
Orgrim's face then twisted in disgust.
You asked for warriors. I provided them. They will be a match for anything the humans have and more. And although their bodies may be rotted, human flesh, they are still orcs in spirit and in allegiance. And they can still wield their magic as well. Just think what they'll accomplish in battle.
Doomhammer nodded and considered those things.
Will you serve me?
War chiefs don't ask, they command, Gul'dan thought. You're weak as shit, Doomhammer. The Gorefiend considered the war chief's question for a moment, until finally, he nodded.
As Gul'dan said, I'm still an orc despite this shell. I live for the Horde. I will serve you. You killed me, but I do not hold that against you, for it has resulted in this new powerful form. I'm well pleased with the trade. Good. Good. You shall be my Death Knights, the forefront of our great Horde. Together we'll crush the humans, take their lands, and make this world safe for our people. You've done as you promised, Gul'dan. Thank you.
Of course, noble war chief. Anything for our people.
Idiot, Gul'dan thought, as Doomhammer buggered off with his newly awakened best friends. Take them and go. Return to your war. Now that you're satisfied, I'll have the freedom to concentrate on my other plans. Gul'dan would play the loyal warlock a little while longer, he vowed, but not forever. Soon enough, he'd have what he needed, and then everyone else could go suck a bag of dicks and die or something. An entire week later, the war chief stood tall in front of a fortress Zul'jin had told him about, Blackrock Spire. It was a massive structure that stood atop Blackrock Mountain. Doomhammer was a little bit confused as to why this place shared the same name as his clan, despite them being from separate worlds, but whatevs. Massive bloody coincidence, mate. No reason for it, don't ask questions. Below stood the orcs of every clan, waiting eagerly to hear what their war chief had to say. He'd already led them to victory once, achieved more than Black Hand ever did, really.
My people, hear me. We've taken this land and it is good, rich with life, and we can raise strong families here. Yet it is not without its defenders. The humans are skilled and fight hard to retain what was theirs.
The crowd murmured in agreement. There was no weakness in acknowledging a powerful foe, and the humans were certainly that.
We must continue our conquest. Another land, Lordaeron, lies to the north, and once we control it, our clans may claim territories, settle, craft homes. But first, we must take it from the humans, and they will not surrender it lightly.
Now the crowd was growling, showing their willingness to fight on.
I know that you're strong. I know that you're warriors and will not falter in battle. But the humans are many, and this time they will be ready for us. But they will not be ready for our new allies.
Doomhammer then motioned behind him, and Zul'jin stepped forward.
Forest trolls are now part of the Horde and will fight alongside us. They are as mighty as an ogre, but as crafty as an orc. And they're pretty good carpenters as well. They will be our guides, our scouts, our forest warriors. Together we be fighting the humans, the elves, and anyone else who stands against us.
The crowd cheered, but Doomhammer wasn't finished.
They are not our only new allies.
The war chief again motioned behind him, and this time Terran Gorfiend stepped forward. Although he wore a mask to conceal his hideous features, it was still pretty obvious to the orcs that there was something a bit off about him. So the crowd returned to murmuring again.
We are the Death Knights. We have pledged ourselves to the Horde and to Doomhammer. We will fight as one of you. Drive your enemies from this world.
Terran had requested that Doomhammer not reveal the Death Knight's true nature to the orcs, as in who they'd been before, and Doomhammer had agreed. Probably was for the best to keep that a secret for now.
The Death Knights will be our cavalry and our vanguard. They're strong and swift, and possess a dark magic that will strip away our foes' defences. And finally, we may have another new ally. Soon.
Orgrim glanced towards Zuluhead, who just kind of shrugged. Guess they still needed more time, but the trolls and the Death Knights were enough for now.
We march north, across the land and into Khazmadan. The dwarves' lands are rich with metals and fuel. We'll take what's theirs, and we'll build a mighty fleet of ships. And with those ships, we'll sail to Lordaeron. We'll make landfall to the west and march back, catching the humans from behind. And then we'll crush them.
The crowd cheered yet again, so loudly that the mountain itself seemed to cheer back at them. The rocks around them, even the stone beneath their feet, started shaking. The volcano speaks. The spirits within the mountain are pleased. They grant us their blessing. Doomhammer nodded and turned back to the crowd, all of which had started chanting his name over and over again. There was a feeling of elation and pride in the air. After everything the orcs had been through up to this point, it was about time they had something to cheer about, Orgrim thought. Tell us everything. Khadgar was currently stood in the council chambers of the Violet Citadel. He wasn't too fussed about the disguises and stuff. It was a little bit dramatic, yes, but also practical. For the leaders of the wizard community were chosen in secret to avoid any bribery or blackmail, that sort of thing. But it was also pretty obvious that some of the council members sort of revelled in the mysteriousness of it all. and enjoyed the fact that any visitors to the chamber tended to leave looking ever so slightly confused by their experience. But Khadgar's appearance had also changed since the last time he was here, so it was entirely possible that some of the council members were just as bewildered by him as he was by them. So that was fun. But all that aside, Khadgar didn't particularly want to play these games. He was tired. He appreciated the council were interested in recent events, and they had a right to know, but it would be great if they could have this chat without all the posturing and performance and shit. Which is exactly why he glanced directly towards one of the wizards and said, "I would be happy to recount events, Prince Kelthus, but it would be far easier were I able to see my audience properly." There was a bit of a gasp from one of the other figures, but the Elven Prince simply chuckled. "You are correct, young Khadgar. I'd find it difficult to speak to such shadowy figures myself. Is this better?" With the quickest of gestures, the prince dismissed his disguise completely. "Much better. Thanks." Khadgar then looked towards the rest of the cloaked figures expectantly, and they all just sort of fidgeted a little bit. "Lord Krasus, Lord Kel'Thuzad, may I not see your faces?" At that, Antonidas laughed. He hadn't bothered wearing a disguise, since he was the one who invited Khadgar here in the first place. "This matter is far too serious for such parlour tricks. He's no longer a whelp to be fooled and amazed by such slights. Unveil yourselves, my friends. Let us be to this matter before the night grows older." The other magi obeyed with a few grumbles, and now Khadgar could see all 6 of them clearly. Although that didn't mean he recognised all of them. He knew of Antonidas, obviously. He knew of the prince, and Krasus, and Kel'Thuzad. But the pudgy man, and the woman that could only be described as handsome, he did not know. "We've done as you asked. Now tell us what happened. Or what do you want to know?" "Everything." "Very well." Khadgar then proceeded to describe all of the things that had happened since he left Dalaran 2 years prior. His strange apprenticeship with Medivh, his mentor's mood swings and weird disappearances, his first encounter with the orcs, the wizard murders, and finally, he told them about Medivh's betrayal, how he and Lothar had been forced to end the wizard's life. And then Khadgar went on to tell them about the siege of Stormwind, Lane's death, the city's conquest, and their subsequent flight north. And the council magi remained quiet the entire time, right up until Khadgar had seemingly finished talking, and there was an awkward silence for a moment. "You forgot to mention the order of Tirisfal." Antonidas let out a sharp cough, but Kel'Thuzad persisted. "What? Is it not relevant when discussing Medivh?" "It is. I apologise for my lapse, but I know little of the Order's true workings. Medivh did not name any other members or discuss its activities with me." The handsome woman and Kel'Thuzad shared a look of frustration and disappointment with each other. And Khadgar breathed an internal sigh of relief. Good. He'd been right to opt for discretion. These folks knew nothing about the Order, and had merely hoped to trick him into revealing their secrets. "I'm more concerned with Medivh himself, with what happened to him." "You are certain it was Sargeras who saw within him?" "Absolutely. I'd already seen the Titan in a vision." "So it was Medivh, or Sargeras through him, who opened a rift for the orcs. What did you say that world was called?" "Drano." Khadgar shuddered a little bit. He still remembered that first vision he'd had in the tower. It had always filled him with a sort of comfort before, knowing he'd make old bones before his demise. But now that his body had been prematurely aged, it could happen any moment. It could happen this afternoon. "What do we know of it? This world? You mentioned the sky was red. Can you tell us anything else?" "I haven't really been there, but a companion, a half-orc, told me a few things. The orcs were considerably more peaceful at home. They squabbled, but they didn't fight wars. Their only real enemies were the ogres. So what happened? They were corrupted. My companion didn't know all of the details, the why and the how of it, but she said their skin changed colour, from brown to green.
Yeah.
They began
We're talking about Dutch
World
rabbit.
War III. World War III.
Yeah, we're talking about morbidly obese hares.
Fat women.
War Thunder, Twitch Prime,
Yeah.
NFTs, Decentra, Utopia.
Working on it.
I'm leveling my mage, but I'll play in a bit. I just hit level 12. I'm gonna go back to hand in a fuck ton of quests,
I'm leveling my self-respect.
and then yeah. Well, that's all right. Yeah, it's okay. It's just Alt F2. Oh yeah.
No, I'm not snipping my nutsack.
Hey, Jimmy, hold on. I
You only
found
get one shot of that.
Sorry, Kev. I found the female
No, you're
equivalent to Jimmy. You want to hear about this? So,
Yes.
so I added
So
this girl on Snap, and the first thing she messaged me when she added me back is "Give me money."
Give me
It's
money.
literally
Wow.
Jimmy. I was like, why? She's like, I was
You
like,
should
why?
just respond back and say Twitch Prime.
What I did, I was like, why? She's like, cause I'm hot. I'm like, well, then go start an OnlyFans. She's like, ew, no.
Or
I'm like, okay.
So you want to be a free whore then?
I was like, well, do you have a job? She's like, no. That's why I added you back. I'm like, well, how's that my problem? But
No,
So you want to be?
That's
Yeah, no.
that's
Bitches
not
are
a
so
free
stupid.
horror. That's a free loader.
oh, I'm just fucking with her. I'm like,
Oh,
she was
scary
like,
out.
give me money. I'm like, oh god, it's Jimmy.
It's like, so what you're telling me is, you say "ooh" because you don't want to.
Break.
That's bullshit.
Okay, well-
He'll say it's 350 gold.
Nah. you
Why
never
did this
say
Yeah,
just
it is.
sign off?
It is. It is.
Jimmy, you're in
as
too
a,
much debt as it is.
promotion.
No, I mean technically I gave
Achieve level 10 for 100 gold. Achieve level 25 for 250 gold. I'm level 29.
What is this?
Alright, where do I go?
I
to
gave
show you my-
Atomic the same
Exponential
day.
gains, right?
I gave Atomic 1300
Here,
gold.
hold on. Sometime on this game, dude,
That
where
same
do I
day.
go to show you my progress of this fucking bullshit?
Let me pull it up.
I'm level
Why did
3.
it send me offline of my stream? Hold on, let me do that.
Are you talking about Raid Shadow Legends?
No, War Thunder.
Yeah, where do I
War
go with this bullshit?
Let me pull it up. Let me pull up the email.
Well, if we need some,
If you want to do that too, you can do it.
If we need some more people, like raiders and professionary people in the guild, if you pay me 50 gold
Our
per
campaigns, go to War Thunder menu, check your username.
50
Okay.
gold
We-
per invite.
We used to do that back in the day. Yeah, for every invite, you would mark them in your officer note with your name, and then at the end of the month, they would count how many you had versus how many you had the month prior, and then they would just, do the math on
Oh,
it
if you want
say
to do
how many
War
people
Thunder, you
got.
guys can get more money. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, Jimmy. So where do I go?
Hold on, it says, ask your viewers to follow the instructions. Go to the War Thunder main menu, click on your username on the top screen / on the left of the War Thunder logo.
Let me put my stream up. Oh,
I'll-
see your profile.
Yeah, they said take a screenshot of your battle statistics.
Fair card.
Make what kind of more money?
Battles, realistic battles,
Oh.
arcade battles. Here, look at my shit, Jimmy.
Oh, let me look this up because I'm looking at it too. Hold on, stop. Player card.
Service record, medal, achievement, skins. All that shit. I can't battles.
Realistic. Wait, no, is that? Why'd you just kick lettuce at me? What the fuck? Oh, let me look at this shit. Go to the War Thunder main menu. Okay, we're there. Click on your username on the top screen / on the left War Thunder logo.
Yeah,
Okay. Take a screenshot of battle statistics. Like, what the fuck?
Screenshot your battle statistics, everybody.
Well, what the fuck's the
Bring
battle
your
statistics?
I guess.
Together, you're gonna be all good and go. Ready for
Service
raids.
record?
Let me see.
Shoot everybody!
Maybe
Shoot
that's it.
everybody!
Yeah, it's service record.
Okay, what am I looking for?
Check this out.
Let's
Arcade. See right here, like I have arcade battles, realistic arcade.
Well,
On my
I've done
stream.
any realistic, which is kind of weird.
Oh, not realistic. You need either or, just like arcade
My
battles.
arcades. Here's my vehicles. I have victories, 7, 8, 9 victories.
Yeah, take that picture.
So just like snip. Okay. I'll
Yeah,
send it
snip.
to Discord.
Like, kind of like that, and I'll send that to... Wait, why the fuck is... Oh, Jesus. I'm just getting a pile of Word document, because they're gonna be a pain. They're gonna be like, oh,
Do I
we
need
just
to
send
include my profile on this?
it. Might as well.
Okay, so I'll send you 2 then.
Well, just, like, do a giant snip, like, on.
I'll do it to the whole fucking page.
That works, though.
It won't be my main profile, but it will show Tancred up the top of the... You'll see.
Blank document. Yeah, so I found out why my browser's being shit. So apparently the browsers in the area where I am are having issues with that. So like streaming, not like actually like my upload's fine. It's just like the download from it. Alright, hold on, where is my music? Alright, but yeah, this game's fun though. But yeah, I'll give you guys gold if you guys do it. Continue.
I didn't realize I had to do five missions, but I wasn't gonna do 5 missions last night anyways because I was so tired. But I did one, and I was flying around and I was murdering people. Nobody killed me. Actually, what happened was this guy was it's kind of funny. This guy was trying to evade me, and I was shooting at him, and he was like sort of like going low towards the ground, and I just like ended up ramming into him and flying away, and he like flew into the ground and blew up, and I was like, yeah, bitch! And then I realized that my propellers were broken, so I was like, fuck, I can't fly anywhere. So I just like slowly rode like all the way down, and just like I just landed on the ground, and then eventually said it was like, you're gonna leave your cockpit in 10 seconds or something like that. And I was like, yes, okay, it's gonna count down. So nobody ended up killing me. I just had to land one and then just respawn.
Yeah, that's true.
It's fucking awesome.
Did you do the tank one yet? The tank one's actually fun.
I just did a flying one because I just want to. Oh man, I just love planes. I fucking love planes. So I'll probably like spend most of my time playing that game just fucking around on a plane.
Well, that's how I am too.
I will try the other shit.
Just don't forget to open your mouth for the plane.
Like I was debating just keeping this because it's fun anyway. Like,
dude, I'm actually.
What game is it again?
It's called War Thunder.
War Thunder. I think I've heard of that.
Just like use link.
You use his link and use his link and get 200.
you'll get more gold, actually. Well, the thing is what's his name? I would have given it to you yesterday. I had just given Jim Lee 1,300 before you hopped on, so I was like, I gotta make a little more.
Oh, don't worry. As soon as you make it, you gotta pay me.
That's fine.
I'm gonna get all up on your business. Don't worry. You see, the faster I can get this gold and get more gold and whatnot, the faster I get.
Your mount. Yeah.
I already have mount. I have enough gold right now for cold weather flying. I just need to be 77. The only thing I need now is my epic mount, so I can get them dragons.
How have I not taken this in?
I mean, there's a free bronze dragon in a dungeon.
That's true too.
I got it last night.
And then of course.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
No, right? And then of course there's I will be getting the very first SAR 3D, of course. You know, I've already called dibs on it, so dibs. In case you guys.
Shit, I'm being hit from like both fucking sides.
Do we have 1D on farm?
Dude, this guy's like
We've got the 1D
sniping.
on farm.
Holy
I'm sure Lumbermill
shit.
here is taking the 1D.
It was
I'm making it
too
ridiculous.
How do you find that?
Oh, it wasn't too hard, huh?
We just had more like we had more bugs at the
So they weren't experienced. Got it.
Not sexually,
They were all virgins.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just got back. They weren't experienced.
Yeah, we're talking about experience, you know, with dicks.
Hi.
Did you know that it's gay to like women? Yeah.
Well, shit.
You see, women like penis, and if you like somebody that likes penis, then that makes you gay by association.
I don't think that's how it works, but alright.
It is. It is how it works.
You would know you would think so.
No, I'm just a simp. I failed in like the first hour. I don't partake in No Nut November. I'm sorry, No Nut November was invented by virgins. What? See, I would rather participate in No Shave November. Because, you know, I'm a man who can grow some facial hair, so...
Way ahead of you.
You act like you're the only facial hair attendant. Way ahead of you. I got a beard. Want to see it? Beard.
I gotta turn my game sound down. I barely hear you. Hey. I'll do it.
Oh, who the fuck is shooting me? I just got kamikaze.
You were roasting him? You tried and failed.
I just got fucking kamikaze.
Good.
By what?
Some guy flying an airplane. Very much.
I thought you were on WoW for a second. I was like, okay, and? It happens.
Next.
What are you doing, Bowser?
Next song. Oh, next song.
No next song for you.
Get that corn out of my face. Just fucking overpowered. This guy was hurting me a lot, so I probably won't even know he's a ship. I'm gonna run away after cannibalizing his friend. Bye, ship. Bye. Oh, he's not a ship. Oh, now this other guy's angry too. Stuff will be.
Yeah. There they are. We won. Bowser, what are you doing? Should I leave Bowser be? Just kind of climbing a corner. But I don't know what you're trying to do. My team placement.
Where the fuck was shooting at me? Oh, well.
But yeah, I'll link you, if you want to do it too, I'll link you the Twitch thing.
The game's only $50 and it goes to me. I'm the manager.
Proof.
Simple fee.
let me see. Let me add your shit. What's wrong? Oh. Mr. Bowser. So a bearded dragon in front of me. So we can't update any of this. Why are you guys croaking? What the hell is that thing? Did I just see like a fucking mech walker behind my tank?
Yeah, I saw that too.
So are you in the type of game where you can be anything? Or
no, it's just regular grand. I didn't do that one yet. You can summon air units, like, if you get enough kills, you can go in the air and start shooting people. But it's not like you can decide. You each get like 3 tank lives, and then you're down to the game.
I see. Nice.
I see how they get people, because there are like specific tanks you can buy for money. But I don't know, the game's just fun on its own. I really don't understand the whole hook thing, to like you hook a tank, besides pulling it out of a hole.
Does it have a long range? Because what you could do is you could hook it, if you're like a team
No.
of 2,
What?
you could like hook it and keep it from running away from you.
I'm not on WoW. When I get on
Or you could
WoW,
like hook a smaller tank that's got higher speed than you.
I guess you could do that. I thought it was like you took loot or something from someone, like stole their tank.
No, I imagine it's like a tactical thing. You gotta think about this game more in like, you know, intelligent terms.
Too bad I'm stupid.
Too bad I'm stupid. Nah, I'm fucking with you. I have no idea. I just know that flying around in a plane and executing, even if they were fucking AI, I actually don't even care if all of them were AI. It was so fun. Flying around in a plane in that game was really fun with this.
I love how I just parked my tank and I got sniped from across the field. Like, I feel like miles upon miles. And I'm dead already.
Enemies dead.
Dude, say, I know which one killed you, guaranteed. Yeah, it's the one that's just like a super long body with like a fucking...
Yep.
That's the one that literally one-shot my fucking starter tank. I don't know what the
I
fuck.
think that will...
Remember
yeah,
that
so.
you can upgrade your shit, so somebody might be more upgraded than you, and it might not be a matchmaking thing. Depending on
Oh, well, yeah, it's not. Because you're going up against people that are on console, PC, and mobile.
No, I know what this thing is like.
Yeah, it doesn't even have armor on it,
Why I
but
fucked
yeah.
up that kid, that one person, is probably on trying to figure out who was shooting. I was just chasing. Oh, I can't. I'm not fighting that person.
I'm getting shot at, and I can't even see what from.
I think they have increased range on some of the tanks.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, it's literally it's a long fucking like submarine
Yep.
body with a fucking just
I know what you
turret
mean.
on top.
It's like the most fucking, like, MacGyvered fucking tank.
It's like all armor. It's literally a fucking
Yeah.
submarine with treads, I know it. Just sitting in the main room and seeing. Are you in my fucking battle, Jim?
I don't know.
Dude, I haven't even been able to kill anyone. Or
Some
see
of these people are really fucking good.
some of them are gonna be actually like trying to like sit down systems and shit.
Yeah, you have to like find an area that like they can't hit you right away. Like this hill's saving my ass.
I guarantee one of them is up in the hill. I've seen somebody kill 2 people right next to me.
Look at this shit. They're like lighting me up like fucking Christmas. Oh, you son of a bitch. It's like flying. The fuck is this? Artillery fire?
What? You're shooting an airplane.
Dude, this tree's saving my ass.
What kind of tank do you have? That's an interesting one.
It's a cheap ass one is what it
Buy
is.
that, or is that
I don't know, I upgraded it. Something.
I think I got it down the full client.
I think I do too.
I have the cheap version.
No.
Yeah, red definitely won this.
Yeah, like when we lost, we didn't do any more damage.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some food.
Dude, that tree just got fucked up.
Oh, this guy's dropping bombs on me.
Dude's in a fucking bomber just dropping bombs.
So the trees are falling over.
I can't fucking leave. Dude, my tree's gone.
Dude, I gotta escape.
Holy shit, this is one-sided.
He's just firing into. This is about where I died. Oh, there's some.
I gave it
Some
C.
fucking monkey just like up on the hill with a fucking, nuclear bomb on it. And it was just fucking one shot at everybody.
Mission failed. Oh, I'm still alive. I don't know. I don't think that's failing right there. Little bud, you don't want this raspberry? You don't want that raspberry? And Mr. Bearded Dragon. What? What's wrong with Spyro? Yeah, so we did eat it? Yeah, smog is knock the hell out. Come on. Oh, we're in the desert now, huh? I hate phones. I like this guy's name. USSR Gunner. Okay. That guy's from Russia. One in my sights. Two in my sights. Oh my god. Alright, that's one. Now what the fuck? Leave the 10 alone. I'm in the open. Oh, Jesus. How am I not hitting that? Oh, dear Lord. Oh, my crew's down.
It's quiet as hell in here.
Playing some War Thunder.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Hit the tank again?
Yep. Sinking some people.
Actually, no, not the system's online. Sorry, bro.
What?
Oh yeah, I'll download War Thunder and play with you as well. Should they throw that on? Isn't it? You're playing it off of Steam.
No, you can download it directly. I have the link for it if you want. Because also might give me payment. Yeah. Twitch. That's what I mean.
So if I do it through your link, you get paid for it, right?
Yes.
Alright, send me the link whenever you get time.
Bro, he'll get time. He's got 40. He's got 2 days left. You got 2 days left.
Oh yeah, I have
We'll have
2
to do
to
kill
3
5
days.
people.
You have to do 5 games and kill 1 person. You
Oh,
just take a
that's-
picture, it's just statistics or whatever. The hell is this?
I just take a picture and you slot in
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I'll show you. It's like literally like your statistics and they're like
That's-
arcade then.
That's the
Oh.
tank right there, Jim.
What's up?
That's the tank. Well, that's the tank I usually use just because if you can fight people, it's stronger. It hits harder than
Yeah.
the little ones. Usually the little ones will, if they're dumb, they'll stop and try to fucking or spin around you.
You mean me? Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean the small fast.
I know.
They'll stop, dude. You fucking broadside them, you're dead.
What the fuck is this thing? It's not even a tank. They're armored personnel vehicles. Like, what the f-
APC?
Yeah.
Dude, look, I love fucking getting these funny texts that are very obviously scams. Says your $50,334 settlement is approved. Okay, yeah.
I'll take it.
Call this number to pound a payment. Yeah, I'm not even gonna click that link. I like my social security number not been stolen. It's like, yeah.
It's like asking you that your child support check has come through, and you're like, wait, I don't have any kids.
Exactly.
And what is your social security number, sir? You give me yours.
How's it undamaged?
Yeah, what's the name of my child?
What's the kid's name? When were they born?
No,
From the future?
Whoa, Susie Q.
No, just say which one.
Oh, that's terrible.
Are you scared of shit?
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that 50 grand though.
Yeah, moving.
Tell them you only have 17 children.
Like,
you know.
the one that we have on file here.
Which one?
Which one is it?
Be like my buddy Ben, would just be like, and Dan, and then you just say something and be like, and Dan. And you,
Hey,
you'd answer his
Cookie.
question,
Thanks
and then
for
you'd be
the
like,
follow,
and
man.
it's just
Welcome.
controlling. Like, even if he was like, hey,
No,
so
I'm
we're gonna
alright.
have to dinner, and be like, I don't know, burgers, like, and Dan, like, fries, and Dan.
Oh dear.
Bro, you
We're
really stick with
screwed.
it. Like, he just gets you on it always. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, it kind of makes you want to, but he obviously isn't that kind of troll that will keep that going forever. It's it is hilarious.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Hail Zoltan.
And he got me.
Hello, Dan.
Yeah, I've-
Atomic got downloaded War Thunder last night. It's actually really fun.
I got 28 minutes left on the cooldown. I got to take that one.
I need
Turn
one
to the
DPS and
hangar.
a healer for some chain rugs.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm a DPS and I can heal.
The only
So why don't we get
difficulty
that
is that
helicopter?
was going to be
Like, I want that one.
Make sure it was like with failure. So if that fills up,
Go battle.
I just don't want to be. We got it. Makes plans with
Oh man, I hate being sick, guys.
You know, he wants to do the
Organ failure's in here.
Is he in your group?
So
Okay.
after we get done this
That's
one,
the
I'm
second
gonna
time
go
I've done
put
that.
these frogs back, and then get my big frog to feed him.
Just like say, like, yeah, try to leave a spot for somebody who's already in the group. That's what I'm trying to
This is
Oh,
Mr. Slappy Jams over there.
Okay, give me a minute. I need to sit up straight. Where does it hurt?
How deep is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Mega saved like
shit,
2
what's wrong with
dungeons. So whatever you want to start with.
UP and Nexus and Providence.
It's not closing.
I'm saved to nothing yet, so I'm just about to switch over to my. Pardon me, to my other bro, and I'll be right there.
All those new pans and stuff.
I'm just trying to make this money.
Dude, this guy just ran this guy off the fucking road. Lee.
Dried bat blood.
Hey dude, I just came back to this game. What's the best country to play? I'm really new to it. I've been enjoying the US, honestly, but that's just because I'm from the US and I just been playing it. But I don't know. That's a really good question. I have to test out the other ones. Tanger, what country are you playing as on here? A lot of people just came back there.
Excuse me. Sorry.
I'm assuming you're playing as a US tank, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The bigger of the tanks that you have is the one that I play as.
Yeah, someone in my chat's asking what the best one is. Honestly, I feel like Russia or US probably has the best tanks.
Jimmy's bias continues to look like in Russian gun.
Well, no, like normally, I can't really think.
Well, it's too early.
I picked Britain.
Maybe Germany too, if it's World War II era.
Good Air Force.
Well, yeah, tank-wise, Germany's probably really good.
I would much rather have a
Oh yeah, Germany, yeah, 100%. I would agree with that. U.S. tanks tend to be faster, like mobile, but Germans definitely like heavier. Like I'm about to probably get my butt kicked in a second.
Or a gather aid to show these
either
eggs.
Like if you're talking about like a World War II game, like I would rather have a Panzer. Or a
How is that oh dear lord.
Germany has
I made a mistake. Mistakes were made. I thought it was just one guy and he had two of them. One guy is just like using me as cannon fodder while he's blowing them up. Like the armored personnel vehicle's like, hey, I got my chance now.
So the really interesting thing about the Hetzer is that it had the largest artillery gun that was produced in the time period that it came out. It had the largest gun of
We'll
any
go this one.
vehicle made for war. So what they would do, it's a small unit, but it had a gigantic gun.
Yeah.
And they would get it up to a hillside, and they would dig out a giant trench and back the tank into it, and then they would bury the tank and cover it in brush. So that way when the enemy would come up the hill,
Is that Avatar?
it would be too late once they got close enough to actually, if they were close enough to see the barrel, it was too fucking late, and that gun
Let's see
would
if we
just
can
punch
get a hit on this guy. Stupid tree.
Yeah, I think Germany would have won if they wouldn't have bit off more than they could chew.
If they didn't go after Russia, they definitely would have won.
Oh, he had definitely
Even-
a few key mistakes. That,
Even against Russia, though, if they had just focused Russia and not fucking
Oh yeah.
pissed everybody
You
else
might be
off
right
around
on that,
them,
Coder.
They definitely. They'd have went pretty far.
Looks like I got someone.
Well, that's the only reason Russia agreed to help us was because they were Soviet.
Well, that's the fucked up thing that a lot of people don't understand. Russia had already won technically the fucking war, and then we just went in there and also assisted. I mean, from the stories that I hear from like, you know, growing up in the U.S. and talking to some of the people that were in the war, you know, before they all fucking died just recently, that's more or less what they said. They were like, I don't even understand why we even went over there, besides, you know, public relations.
We didn't. Kill Pearl Harbor.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean?
We were just a manufacturing surplus for everybody else's materials.
Yeah.
That's why the 50s was such a boom, is because we spent the fucking 40s mass producing supplies.
Someone's right here.
And selling. here
Okay,
in
I'm
our home
sorry.
state, we're covered in factories.
Where are you at? Oh, I was in Pennsylvania.
We were building boats, we were building tanks, we were building planes, we were making bombs, we were making bullets, everything.
We have munitions and steel factories. Most of our steel factories are gone now. So
we were mass producing all kinds of shit. Motorcycles,
Because it comes from Canada.
Yeah. We were selling it up until the point that they came in and fucked
Oh god.
A lot of metal does, yeah.
Fuck me.
I know that we buy a lot of ours from fucking China. And I'm hoping that we stop and start doing shit with our neighbors more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're one of the biggest exporters of like steel and just metal in general to the States.
Well, I mean, you guys have fuck tons of, natural. Well, I say natural, but yeah, you have tons of just natural.
Oh, this is the guy that killed me.
Start dipping
fuck.
into.
The iron and steel industry has paralleled the industry in other countries with technology developments. In the 1800s, the U.S. switched from charcoal to coal and ore smelting, adopting the Bessemer process. And
I
saw
almost
the
got
rise
a
of
lock
very
onto
large
him.
integrated steel mills. In the 20th century, the U.S. industry successfully adopted the open hearth furnace when the basic oxygen steel making process. Since the American industry peaked in the 1940s and 1950s, the U.S. industry has shifted to small mini mills and specialty mills using iron and steel scrap as feedstock rather than iron.
All in all.
Process.
So it says that we were basically powerhouses of shit back in the 40s and 50s, and then now we kind of just do a fucking recycle. But that makes sense. Why draw more out of the ground when we've got tons of shit just sitting around that we can smelt that nobody uses anymore? It doesn't work anymore.
I mean, the fucked up thing is same with oil. Look at how many companies are synthetic oil.
That's the bad thing is when you go for an oil change, they literally just sift the shit and then make it usable again, pour it back in the fucking tanks and put it back on the shelf.
Yep, that's literally my job. I change oil, and then we take the oil that you just gave us, we put it onto a used oil truck. That shit ships out to the closest fucking refinery. It refines it, Mobil 1 or so on. Just fucking cleans it up, puts it back on the shelf.
But we're running out, guys.
Oh yeah, we're definitely running out, guys.
We're
Definitely.
running the fuck out. That's why the price is going up.
Supposedly diesel oil is about to no longer exist here soon.
That's what they, yeah.
Yeah, it's because
Oh,
we've
what's
just
up,
become
Golden?
so stupid over the years too.
We win.
Yeah, to that extent, but they think that
Lore string over pod.
population doesn't have
Yeah,
this
pretty much.
information, and I would say a good portion
For
of them
now.
don't.
For now, man. Where
But
are
I
you going,
mean,
dude?
like, in the Midwest, kind of common knowledge, we're surrounded by fucking, like, who doesn't have a fucking mechanic or somebody that works on cars in their fucking family?
Well, let me
Right.
put these
Like,
frogs back real quick.
People that, like, I mean, we've got all of the industry knowledge as far as, like, working with your hands. Like, any job that requires labor is in the Midwest. So chances are you know somebody in a field. Just throw one out there. Electricians, carpenters, fucking steel workers, welders, like, they're everywhere.
My closest friend is a welder.
Welders make bank.
Do you want to swap
Not
over
more
soon, Kev,
recently.
whenever you're
There's
ready?
been a
I
huge
just
surplus
yeah, I
of
just
them.
did. You can invite me now if you want.
They've been getting so many. They're like,
For waiting, I just wanted to finish off that so my
No,
mind
yeah,
wasn't
I
split.
wasn't sure.
oh yeah, we're going to Ugar Keep.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just got
wherever
my
you
mage
wanna go
13 and
first.
a half, boys.
I'll
Like
meet
a
y'all
level
down there.
10 or 9 or something on my mage.
But
Yeah, I want to
yeah,
get my weapon too, because it's disgusting.
any
Yeah,
like
the staff, you mean?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
any tradesman seems to be more intelligent than your and I don't mean this towards anybody, but your tradesman seems to be more like broadly intelligent than somebody who just went to college directly out of high school.
Well, that's yeah, like you notice that around here
Well,
too,
yeah, it's
where
because
like anybody that like fucking finished high school and like you would think was like, oh, that guy's gonna be a loser. He just went into trades, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, it's like, wow, this
yeah, but
guy's
that
got
that
had
guy
his own
learns
house
about
for
life.
10 years.
Yeah,
Yes.
Well, that's it,
I went to
right?
school and I went to
Life's the
university,
biggest
and
lessons you can
I was
learn.
surrounded by idiots. I was just surrounded by zombies who were just willing to regurgitate information better than me, and who were willing to sit there for hours on end writing papers about shit they didn't care about.
Yeah.
And that didn't make them smarter. There were a lot of people who were absolutely smarter, like you're saying. Like, yeah, there are some people out there. Like, there's a good. That's why the have percentages, like maybe 20% of the population of the world is in that grade we're talking
Yeah,
about.
but they still
You're
don't
not gonna
have.
meet all of them, and most of the people are just fucking zombies. Like, it doesn't
They
matter.
still don't have
I
the
left
life
'cause I was like, this is
lessons.
not worth the money.
Like they come out and they, they get, say they do get their job or whatever, and they start making all this money. I'm like, that's what the money's going to be going towards for quite a few years, is filling in the gap of the knowledge that they lack about how life actually functions. So they pay people to do the shit for them.
I'm back.
Yeah, I
Sherman to
legit
tank
wish that
destroyers.
I had gone into trades
Oh,
right out of high school
I'll have to check
instead.
that out.
That's what I
just
wanted to
never
do. I wanted to get into trade
Let me
schools.
see this.
They used to have a program where they would bus kids from high school and they would take them to the trade school like after the second period.
Yep.
Votech.
Yeah.
Votech.
I wanted
We
to
all
do
call
that.
The Panzer, huh?
We thought they were gonna be morons because that's what they train you to think. Is that
Yeah, and they've all
everybody
got houses and
Recruit,
cars. And
not smart. 100%.
Duh.
Yep.
Question.
Businesses, dogs. Yep. 100%.
Choose a
In
vehicle.
Indiana, did they have
Sell you
like
stuff.
Votech? Did your parents have to make below a certain amount for you to go to Votech?
Let's see
Ours did.
these.
I wasn't allowed to go to Votech because my parents made too much money.
No,
It was like that with school
you
loans
just
here.
had to
Like if your
sign-
parents
Oh
made
yeah,
a
I'm talking
lot,
to you,
you
KG.
got less money.
I'm picking
overall
up
from the
German
government.
right now.
Yeah, we
Let's
weren't.
give it a shot.
Because we've got, like, literally, like, our area where we live, there are more people in
Oh, let me
trade
turn them
fields
down a little.
than there are in standard jobs.
Well, they're constantly useful. Like, the thing about trades is that people don't
Oh,
think of certain
goodness.
things as trades. Like, it's in a weird way, like cosmetics, like makeup. That's a trade. Whether you think it is or I think it is or not, I don't really think that's a trade necessarily, but it is a
Trade's
trade.
almost like
when I talk about
like
trades, I
being
think
a
more
chef.
supply demand type of thing.
I think of more like
I see what-
like
I see what
physical
you're saying.
labor, like working with your hands type jobs, like building
I see what
shit.
you're saying.
Alright, let's see what
I
we're
haven't met a lot of
getting.
people
My
that
dad-
are only doing
Use
that.
the Panzer, I guess, for this one.
My dad's
smart,
been in
though.
trades for like fucking 40 years. He is the vice president of his union. My brother,
Like I said, about 20%, right?
he went to the trade school when he was in high school. He
2
ended up
seconds.
wanting to do AutoCAD first. When it come time for him to get an apprenticeship, like it wasn't working out. He said they were taking too long, so he swapped it up and he went and got himself schooling and a degree, and then became a pipe fitter.
Starters are okay, but
Got
not their
himself
best.
an
Yeah, for
apprenticeship.
sure.
Now he makes
I'll have
like
to
$40
upload them. Or I mean, not upload.
Fucked up
Update
thing
them.
about what you just said though is now to get into a trade, you don't have to do anything. All you do is become an apprentice and start
Yeah.
training.
Yeah, you take the fucking test and become an apprentice.
You don't even have to take a test now. In most states, you don't even have to take a test. You just start working towards them hours, and once you hit a certain hour, then you take a test to become a journeyman. They changed all of that shit up.
I'm
Yeah.
on turret
We
spin.
need more people.
Yeah, that's why I was saying welding. You may think welders make a lot, but here,
It depends on where you live.
Yeah, their turret's a
My-
little
one of my
slow,
good
for
friends,
sure.
He made about 37 on the hour welding. back
After
in
2 days, oh shit, nice.
Yeah.
My last job, and after things didn't work out for him, he
I have a
was
lot of work to do for
ended
sure.
up knocking up one of our coworkers. They got married. Turns out it wasn't.
I'm definitely like far ahead of the team, for sure. It's probably not the best.
But yeah, I mean, he just fell back into the same people he knew. So they knew he was, tried to trust him. So they just got a job. But I mean, in that kind of
Uh-oh, I
field,
can't
like,
shoot
when you
for a
talk
little
about
bit.
oversaturation, you're gonna be grabbing people
We
that
gotta
have-
fire, boys.
Have experience. It'd be one thing. you know, if you got 100 people applying for one position,
Thank
and
you,
you know,
Mr. Plum, for the sim.
or you got 5
Oh, man.
positions.
Well, that's not good.
Out of 100 people, you know these 5 dudes are like fucking kings of their craft. Are you gonna give it to the, you know, 5 least qualified people out of fucking 100? Probably not. Probably not. All those people are gonna get an email saying, sorry, we've decided to go other ways. Oh, they don't even give you
Take a couple hours.
They don't even fucking send you a fucking message anymore. They just ghost your ass and you're like, well, guess I'm not getting that job.
Truth.
I hate that shit. I would rather tell me that you're no longer looking into me anymore. So that way I'm not sitting here fucking waiting on a goddamn position.
Gosh.
Dude.
Yeah, I can handle rejection.
Yeah, that's what I'm running into now. Like, I've put in 180 some fucking applications since I've moved down here, and I want to get out of my job now. And I've gotten 5 callbacks. And like when I actually pursue a job, like you know how you just mass fucking spam Indeed and just start applying to random shit. Yeah. Well, some of those I've actually went and called the companies. And they're like, yeah, the position's open. I'm like, okay, well, I'll wait a few more days and I'll see if you guys send me an email or whatever. I wait a fucking week, and then I call them back and I'm like, hey, I'm fucking still waiting. Like, and they're like, oh, we'll call you. And yeah, I just, at this point, I've started borderline harassing companies.
Yeah, well,
that's all you have to do.
Yeah.
I want to work, motherfucker. Hire me. Shit.
She told me probably from the point that I was like 10 years old. Like 5 lessons from when she was a kid. She would always say the squeaky wheel gets the oil first.
I really want to get the MB70 tank.
Hey, any news? Hey,
How long does
hey,
that
hey,
take to get?
hey,
Oh
hey,
god.
like, they'll be like, yeah,
I think we're getting our
yeah,
butt
the job,
kicked.
you know, like because they're trying to sit there and work out.
Yeah, I can't even move.
Somebody else who I guess isn't working with them. They're just sitting there like wasting time on the person that they want. Like, because a lot of times the people that there's good portions of the people that do the job the best are like
A month or two, damn.
at like communication.
That'd take a bit.
The phone or text messages or emails or whatever.
Yeah, we don't have enough crew. I guess we'll go back US for a bit.
So then the job will go to somebody who's sitting there, hey, I'm interested, hey, you know, like just like jumping in your face. And you'll be like, fine.
Shit, a month or two, man. That's
When can you
crazy.
start?
I guess we'll hire you. It's gonna take a lot of
So
research.
with
Gotcha.
the turn of the age of where paper applications are no longer a thing.
I was gonna say that.
So
Isn't that weird?
that's the fucked up thing. Like back in the day, you used to have a paper application and it was much faster.
Yeah.
But now,
you give a resume or sign an application, and now it's like,
Try
okay,
one of
oh yeah,
these.
apply through this app, and we'll get back
What
to you.
happens
Oh.
with the digital application goes
Stored up
then
anti-cheat.
the corporate application goes to the district manager. The district manager will then review it and then send it to the local store in which it corresponds. If it does not make it down the chain, every time you call and say, hey, is that position still open? They're like, yeah. It's like, well, have you heard anything back? No, sorry, we haven't. Did you put it in the application? Like, yeah, well, I haven't got one yet. It's because it has to go down the line. And if there's 1,000 people that applied before you, that's 1,000 people that have to get sifted through and make their way down the little chain email or whatever, however they send them along.
Relog.
Before your local store will hear back
Oops.
and give you a call.
Not even entering right there.
it depends on the industry, but yeah, I've noticed there's a steel company that I did that. And
Also, how do you join squadrons? That I'm
I got a
not
call from the
sure.
actual plant.
I'm still really
But
new to
places
this game.
like
I just started this
smaller
week.
companies.
Definitely something I gotta figure out for sure.
Usually, well,
They're
I'll give
our
you an example,
sponsor
like
this week,
Valvoline
so
oil
I've never
changing
tested that.
place. They're able to just directly look into the pool of applications. So when you call and you're like, hey, I'm interested, they're like, oh, okay, well, let me go look. And then they have like 500 people's names. They just type in the first,
Oh, this
first
is a
name.
training
like,
area.
oh, okay, I
Whoops.
see it. And then you get picked because,
You don't
you
need
fucking
training.
called and showed an interest. And that's where I've I've stayed away from, as soon as I see a corporate company structure like that, I kind of veer away from it, because there's like this algorithm that motherfuckers go on, that if your resume doesn't have these keywords, they just throw it.
Well, back
That's
when
gay.
True. Local, even if you had a bunch of applications, like there's, like several examples that one could use where you would hand them your application, and if the people at the store that you gave the application...
What's your main tank you're using? Let me check what their names are. This is definitely one of them. I'm still new with the tanks, but the M2 and the M2A4 I like, and the LVT A1.
Like that's what they do. Eventually, like certain employers will like sit on a stack in case they ever
a
need
bunch of
somebody
people,
to
huh?
call, but after a certain time, they just assume that person's found business elsewhere, so they'll just shred their stack
True.
as it gets old.
Very true.
It was a better
Yeah, I
system.
imagine it's different if they're actually hiring.
It is,
All they gotta say
exactly.
stacks of shit. Just be like,
Its controls are...
Oh,
Oh god, my buddy just got blown up. That's not good.
yeah, it's like, what is
Yeah,
it
this
called?
one's a little hard to, like,
Mass.
maneuver. It's definitely, like, heavier armored. Like, this guy over here shooting me, he's got a hell of a lot longer of
Let
a
me just
range
hit
than me.
everything here. Just hold on.
I definitely don't have the upgrades for it. Let's see. Because there's someone over there shooting me, but they are not in my range. Oh, I see him.
Oh, that's
Let's see if we can creep a little closer.
You had to kill out of all those dudes that you're fighting right now. You had to kill the one that I was about to charge.
That's actually the worst.
Yeah, like I see him over there,
It did
but
look funny because you're like, I'm coming in, and you're a warrior, so I'm waiting for the charge, and it just didn't happen.
I do not feel good.
so there's one right there.
Battle with anything if I don't get
Yeah,
the
I don't
charge.
think I'm gonna be able to take him out from here. This guy's just following me. I'm like, don't follow me, bud. I'm a noob myself.
Sweet. Yeah, we need to make sure when we do like weekly heroics and stuff that he comes with us every time. Like I won those blue shoulders by chance. That means I get to pass them off to somebody that can actually burn them down. Like we need to make sure like anytime we do these guild runs, shit we don't need, like we have to have these in person here.
I think Ellen nailed the other tank. He also. We actually have 2 enchanters now, which is good.
How's this guy undamaged? I was like,
Yeah,
what?
I feel that, Pablo. We should, whenever you got some free time next, I'll try and take you through a 10-man axe or something. Because that'll be more useful for, I mean, well, it'll still be good for badges for everybody, but... Especially
Yep,
if
there he
some
is.
people didn't get into
He's gonna
25.
nail me in a sec, though. Yep. See if we can get behind this, like, damaged tank here. That other dude took him out. Yep, there we go.
See how this goes.
Artillery fire, oh, just what we need. Come on, get behind the door. Not the door. I don't think this guy sees me. Oh, what the heck? And I think I'm stuck. Just what I needed, right? Yeah, its turret moves really fucking slow. I'm like trying to nail this
Let your
guy.
hearts decide.
Oh, I get a tortoise over here that's climbing up a wall.
Classic zones are remade.
Buddy.
New playable races.
I have a little
I think you sent me that a little while ago, and I watched it in that laptop.
What was it?
little guy out
Flying.
Alright.
It was a song that somebody wrote. They did a parody of A Whole New World, but it was.
Yo, Pablo, what's up, man? Are you gonna be playing this, man? Yeah, I'd like this tank a lot better because it's a lot more mobile. I'm still noob at the name.
Snake race to be played.
I'm fucking dead. Well, yeah, you've been doing
Seth Rack
tests
is
the whole
what they're
time.
called.
I thought they were gonna be a race.
I hope they are.
We gotta get Tuskar first.
I want to break any of the.
I found the video. It was.
Yep, let's do that.
No breaking tools.
The part that I forgot was fly through rainstorms and thunder on a magic carpet ride. It's a great song.
Yeah.
Too bad Total Biscuit's dead.
Feels Total Biscuit, man.
Huh?
I said feels Total Biscuit. Oh my god, I missed that guy.
Break the tune.
What is go? Oh my god, my tank's stuck again. Really? What is it even stuck on?
I know, but we want the
Oh
achievement.
my god. It's not stuck on anything.
Yeah, no duplicate for you.
It's alright, I got bad gear.
Pablo, this looks like
You got it.
Kandahar, man. Kandahar.
The song that I
And if
wanna
you
play,
sneeze, Jordan, bless you.
the song that I want to play right now is
Oh god.
Jump, jump.
I mean, it seems pretty relevant in that.
hell yeah.
Yeah, it is. There's literally a fucking... What the fuck is that thing? Artillery?
Ain't got no achievements because I ain't first rate.
This isn't no research, mostly research to purchase pieces.
Okay, did we clear next round this?
You listening to it too?
Oh god.
Yeah.
Getting shot at.
God, I remember listening to this when it first came out. I'm
Same.
so pumped.
13 years ago with 9.8 million views.
The shit out of Kandahar. What the fuck? Artillery strike. I just got the ship blown out of me in Kandahar right there.
Alright, get another expensive fucking mount. To ride
Oh
around
my
the
God.
pond. That shit's
Alright, let's get going.
sing songs all day long and speak of my shit. Your rabbit looked like he was about to go fuck up that strategist for a second and was like, maybe not.
It's an angry rabbit.
What the fuck?
Killer rabbit!
Alright, I guess we'll pull everything.
Oh, I guess we're doing that. Oh shit.
I didn't do that.
No, I didn't. I don't know what happened.
I can't even tell where anyone is.
You'd be loud.
I was hugging the staircase.
I'm already shot. Are
Dude,
you
There's
serious?
still one guy pathing over there.
Dude, someone
I don't know how
is
that
sniping
happened.
me.
Part of that group.
What the fuck?
It's just
Where is he even coming from?
Don't worry, Kev. I'll just team this out.
Yeah, like, what is this? Some of these people have, like,
What did
super
it hit? I
fucking
just
long
walked
range
forward.
weapons,
You didn't
man.
hear me at all. I was almost dead.
Yeah, some of these
I
have
forgot,
ridiculously
actually.
long
I was
range.
supposed to heal you in that rotation. I forgot. I realized that now. There was a moment there because I put a chain heal on Mega Mage, and it healed you, then it's supposed to do something for you afterwards. But I had no mana, and then I used the mana, and then I didn't work. Yeah, I forgot. Remember that moment?
It just popped a health potion and started fucking death striking. I was like, oh shit. Here we go.
Now that it's a good tank, I don't suggest starting with the syrup when we're M24. Yeah. I'm just terrible at the game right now. I gotta get better.
Whack it.
I'm a death point? What the hell are you giving me a mana pot for?
There we go.
Because you need mana.
Oh, no, I meant a health pot. I meant health pot, though. I have 59 health pot. Mana pot's
It's in here like, wait, you don't need mana.
right. Yeah.
What came up
Dude,
next?
some of these guys have.
Oh, guess
It's
what
fine.
came
We
up
all
next,
start
Alex?
somewhere. Yeah.
Don't make me get my.
my main.
I took a wild guess and I was right.
Yeah, don't make me get my main. I'm
Fuck
a
it.
PvP
Can't, right? I'm gonna get my main,
sensation.
bitch.
I'm telling you, Pablo, you probably like this game.
I miss Cranius' songs.
So wait, is there someone over here?
I miss all these dudes. Sad.
Sage.
Yeah, exactly.
World of Warcraft song parodies and machinimas used to just be the lifeblood of the
Exactly. You work for the.
game. Like they kept the community.
And I'm already fucked.
People just don't
I'm
do it.
pretty sure the same guy
No, not really.
just keeps hunting me. Darkwing Cluck.
But I also think probably has something to do with the fact that
I love how it
there's
starts
just
playing
no
the
good
depressing music
coming out
too.
in parody.
Return to the hangar. We get sunk, boys and girls.
It'd be kind of shitty to try and be a Weird Al nowadays.
It'd be hard.
I think he has a movie coming out that is life or something I saw.
I thought he had a new album coming out too. I don't know. There's
Maybe
some,
that's what it is.
Yeah, but the dude's got it down to like
How's your
40
neck?
something years of crap.
Yeah.
Oh, you take some Tylenol.
Like he can work with anything, but like for somebody new coming into that shit, like I feel like it would be just the biggest struggle.
It'd be a miserable time trying to do that.
He actually asked.
Well, it
a
only
lot of
lasts like
people
4 to
do
6
songs.
songs.
So
Just got neck.
Yeah,
Few of them.
he always asks permission.
Yeah, yeah. Still a few that he did anyways, but I remember being on some talk shows talking about it.
Yeah, because they were toxic to him, and he's like, "Well,
Yeah, I
okay."
think they were. Yeah, someone was really toxic once.
I know one of the songs that was not received really well was Amish Paradise.
Oh yeah.
I love that song. Weird Al.
Yeah, but apparently
Feels Phil,
whenever he,
Pennsylvania, man.
well, when he made that, it it was a hit.
Look
don't
how
get me
big
wrong,
this
but,
guy
like,
is. What the
original
fuck?
Songwriter for that,
Coolio.
for Gangster's Paradise said it was a disgrace.
Well, guess
Yeah,
what?
he's
He's
still
dead.
alive.
Weird Al.
Dude, what is this shit? How many ads? Oh, I'm sorry, man.
He just died.
We're raising money for.
I know. I
Who
was
the
like,
fuck?
Too soon.
Too soon. Hey.
What the
Hey,
fuck is
nothing
going
ever
on?
too soon, okay? If I can't make fun of you after you
This
died,
guy's
then
trolling.
There's no use in making fun of anybody.
See, the thing is, the comments are uncalled for. I mean, by that time period in his life, in that time, because that was the 90s.
What the
like,
fuck?
or was it late 90s, early 2000s? Somewhere in the 90s, early 2000s, something like that. Yeah. Weird Al was already a household name. You've heard his songs. You've seen his
Oh,
music
sorry about that,
videos.
bud.
You know he doesn't hate the people that he parodies. He asks them permission. He just likes the song and thinks up funny lyrics and changes it up. Like, do you think Weird Al hates James Brown? No. People his age love James Brown. I like James Brown.
I like James Brown.
When he took living in America and changed it to living with a hernia, like, do you think people were like, what a disgrace? What he did to James Brown?
No,
they're
Coolio
like,
just
that's
doesn't.
fucking
He
funny.
never got jokes really.
Yeah,
He
and
didn't
it's,
really
and it's,
get
it's
jokes.
like the songs were never usually about the artist. It was just twisted words, right?
Usually.
Did you know that Michael Jackson actually wanted him to parody more of his songs? Because not only did he do a great job, and I mean they choreographed the music videos like they did for Fat and Just Eat It. They choreographed those down to the note of like to try and.
God, it's so hard to
much
get
of, like,
the
Michael Jackson's
actual
dance
like
crews and
fucking
stuff
thing.
like that as they could, and it was beautiful. Considering that it was supposed to be something that was tongue in cheek, like haha. Yeah, it's beautiful the kind of art and time and patience that they put into that kind of craft. But Michael Jackson loved his parody.
I'm
The thing about Weird Al is that he's actually a good musician and actually likes music. Anybody who doesn't know that is going to be looking
He's
at
also
him
a
as
good
somebody
guy.
that is a parody, as like he's just making fun of the music industry and all this music.
Some of the stuff that he released later, like nowadays, some of the stuff he's released, like when he released the parody of Blurred Lines called Word Crimes, that one was a jab, but it was a well-deserved jab because that song not only was lazy, but it was lazier than people knew at the time when both of those songs, the original and the parody, came out, because they had stolen the entire play of Blurred Lines from a Marvin Gaye song.
Dude, I am so bad at this game.
The same
buy new tanks.
same thing happened. The Marvin Gaye family has been making it
Wait,
good.
what did you say, Tandon?
I'm trying to figure out how to buy a new fucking tank. I don't get it.
Don't you have to buy a new crew and then research it, or actually pay like real money?
I can recruit it.
Because they nabbed Robin.
I was
Thicke
gonna say you
from
can
Berlin,
conscript people like the fucking Russians are
and
doing.
they also nabbed Ed Sheeran.
Okay. Alright, let's get out of this area.
I have my, I guess LBT is by short for Reliant. Oh. Let's see.
You guys coming down?
What?
We're doing dungeons.
Normal dungeons?
Yeah, we're Pinnacle is a magazine.
Oh, dang it. I wish I would have stayed up there.
Where'd you go?
I gotta use Earthstone.
Oh. That's what I said in chat.
Oh, I didn't see that because my chat got filled up with like people distributing loot. Plus, I got all the different like 4 chats and all that kind of stuff going, like the numbered chats. So it just kind of blew away.
Let's see if we get any more up here. Oh god. No, we're definitely not going up there.
I think you have to get XP for the next rank of tanks by playing the previous rank until you get enough to research it.
Oh well, yeah, it's gonna take a really long time to get them. Pretty sure this one kid in my game design course, this is the game he was talking about. He's like, oh, all these tanks. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about the whole day.
Yeah, that's probably it.
And then there were kids in my course fighting about how Hydralisks had acid or they had spines they shot.
They're acid spines.
I wish they had more stuff to buy with heroism besides like DOA. They should add a vendor where you can get like mats, like Legion.
There's someone down here.
I think that would be a good move. Add it to where you can spend the points that you get off of doing your heroics. Like once you're tapped out, like say you're a person who doesn't have alts. Like what do you spend your points on? You should add a vendor
should
where you
be.
can get like
There we go.
of material.
Well, they had the frozen orbs, I think.
Well, that didn't work out how I wanted it to.
You can get those
You got a lucky shot right in the middle.
Yeah, but you gotta win the roll on an orb.
True.
Feels bad, man.
So it's not really feasible. It's not a viable thing. unless
Face palm.
the frozen orb vendor doesn't come out until later. Because he's where? He's supposed to be right here on a magic carpet in between the engineering shop and the mining shop.
I'm just gonna restart whatever.
Where's he at? Have you used him?
Losing internet. Bullshit.
Can you guys just get your shit fixed too?
Yep.
You guys are breaking again.
I'm trying to
pretty much 6 p.m.
slow down.
There's no way they're not throttling me because they're not used to. I bet you I'm like the only person that uses this much upload on their entire fucking, or like our packages. I can see even the device is only getting 100 kilobits output. Right, we're back. 40 seconds.
Really, I got one shot.
That's all I'm getting.
Yeah,
and it's probably like needle
I know
dick
it is,
things.
The thing I literally watched the fucking thing he shot at. It was literally like probably as big as I am. It's some fucking tiny tank with a fucking barrel on it, the size of a fucking car. Dude, he just launched like a fucking Prius at me.
Jesus. Oh god, someone's shooting me. Get to the objective. Oh god. Oh god. How the hell did I hit? It's made a stack. Wait, what the fuck? That's awesome.
I fucking see him too.
How is that target undamaged? What kind of fucking tank is this?
5 posts
Like, we're literally ramming its face. And then there's a fucking airplane blowing me up. That's crazy. Gotta get that shield wall of tanks up there, man. I wish I had that for that moment right there.
It'll be ace. 100% more piano than 20%
Who sings that again?
Tim Minchin.
That's right. I fucking love Tim Minchin.
Yep. God of the piano.
I love me some Careless Whisper.
I like George Michael. My 2 favorite George Michael songs are Freak.
After this game, I'll probably swap over to a little bit of WoW.
And
I'll
then
swap on the WoW after this for a little bit.
And then I also
But I'm gonna need like 15.
I also like the George Michael song called
So I
Bad
can run
Love.
a couple dungeons. But yeah, we're gonna be playing a lot of this too. 100%. I'm always live.
You probably got me by at least 5 to 10 years. In age.
Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh
I
god.
think you got me by 5 to 10 years in age.
What do you mean?
My turret is like
older than me.
How old are you?
I have to. I'm terrible at maneuvering my tanks.
I am 20.
I'll have to get better at that.
Damn. You're some old at
Your vehicle burnt down.
mentally.
I wouldn't expect it. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll hop over to WoW in a second. Let me just see something. Let's get my score. Even though I know I didn't really do anything that game.
Yeah, you get to win.
I send.
It's
What's
funny,
their
we're in
names
here
an
with
email, so.
we're in here with 2 Canadians, and in Canadian spirit of Letterkenny, they tell everybody to give their balls a tug, and it also, honestly, it sounds like a few of us have had our balls tugged a few too many times.
Search
Yeah,
for
pretty much.
these.
Fucking love
Balls
Letterkenny.
tug.
Give your balls a tug, you cocksucker.
You morons don't know how to rock a piss, you little turd fucker.
Alright, let me hop
Love
over
when he
games
tells-
real quick.
Love every insult in that.
I actually
show.
have to send an email to.
Love when he tells them
They're so good.
tells the 2 fucking hockey
Swap over
players.
to WoW.
Shorzy tells them that their mom killed
Some
his
classic
Siamese
WoW.
fighting fish.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, that was the fucking best.
She scored so
Yeah,
far
threw-
across
threw
the
off
ring
the
to throw
pH
pH in my
balance.
fish's fist tank.
That was my fucking fave. Mom,
Hey,
shut
Shores,
I'm
tell
in
your
my
mom to
fish
top up my... top
Yeah,
up my
you're
top
right.
card on my cell phone
'Cause
so
I need to
FaceTime
just
her late
hold
night.
for cover. I'm like pulling a Rambo. Is my biggest problem. Oh, one sec. I'll be right back.
Pretty awesome too.
Well, I guess I'm not
Anita Dig.
streaming.
So good.
Oh,
I need a
no,
dick,
Dick.
please.
Bullshit.
Have you seen our daughters? Oh, your daughters? Yeah, Chastity, Chastity Dick. Yep, and Charity, Charity Dick.
Yeah.
We feel like they've been bitten by the good time bug. Isn't that time called Rumspringa? Quiet, quiet down, Daryl. Men are talking.
Men are talking, Daryl. Oh. Well, it's a hard life picking stones and pulling teats, but sure as God's got sandals, it beats fighting dudes with treasure trails.
Hey, have oh, what the fuck was it? Hey, have you seen have you seen the dicks? That's a loaded question, big brother.
When they stop playing
6,800 ping. 6,800 ping, 0.3 upload. Like, are you fucked? Alright.
So a couple of hockey players come up to the fruit stand the other day.
It's funny is those guys don't live too far away from where we live. They're just up north.
You should go say hi for me.
Fucking Letterkenny. They talk. There's a couple towns they talk about that are I've been to.
Yeah.
Good old Sudbury Wolves.
I like when they stop playing baseball with fucking Squirrely Dan when he tells them that he likes a finger in his buttholes.
Yeah. My mom went to University of Sudbury.
Yeah, you know, my new girlfriend likes to
Oh,
put a
killed
finger or two up my butt's holes.
Every word has a fucking S on it too.
Well, there's nothing much better.
Sushimis.
There's nothing much better than a fart, except maybe kids falling off bicycles. Maybe. I could probably watch kids fall off bicycles all day. I don't give a fuck. It's your kid.
I like when they do the I like when they do the fucking radio show. Like, I don't remember lines from it, just I remember scenes that were just like sitting like it's probably might be a lot of the show. I just haven't seen a whole lot of it. I just know it's fucking hilarious. It's like getting callers on. It's fucking so dumb.
Dude. This is gonna fucking save this one for like half of us in here when we're being weird during fucking like runs and shit. We got strangers in here. I wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, but
What the fuck do they say to Squirrely Dan whenever he's like getting a little fresh with Katie? What's that saying they say to him?
Take it down on that Squirrely Dan.
Something like that.
I'm too fat to run.
Yeah, I love that. Your sister's hot, Wayne. And then he takes off running across the cornfield, and he has to stop and breathe. Too fat to run. I said it.
I said it.
Turn to the right, yes. Yeah.
The fucking skids, dude.
It's like algebra. Why you gotta put numbers and letters together? Why can't you just go fuck yourself?
Everybody's a fucking degen too.
Oh, dude,
Everybody.
they would fucking fit in so hard in like the Midwest of America. Like you are fucking like out in the sticks. Like you literally can't tell the fucking difference. Like sure, there's the fucking accent, but if you took the accent away, be no different at all to me.
No. No, not at all.
Like that's a lot of people have this misconception that certain countries are so fucking different, but like if you go like oh they're you know like really different, or like they're the same as us, but it depends on what area you're talking about. But typically like city people act like city people, rural people act like rural people.
Yeah.
Wherever.
It's pretty well true, I would agree.
Like, we're way more fucking similar than we are different, and our fucking leaders want us to believe otherwise based on the fucking way that they advertise their fucking countries on television and the internet.
But no, we're more like this. It's like,
Well,
what do you mean?
Like a great
I'm
example
not nice,
that
I'm
I
a
use.
dickhead. How does that make any sense?
A great example I always use is New York. People think New York is just one big fucking city. It's actually not. It's got a huge fucking production of crops and fucking dairy. People wouldn't know that. California. People think California is just like fucking, you know, like San Francisco and fucking Hollywood. No, it's a humongous fucking state. It's got tons of rural area. Like the only places that actually vote Democrat are in the fucking cities. The rest of it is completely red. It's all fucking farmland and working jobs.
That's 90% of America, though.
Yeah, I know. And people, but they, if you look, if you watch all the media, they advertise our fucking country as if it's just fucking cities.
Yeah,
because that's
pretty
where
much
the
Hollywood.
tourists go.
Hollywood. So you have Hollywood, LA,
I'm going to Hollywood.
Pittsburgh, fucking New York City. Just your main locations spread out through the entire fucking. They're all the same. That's how they depict it.
But it's just like, you know, like when you talk about like Europeans, like if any European like has a poor favorable light of Americans, whatever, they talk about like stupid uneducated Americans or whatever like that, or like backwoods or whatever they think a Trump voter is or whatever. Where do you think these people live? If all you've been given is a misconception that everywhere is just a fucking city and town like that, do you think we're just in the fucking cities just warring against each other for fucking control like some kind of street dogs?
Yes, we're going out there with swords and shields and just.
It's like, no. They don't even live in the same fucking area. And the people that are getting fucked over in certain areas are getting fucked over by people that, you know, they're basically just like them. Or you're being governed over by the local city and you happen to live out in a rural area that happens to fall into the same county.
Count it. Oh, you said county.
People that live outside the city have to commute to the city to build the fucking city. All the fucking tradesmen live outside the city and they fucking commute to the city to keep the city running. That's the funny thing. Then they want to talk about the people that live outside the city and say they're shit and say they're stupid and say they're poor and broke and dumb and fucking cousin fuckers and sister fuckers and all of this stuff and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? If we all went away, you would die. We control your fucking... We control your structures, we control your food, we control your safety. Get bent.
And sheep's hips. Oh, sorry.
Nobody would build anything. Nobody would grow them any food. The supermarkets would run barren. There would be nobody delivering anything. Do you think the fucking semi driver lives in the fucking city? Nah.
I will say that these
Already
new
fucking park it.
fucking truck drivers piss me the fuck off. They're just fucking annoying as all hell. None of them can fucking drive.
We should name an album called New Age Truck Drivers.
That's true. None of them can drive.
Yeah.
Every time I fucking see one on the highway, they're always trying to fucking kill people. And then anytime I see one trying to get their vehicle into a business to actually distribute some of the product that they've been hauling around, they always fucking run into a tree or a fucking light pole or something like that, drive completely over a curb and a median, you know, plow through somebody's fucking well-maintained garden or something that they've, you know, like made the business pretty with or whatever. Like, they're all fucking stupid. So, Mike,
Worst thing they could have
make it around the little fucking corner, like, I don't think you have any business driving that truck.
The worst thing they could have done was make them fucking automatic.
True, actually. That's such a true statement. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, with a vehicle that size, you have to be able to traverse grades.
Yep.
Well, no, it's just the fact that anybody who can't drive a standard vehicle is usually not intelligent enough, and I'm not saying this against anybody, but usually they're not intelligent enough to drive something that large. That's just me.
But I mean, the whole grades thing, the reason why I bring that up is because a lot of them are getting themselves into situations where their vehicle is not actually able to take it, and the automatic system is not keeping up with the kind of fucking maneuvering that they're doing, leading them end up wrecking their vehicle and causing the deaths of pedestrians on the highway. We've had so many fucking semi-accidents here over the past, like, 5 years, it's not funny. And every single one of them blames the fucking drivers around them. Like, do you realize your vehicle could absolutely decimate the little fucking, like, PT Cruiser or whatever you say, you know, caused you to fucking flip your shit, capsize your truck?
Do you know how much it takes to capsize? I mean, not too much, but I mean, like, fucking Prius ain't gonna.
It does when you're, yeah, like, it definitely does when you're talking about a tiny, thin, aluminum-based car.
They're not even aluminum anymore.
You go around the bend too fast, you're fucked for sure.
They're all fucking fiberglass. 99% of your vehicles are all fiberglass, and the fucking your frames are like a steel alloy that's pretty much combined with aluminum and shit like that. They're not like they used to be at all.
Yeah, there's no fucking way. Oh, they got in my way. I'm like, you would have fucking decimated them.
But at the same time, I do understand why they do that shit. They're on a time limit. They have to traverse hundreds of fucking miles.
Well, then they're working for the wrong company.
Well, this is actually most of them now. They're mandatory fucking, you're only allowed to drive 10 hours.
Well,
and then you
yeah,
have to be off for 10.
You're supposed to take your rest, you're supposed to eat and all of that stuff, because back in the day they used to have people that was like driving over like 9 different states or whatever, and then not taking a rest, and they end up cracked out, causing an accident, or falling asleep at the wheel once they finally give out from their fucking pills.
I understand,
sitting there
but
pissing on themselves.
What I'm saying is, like, they don't pay enough, and I mean this in a different way. They don't pay enough for you to sit on the fucking road for weeks, if not months on end, doing the same thing 10 off, 10 on. And then when they could just drive to a fucking location, drop the trailer, and have the next fucking, you know, the next area
like
pick
a
that shit
relay.
up. Yes. I don't understand that.
Yeah,
like 60 cents a mile, that ain't... That's...
And another driver comes and picks it up like 2 states over, and then it goes another 2 states over, and then another driver, and so on and so forth until it reaches its destination.
And then your burnouts on your fucking,
And that would also allow the drivers to spend more time with their families.
Yes, and the burnout isn't as real, and the same shit going on over and over. They could have a life, and their happiness is greater.
You have their fucking children not seeing their parents for like 3 or 4 months at a time.
Fuck, your average worker doesn't see their children, but maybe two hours a day.
Yeah, but you're talking about like daddy's been on the road for,
Yeah.
you know, like a quarter of the year.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And
Even
you're
though
like-
they have the 10 off, the 10 on, they're still so fucking burnt out and missing out on life.
Like your kid's growing, they're losing teeth, they're getting haircuts, they're getting, you know, like fucking graduating, you know, and you're just like getting hemorrhoids, getting all bent
But
out of
man-
shape, eating junk food, getting high blood pressure.
But FaceTime, man. But FaceTime. You can
Yeah.
see your kids.
Zoom call.
Fuck out of
Yeah,
here.
just like Matthew McConaughey in that fucking space movie.
I swear I'm still real.
Watching the fucking video calls of his fucking family as they grow up before his eyes, and they're all dead, and he's just sitting there in his fucking little spaceship hovering around the fucking planet. He's just watching. You're like, here's your grandkids, here's your great grandkids, here's your great great grandkids. You know, like, because time worked differently in space.
You see, cause time was different in space.
Time worked differently in space. Burn it down. Burn it all down to the ground.
Build a wall.
Hashtag build the wall.
Hashtag suck my balls.
Fuck yeah. You need to build a wall between us and Canada. Yeah, fuck you, Kev.
Me too. Shit, you too. Damn it.
If we built a wall in between us and Canada, maybe the Mexicans would go jump it.
They'd just be like, ooh, a new obstacle. That's horrible. That's horrible.
Hey, you
Well,
never know.
there's already a ton of Mexicans in Canada, anyways.
Yeah, sure.
Fucking Mexicans.
I mean, if you guys let them make it up that far. Ooh, what's
Well,
that?
I would like to say most of the time they don't, but there's a ton of Mexicans here in Indiana, and like, yeah, the only thing in between me and you is Michigan, bud.
And Michigan Lake.
Michigan Lake.
No, sorry.
Did you hear that, everyone? Michigan Lake.
Yeah, it's a thing now.
Yeah,
There's like 5, I believe.
Just the one.
Maybe.
It's been dug
Okay.
out and it's become a super lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has.
Please don't do
I'm
that.
okay
That
with
would
that.
include my home. You'd have to take out the entire tip of where I live.
I'm alright with calling
Do
it
it.
Michigan Lake.
Take out the tip, huh?
I'll take out the tip. Don't you worry.
Don't take out the tip. This is my home.
You're muted, Sean. You're muted.
Only the tip.
Only the tip.
Son of a bitch. I didn't think they'd get out of that portal so quick. Yay!
It was like poop out of your butthole after eating fucking Taco Bell.
Liquid.
Quick.
Oh, I just had that after I ate that fucking garlic aioli burger earlier. Yay! Yay! Yay!
You guys remember the movie White Chicks?
Yes.
Remember the Yo Mama jokes when he's like, Yo Mama's so old, her breath milk looks like poof, and he just shoots powder and blows powder in the guy's
Your
face.
breath smell was like.
It's just powder. I was too young at first to get it when I first watched that movie, and I watched it later and peed my pants.
Can we get a lust?
No.
Yeah, if you want. Why not? Atomic, you're muted.
Hold on.
I love how Lust works now that I'm not stuck in PvP. Mega's tanking, nice. That was
Sick.
awesome, mage tank.
Put my balls in her. I'm sorry.
off my screen.
All right, what we
Those
got?
are bindings.
Wow.
I still don't think I found. Yeah, no, I still didn't end up getting that piece from this bitch. I've done this so many times. I no longer need it. I have better gear now, but I was trying to get that piece for so long. I think it's a headpiece. Can't remember.
Yeah, I was getting a lot of shit yesterday. Bastards.
I don't understand why.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was mainly one dude, but then I noticed in chat. And I do think that he was just trolling, which it was funny.
Well,
The guy that was giving you shit for your DK
No,
spec?
Kurith, I think it was
Oh.
Kurith. He
Kurith.
brought it back up, and he was just trolling a little bit. He's like, yeah,
he'll
man.
troll.
He was like, yeah, fucking something about blood isn't DPS. You want to comment on that? And I was like, oh, dude. I was like, I wanted
Hey, I'm
to.
back. Sorry about that,
'Cause
Cozy.
I knew Kurith would just want me to
I was feeding a frog, pet him on. Oh, let me turn
But
on some
blood
stuff.
can be DPS.
I mean, they were trying to say that blood was tank, is the tank spec only.
Oh, no, it's not the only tank
Yeah.
spec, but it's preferred.
The bases are
Three
loaded.
specs are viable
Oh.
for DPS. Don't
Yeah.
let anybody tell you any different.
Well, that's what I was saying.
It's
That's,
not until they get
down.
restructured that changes.
Yeah, and the whole thing is nobody knows what blood DPS does because the huge fucking amount of guides online, nobody's even built on.
Yeah,
There's no
and
No,
they
all-
are.
all-
They're
all
all
the
built
sites
like
that talk
2
about
weeks
blood.
ago.
They all
they're
talk
all
about
like-
blood tanks, so everybody's gonna tell you that you're a tank, you're a tank.
But then I sit here and I look at all my builders, it's all crit, obviously hitting the other, but it's all crit, and then Heart Strike crits based off of having 2 diseases, and I have Blood Cake Strike, and I can throw 7 fucking Heart Strikes out, or, well, 8 in a row on my rotation. Like, right there, that last boss we did, that was
Yeah.
amazing.
Don't ever listen to, you know, they told me about what you were going through last night. I had no idea, because if I would have known and you would have, or somebody would have told me, I would have shut it down on the fucking spot. I don't
Oh,
give
no.
a fuck, man.
I dealt with it. I told that dude shut the fuck up. I mean, he's a warrior telling me how to play my class.
I'll tell you how to play your class, alright?
I will definitely listen to you.
Well, both of us have.
Because I can actually give you a blood DPS spec if you haven't already figured it out.
Both of us have mained Death Knights in the past.
Who do I owe the 350 to again?
I'd rather listen to somebody in my game
Fucking
than
Zanata.
somebody fucking
Zanada.
Let me pay half of that for the class.
Nah, it's fine. Just drop it in
And
the
I-
guild bank.
What my name?
What's
I'm
my
sending
name?
you your
What's
gold.
my name? You've been asking about gold so long that now it's like as soon as he's about to give it to you, it's like, well, what? You don't want it now? All right, no worries.
Oh,
You don't know what it, you're not listening, so.
What about my,
Sent.
Oh, really?
What?
Yeah, dude.
That's that?
But he gets 300 gold for playing a phone game, and
Yeah.
I can't get my
350.
season of mastery.
Wait, what was the deal? I don't even fucking remember what I made the deal
I didn't
here.
realize you were going back
Everyone
in
who
time.
joined 300.
Oh.
I'll pay half. I'll pay half.
No, get away from me. Get away from me.
I want it from Jimmy.
I don't want the meme to die.
Oh, I killed. Fuck. I didn't mean to kill Gammon. I thought it was the fucking
He
innkeeper.
respawns in like 2 seconds. Hey, so now, see, I just brought that green gem out. So we got a Forest Emeralds, we got 2 Sky Sapphires.
What do we got for our new sponsor while we're here?
I'm trying to get more, but we got another set down there. I'll just move, yeah. Oh, snatch them out. I was gonna move them all down there.
Quickly, Logan, go get me some Serenade ore.
There's a little bit of
I need, like,
I've got 28 on me.
in total, I'm going to need. Let's see, hold on, let me see how many. So.
Are you okay?
HelloFresh is offering me more money now. This
I
be
need
a sponsor.
288 plus
God.
another 112.
Yeah, hold your horses. Got some coming your way.
And that's just ore because each ore equals
Yeah,
two
that'll be. No, that'll
How's
be
this
quick.
Kungaloosh shit?
Well, I need like
can
300
little-
ore.
Yeah, dude, I can literally like go out in the field and get you like 8 stacks in about an hour.
Big kid, you should see my screen right now. You're like being the running man on the incline.
No way.
And
That's
somehow
it look like I'm like I'm lying down. And
Wait, he walked the run in?
Accept that, 'cause I said
He
that
hit him.
That's all good.
What?
I'm just
He
gonna
got
stay
hit with
here.
pitch. Base is loaded,
I
and he
never
got hit
mind
with
doing the
pitch.
second one. Just click away. That should be everyone, but yeah, let me know if it runs out. So if we get one back, then we can get Megan to go back.
How many outs are there?
0.
Oh my gosh!
Move back in.
Sure.
Start beating the hell out of him,
So
though.
Provo's
Hit him
great.
in the fucking back.
Zan might not know, but I mean, I guess I was starting to do the nether wing farm.
God damn it.
And I did all the quests that basically open up dailies. And I don't actually know when it allows me to start collecting those eggs.
Oh, right away.
Okay, so maybe it's just like that.
Yeah, they're supposed to be a rare spawn, but they spawn all over there. Basically, it's
Yeah, I got on Gather Mate. I got the show treasure eggs. They are.
Slim Jim play the game, the Phillies. Bases loaded, hits the pitcher, or the pitcher hits the batter. What the fuck?
Box of running.
Yeah, if you can make another
What is
frost
going
week, that'd be
on,
sick.
man,
And then
with
I'm
my
full up for bags.
music? Oh my god. I have to turn this music off a little bit.
Because I got lucky with the Dragon Hide bag at 1.2.
Been holding on to all that crap.
Ugh.
I still got 2 more.
I appreciate that.
I didn't get anything I don't
Oh, yeah.
like.
Oh my goodness.
I
Mr.
don't like
Smog,
doing stuff
why
for
are
myself
you so
just
tired,
because I
buddy?
did that originally.
You're such a
and I
lazy
thought
dragon
it was
sometimes.
For Adam, well, Atomic.
Did they just
And
store
then
another run?
It was all sold the next day and nobody could use it. But,
Yeah, that guy's not the
so,
good one.
we know.
I know. I
Just think
just had to pull that punch. I had to. No, I feel you on that, and that's all good. I've been doing kind of the same with my mats as well. I mean, I think that we're all at a point where if we
3-0.
need mats for a raid or
they're
something
blowing
like that,
it.
we just accumulate them together and make it happen. So I'm not really that concerned if we're not keeping everything in the guild bank.
Yeah,
I think it's a big of a deal.
When you guys unlocked all the buffs for me, I went in and dropped all my rooms. And then I had like a shit ton of icy thorns or something.
Oh, I saw that. I was like, damn, everything just doubled in there.
Damn.
There's
Oh, I
fucking
haven't seen it
insane.
yet. Let me look at it. Mine. Okay, so- Dude, let me take a look. What's dope about that is that'll allow me to proc a bunch of mana pots, which is the one thing that I'm mostly lacking in.
Like 20 or so fucking those icy things, then had a bunch of those gold codes. Fucking. Yeah. I also had some weather level potions, so that good battle potions. I had a bunch of fucking weather too.
yeah, I've kind of taken basically all the cobalt, but I also put back what I wasn't using.
No, I put, let me say I put 80 cobalt and then about 40 ore in that same day. So that's why I was saying we could just have all that shit.
Yeah. But I'm no longer in cobalt anymore. I'm now in Saranite.
Oh, I also dropped probably half of that cyanide.
Speak, click the summon button, please.
Summon me, senpai.
Thank you.
After our next 25, I'll probably make most of the people that have been there consistently up into veteran. So then there'll be some more guild bank access. Shield.
Oh, sorry.
Rapport.
I thought about giving you nerds, and then I realized I wanted to eat them.
I was debating to play some what the fuck is it called? Some StarCrack 2?
Oh man, that just gave me 4 more slots. Let's go.
What, StarCraft?
I'll play StarCraft a little bit later on. I
Star-
want to do a bunch of dungeons first before we do anything. And we're already doing that, which is great, but I do want to get through some.
Let's do a SAR 10-man right now.
Could do 10-man.
Actually,
we're just doing some stuff before getting quick, but I think he probably needs about 20 more badges.
Yeah.
Badges.
Yeah,
Oh, you get the badges from there.
There was some too for 10.
No, you get Valor. Oh dear lord. Get the big skelly away from me.
You can do 55 off
Get the skeleton away from me.
Yeah, well, and we can just run dungeons super quick, so the World Tour will take a lot less than original.
No way.
I'm gonna run all the way down, boys.
5-0.
Oh my god, are they gonna get 7 runs and just reverse what happened yesterday?
Apparently. My goodness.
It's good that
maybe considering, not considering a major ports.
That's what I'm saying. I think that is just average.
Good point, yeah. Because then you won't have to wait for the full 30 minutes if you do one of those dungeons really quick. You want to like work back with your like wait for your fucking recall. What am I trying to say? Press down.
That was a disgusting pull. Thank you, everybody.
Yep. I feel like I didn't even really heal you that much. Like I did, but let's be honest.
Oh, my apologies. By the way.
Pretty good.
Alright.
Wait, we did that without him? Oh,
I was
fuck.
gonna say, I think that pack should have died quicker, but I don't know.
Damn. Okay. This is gonna be so smooth. Because that, I thought, dude, I swear to God, I thought you were in here, and yeah, we're gonna just murder everything so fast.
No, I was
This one's gonna be the harder one.
Getting some Triscuits.
Oh, nice. What kind of Triscuits? I fucking love Triscuits.
Oh, they're just original, but I poured a little dip cup of that garlic aioli.
I actually think original's my favorite. I like original and then the cracked black pepper one.
Yeah.
Whatever
I
that
like
one
cracked
is.
black pepper. And then the roasted tomatoes with the...
Yeah, I don't think the Phillies are doing too good today.
Honestly, I don't think that I've had a Triscuit that I don't
What?
like. Except for maybe some of the like cheesy
I
ones
can't
that
hear it.
overdo it on Flavor Town, but no, they're good.
I am a
Triscuits are
fan of
fucking awesome.
Triscuits.
I was thinking about this. Technically, couldn't you with these scratch-offs scratch the reveal and scan it
Stop it, enemies.
I don't know.
and not scratch any of it?
my
Yes,
enemy.
yes, you can. Yes. I got another guild poaching me. He's like, we're looking for an Axe 25. You want to heal? Out of touch.
On the join our guild, say we cleared in an hour.
Yeah, do what that guy did to me. Like, do you want to leave their guild and join mine? Just say that. Don't be like that though.
How many Twitch Primes will it take?
Alright, good. You just gotta go on the... Is there any ways up here in the line of sight in the corner? We could probably just kill him fast enough. I did this one already.
mean, it's only the top of the fifth. They got how many innings? 5 innings left. Split them.
I don't know. I won't see the English.
Oh. I don't blame them.
Yeah, it's a better system where we just pass on everything, so that way it just funnels to Mega if nobody needs it.
Yep. I just keep forgetting to pass. I automatically, like, it's just so quick for me to greet it.
Finally made a macro that casts my Divine Plea and my Monarch Crab at the exact same time.
Nice.
Separately. These have things that are.
And you click that crab.
Yeah. If you have things that are basically an instant cast or usable, you can make them on dual cooldowns. You can technically put 3 things on it. As long as it shares a minute. Might add Sacred Shield to that too.
I should look at macros for me.
I also should. I keep forgetting to look.
These are just like easy slash cast ones. They're not like too crazy. So like, when I got 4 seconds here. So when I hit this macro, it goes Divine Plea and my trinket, but it didn't give me Sacred. Oh, it did give me Sacred Shield. Hell yeah! All right, fucking A.
Let's
That's
go.
a triple one. All right, so let's just hang by the door. Someone on the stairs. Big Dick Deeps, Lumbermill. Big Dick Deeps. We're all Big Dick Deeps over here.
I don't believe you.
Except the tank.
I feel persecuted.
I'm a healer. How do you think I feel? I don't do any deeps. It's okay if I really want. If I want to spend all my mana, I can do it. But it's really a waste. It doesn't add that much DPS. It's really just not worth it. I mean, it
the
does.
Mana used between Ret and Prot. It's like with Ret, you don't lose any mana. As soon as you go to Prot, it's like, well, put mana. Unless you gotta spam your Divine Plea.
That didn't work out the way I wanted it. Only 5 runs, dude. Well, now Fox isn't gonna shut up. The thing is now they're gonna start kicking the ass.
Oh, bitch.
They're gonna start kissing ass. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, the lava burst, Kev.
Yeah.
And the chain lightning. Oh shit.
That was regular lightning, but die. Oh shit! I should walk out of that. I should probably still play the game. Like that total of 21k damage. That's good. Actually, it's gonna go.
There we go. Well, I feel like that was like not recording the DPS properly. It's weird.
Why I don't require for my main spec because it's so freaking
Let's see.
rely on crits. I don't rip. I don't drop.
Give me this ice, Lord. Thank you, thank
Yeah,
you.
that's why you need so much fucking crit rating.
Shuckle, what are you doing over there, bud?
But it's also why you share focus magic with another mage.
I was right on the top of the chart on that boss, but it said I was only doing 1.4k, and I'm like, that can't be fucking right.
It's okay. I have to drink anyways.
Because like, I'm sitting there like, how the fuck am I tapping over 2 in raids, you know, and then sitting it low in a row? That doesn't make any sense.
How's my Maladef tag not back on there? What the fuck?
Well, partly because you're higher, you get way more buffs in a raid, so you'll do way more damage.
That is up there in the none.
Yeah, but we were pulling twos and fucking heroics with Tandred. That's how we knew we were raid ready. We were talking about like, you know, if you're 2 and above, you're probably ready to go and start raiding.
Well,
Fix this.
I mean, it's also going to be a bit situational, I guess, too, right?
We're
If you're looking
home,
at the damage at the end of the raid and like looking at all the numbers across the entire raid, then I'd agree with you that you'd want to be 2+. But if you're looking at each individual fight, like every fight's gonna be different. Sometimes you might not be able to get behind the person or the enemy, like that shit.
Do you have this achievement, Organ? Killing the boss with all the raptors?
Yeah, same.
Fuck off, Mr. Skeleton. And a Geist, apparently.
I guess I can get out of the way in case who's standing here.
Now the Phillies just
Over
have to
you.
score 6 fucking runs. What?
So I can't wait to start collecting this healing gear.
Yeah. Man, I just did a third of your mana just on a fucking chain heal, and it only hit you, and it gets increased by the riptide that I put on you. So like you'll get an extra bit of
Nice, I got
healing
it.
from that. But still, it did that and it crit. It's like, what? This is my big one. Boink. So if it doesn't crit, it's 10k. Any crit.
Huh.
Yeah, I'll play some StarCraft 2 for a little bit.
What item was that?
I still want to do 10 man something.
Nah, the StarCraft 2.
What are you gonna be
I'm
doing
down.
in StarCraft?
Do you think that
Killing
incisor fragments? Do you think that'd be better than this?
Oops, forgot to change the thing. StarCraft 2.
Probably not, because it'd be paid trading.
Yeah.
It depends. You could always lose Royal Maester.
I would say you want, well, I guess it's 2-minute cooldown, but like that's basically almost every single fight. You can just have 432 attack power.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll pull
Like, oh, sorry, I thought you were over there. That's why they had low health.
That's alright, I'll pass it.
I mean, they're also not up here.
Oh, he need rolled it anyway.
He did, yeah.
Okay.
He said he needs it, but you also might need it too. They're both good. I mean, the one that we just got is on the BIS list. The one that you linked me is not on any BIS list. So if that means anything to you.
Throw all your pots up on me and I'm just gonna run down into the room.
Oh, the incisor is? Yeah, it's on the pre-raid biz list, yeah.
Alright,
I mean, it
let's
is
get this going.
Mine's
How do I have high threat? Who's gonna come?
Shouldn't matter. It doesn't cost anything before I pull.
I didn't. And I was my fucking invisible ass dog cat thing. I don't get that. That's fucking stupid.
Sorry, I tried to discombobulate him long enough to let Kevin get back up, but I think London will Williams or something.
God damn.
It's all good. It's my fault. I should have just waited.
No,
But-
it's all Lumbermill's fault.
Yeah, because I can
let's
literally
see.
run down to the end of the room and run all the way back to you guys.
Oh,
without
I
getting
thought we were.
hit.
I thought we were running with you. That's what I
No,
misunderstood.
I was just saying I'm running to the end of the hall.
Hey Logan, have you seen
Like I said, I'd say I'd do that.
Carbot's new?
Right,
Okay.
but I see. Yeah, that makes more sense. I didn't realize you could make it all the way back.
Because I can
Without
just
getting
get mine
dismounted.
inside everything.
Yeah, I was like, oh, in case he gets dismounted, I'll just go with him, and then, yeah, I see.
No chance, because they're Crusader.
Fair enough.
But Logan, did you see Carbot Animation's newest animation? How to
Shows
Amazon?
Oh man, I remember when Carbot first came out for StarCraft. It was so cool. And then they were like they were put inside of the game, and it was like, oh, this is big shit.
Oh fuck!
Cool.
I gotta redo this game.
I actually have 3 of Carbot's shirts. I have the.
I started incorrectly.
Nice. We went to an old WCS tournament.
I fucked that up. I was just like not even paying attention. All right, here we go.
Pros, and now.
Wow. Players you probably wouldn't. Maybe not. No.
I got a joke for you then. How do you propose to a Korean woman?
StarCraft match.
You lose to her in a game of StarCraft.
No, you have to beat her dad in a game of StarCraft.
Oh,
I've heard of that one.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Hello? He's not wrong.
Oh, well you see, you beat me in a game of StarCraft. You can now have my daughter's hand in the match.
You think you're worthy?
Well, let's see how well you go against my Zerg Rush!
Oh no, it's a 6 pool.
See, I am garbage at StarCraft, but I fucking love to play the game. Like, I can't do competitive to save my ass, but I do like their custom game modes.
Yeah, they custom modes once in a while. We just fucking stop.
Welcome back, Pablino.
That would totally be in my questionnaire. Like, so you have a daughter or whatever like that. It's like, and yeah. So your boyfriend, does he even game? Oh, he does. What does he
PvP
play?
rating in Arena.
Like, that's a great question to find out what kind of kid it is. Like, what does he play?
My man.
The minute I hear
Fortnite, huh?
Plays Roblox.
Fortnite. Are you sure you're dating a heterosexual?
Dude, if he's playing Roblox, I would imagine she's like dating a mentally disabled.
Dude, the Phillies are getting their ass whooped, Pablo, tonight. You see this shit?
Either that or she's a sexual predator, or
What?
she is herself a child.
She's a sexual. Wait, what? What the?
Maybe she's a sexual protester.
Yeah, that works too.
Like we were talking about earlier. Since I can't have sex, no one should have it. Bah!
I need my command center.
Nah, fam. He's ugly. Mad ugly, too.
I'm fat. I'm fat. Shamu, really fat.
Ham on, ham and whole wheat. All right.
Never used phone booth.
I love the choreography for that new video. All them big giant hefty dudes.
Oh,
He's the only one that
goodness.
wasn't big.
This shit's hilarious. It better be good. Get our infantry in. Fuck you and your SCV.
I didn't click it up and I still didn't die. Somehow I didn't go through it.
All I have to do is blink.
How the hell did I not go or did I go through it? Like what? Alright, I'll take it.
More of your fucking SCVs are
Level
due.
73.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you didn't click it off.
I think you're gonna hit 80 damage.
Yeah, he's gone.
No, it could.
Yeah,
Just
kill.
jump without it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's weird though. Like, no, it killed me in a paladin in a thing. Wow.
It
Yeah, when we
depends.
did- when we
It
did
depends
Old
on what the
Kingdom.
height that you call from.
Really?
Yeah, we did Old Kingdom and stuff before, and
when it's not a substantial height, you'll take damage and immediately go through the water because it's just like water walking through shamans. It breaks on damage.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I know what the Phillies are doing.
What?
I don't know what the Phillies are doing. But why are these not?
They're supporting stand-up for cancer.
Well, no, I mean like tonight.
Oh, they're talking about what they were just doing.
Maybe they patched it recently.
I know when I hit.
Oh, I know they're doing stuff like that, but I'm talking about I don't know what the hell.
Every single person had a sign.
Yes.
That said, I stand up for Blake, and they wrote something.
SCV ready.
Maybe it just didn't like you. I mean, I'm a Tauren, so I expected a breakthrough.
You're a Tauren? What's that supposed to mean, huh?
It's supposed to mean what I said it means. What?
Are you
big boned?
It means I'm fat. I'm fat. I'm super chunky. I'm fat. I said I'm fat.
So what you're saying is you're racist.
Alec,
I like rice.
you can't be self-racist. No, it's called being self-loathing.
Boondocks, Uncle Ruckus.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Uncle Ruckus. There we go.
You're way out of your element, Donnie.
Nah, you see, I'm just a very dark-skinned white man.
Oh god.
Remember when they gave him a mirror?
You got the reverse vitiligo.
You've been working from home.
Fucking love Uncle Ruckus.
Pablo saved me. Someone's gonna say something stupid.
He's gonna grow up one day and be white-skinned, blue-eyed, just like Michael Jackson.
Indeed you do.
Oh my
Indeed
god.
resume is more than a resume. It makes it easy to personalize your job search and even helps the right job find you.
He was born before Michael Jackson.
I know.
Yes.
This here is Uncle Ruckus. No relation.
Rest in peace.
Well, a good portion of the people that actually did it are dead.
That's good.
Are they?
Yeah. Grandpa died, and Charlie Murphy's dead too.
Proof.
Flappers!
Back to dead for like another season.
Rack 2 dead? Alright. Well,
Yes.
done. Magic!
They were gonna bring it back, but when Witherspoon died, they decided not to.
Fuck Futurama.
There's still plans to bring that back. They got the casting. They got the cast back together. The last one to accept the offer was Bender. They hadn't heard back from him, and he said he's game. So. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say he's gay. It's the last one to heard back from him. Like,
I mean, he probably should get a lot of money. His character is the centerpiece of the show.
Considering that he's famous for that role.
I mean, obviously Fry, but like Fry would be nothing without Bender. I'm sorry. I love Fry, but yeah, nothing without Bender, man. Oh, sure was hilarious.
Well, that would be like
There's a baking fest this weekend.
that would be like having Stu
What?
and Brian.
There's a baking fest this weekend. You wanna go? It's on
It would just be a weird
a bacon
baby
fest?
boy that talks to himself.
What does that mean?
Like an
I
adult.
don't know, but Paul, Ashley,
I can
Paul,
only stand
Juan, and my parents, Sadie, they're all going.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I'm pretty sure
But if
it's
it was
gonna
just
be
Stewie,
bacon.
just doing
I don't
Stewie
know.
stuff all
Or
the
if
time.
I'll have
or
to
if it
see
was
what's
just
up.
Brian and Brian stuff too.
Or
Either
Brian
way.
doing Brian stuff.
So
Either way though, yeah.
Work.
Yeah, but Bender alone.
They,
without
yeah,
Fry,
but the
is
characters
still
they
good.
yeah, Bender gets into some good stuff, but the characters they balance each other out. They play off of one another.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd have to
I also
say
think that
Waldo.
some of Seth MacFarlane's writing isn't the greatest. Like I like his stuff. Don't get me wrong, I do like his stuff, but
He does
some of
pull
it's
off
just
a
not
very
great.
similar type of joke.
Well,
Yeah.
he doesn't even write the show anymore. He just shows
Yeah,
up
it's
to
just
the
got
voice
writers.
acting.
I mean, that's
put a
the
bunch
dream.
of
Though,
these.
when you get to a certain point that your shit's that famous that
Yep,
you can
I
just
knew
fucking show up to voice act and other people write it. Get good, son.
Dude, they pre-position
That's
those tanks.
living the dream.
Hey, Kev, figure it out on his first damn boss.
Figure what out?
We're all gonna die
y'all don't fucking die. Just fucking read a book, do something.
It's my cooldowns.
Figure it out.
It's your fault. It's
I'll just bubble and you guys all figure it out.
just bubble. Oh, stop the boss. That worked.
Motherfucker.
Just suck a dick with your asshole. So it's my fault.
Figure it out, bud.
Yeah, right.
Figure it out. Cherry pie.
Atomic's just sitting in the water. You gonna die?
No.
No.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make more of these.
It's like I'm about to give you water breathing, but I forgot I don't have any shiny fish.
Oh, what
scales.
the fuck? Now we're fucked.
Like standing, but then sat down. So it's
I
like
didn't think
not
they would
Nice.
pre-position that. That's bullshit. Damn it, we got downgraded.
Long butt cheeks. Ugh.
How was that, Lumbermill?
Do what?
How was that?
Dude.
Oh, it was great. You know, only the coolest guys do stuff like that.
I know the richest do.
Yeah.
Just saying.
What's so uncool about peeing your pants? I pee my pants all the time. It's cool.
Well, it's certainly cool after a few minutes.
If peeing your pants is cool, then consider me Miles Davis.
Wrong kid died.
Wrong kid died.
Movie is torture in the best way.
That's the best fucking movie.
It's so good.
I think I'd like to
All
try
right,
some of
Dewey.
that cocaine.
As long as you promise me it'll just be this one time. Let's go drop acid with the Beatles.
And you never paid for drugs.
And
Not
you-
once.
Oh man. It's non-habit forming.
It turns all your bad feelings into
I'm gonna
good
try a
feelings.
different
It's a
build this time
nightmare.
around.
It's a nightmare. He's so happy when he says it. I can see his face. Like, oh man, that's so good, that movie. Wait, jumps on the trampoline for like 3.5 days. Yeah, John C. Riley's been in so much though. If
Yeah,
you, like
well, John
his
C. Riley's got a
movies
huge,
from the 90s and
yeah,
shit.
he's got a huge
Holy, his range is amazing.
But I mean that black guy from SNL. I feel like he wasn't in enough comedies, and he shines when he's in funny shit. Like, I don't know. SNL's a comedy show, and he's on SNL, shit like that. But like, I feel like he's been in a bunch of like serious stuff. But
Why do I hear constant wind?
oh, see, I've got this like potato battery, outside, and I've got like a gear rig, like typewriter, and like Raspberry Pi, like computer.
How did we not die? Figured it out.
Figure it out, bud.
Come on, figure it out already.
Gave you a bob. Figure out the rest. That's a good call out though.
Yeah.
Oh, Warren hates poison right now.
Almost fucking died, Kev. I
Get it.
myself again.
Shit! So hard, you do it.
Where's the mage?
Oh, I'll fucking do it.
Wait, we can go this way if you want to skip things.
Oh, but if I was a
quick.
priest, we'd
I mean,
never
rep, but hell yeah.
That's the wrong skip, right?
Oh, you can go right up the stairs right here.
Ugh. Get a bunch more
Shoot me.
shit.
I mean,
You're
I
skipping
like
bosses.
Rev. I like Rev.
Like
that.
this? Is this what you meant?
I hit Revered when we were in the last run. If I get to Exalted, that means I get a boost and a chest upgrade.
I'm close to the spell power one here in Pillar as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that Dark Heart chest guard and the death in your Sapton's.
Jabbertron?
Jabbertron.
Oh, we're gonna get Zerg rushed, aren't we?
Sound like my friend Ryan McDonald when he said that. He makes fun of some things.
We might need to get a couple cannons up.
Guys, I'm absolutely serious. We need to start working on raising funds in order for us to buy limited edition golden foil Boba Fett as I mean, sorry. A collectible figure. It is an investment opportunity.
Fuck.
We had an ambiance back in the
How the fuck aren't they still nice?
That skip just brings us right to this spot here, essentially. Missed the snakes, missed the 15.
Fingers!
Watch the purple shit.
Oh, I'm leaving from faster.
Sounds like you're telling me to watch out for this year. Is something wrong with it? Is it made with Mexican tap water?
Imagination.
Get him! Get him! This man, big rep. Big rep.
What the fuck is going on?
Body of the stone.
Anyone? Imagination.
All I can think of when you're saying imagination is Barbie Girl.
No, like, and then what happened? Then what happened, boys? He encouraged us all to get into his flying machine. And you got into the flying machine? Yeah. And then he flew us to Imagination Land while he sang the Imagination song. Imagination song. I don't remember there being anything in the report about a song. Quickly, boys, how did the song go?
Come with me, then you'll see. Learn to pure imagination. Something like that.
Talk about world of sex offender registration.
I'm sorry. Oh my
Fuck.
There's candy in my van, maybe free, but you're just following it from me.
Jesus.
Oh, this fight is boo-boo. Don't.
No. They're my stairs.
Yeah.
And then another one. And then another one. We're almost at
A clue.
we're just clear. Yeah,
You would not die at the Murloc.
Secret Murloc.
The secret Murloc boss.
How does that work?
I hate that they hinted at a raid boss in this. The giant tail. and then years later they got asked about the giant tail, and they forgot what they put the giant tail in for. Yeah, Alex, what is that?
Don't ask me questions. He said.
Alright, let's get more of these.
That was cool.
Why wait for hire? What are you up to, Pablo? Chilling before bed. Yeah, Phillies are sucking tonight. That one guy, the one relief pitcher, like blew the fucking game. Yeah, make it so I can retire. Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah, you get a bunch of robotics bays up.
No, they said he's having issues. Computational errors.
Oh dear lord. Oh dear lord.
You got smacked into the side of the game. His aerodynamics got off.
Fall back! Fall back!
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
You guys ever watched that IT show?
Yup, that's why I had that accent. Yeah. XE crap, yeah.
You better run, Charles. Fucking with my helmet. Got the shit in fourth grade on
Pilot
there.
is a really good episode, actually.
It's so old, but
right?
Yeah, the show is really quite old. And one of the dudes got in some serious legal trouble. I don't know who it is.
I return to serve.
No, that show's fucking hilarious.
not a lot of people stuff like that. There was so many.
No, not him. Not that show. Sorry, there was another show I was thinking of. That's
I'm disabled.
Yeah, sorry. I'm disabled. That's a different.
Apparently,
show.
there's a disabled man locked in the washroom. It's stolen. Happened to your wheelchair.
You guys, are we all the same age roughly?
31.
I return to serve.
Stop the transformation.
Too bad.
Let's get a couple observers, I guess, just in case. There, drop
I thought I
those
got it.
workers in.
What?
We must construct
I don't know if I
additional
heard that.
pylons.
Got one eye, so. Most of in the time.
He's got stolen. Fucking shits.
No fucking way. Fuck these spitters.
It sounds like he's powering his house with his computer.
Hop on there.
I think it's hilarious. Sometimes I don't know what to say, but that doesn't mean it's not funny. It's just like I just feel outdone, and I'm like, damn it.
What the heck is that thing?
Wow, Frostman. Oh, here, take this.
Go back to the shadows. Go back to the shadows.
How's your StarCraft going, Jimmy?
Not too bad. I'm trying a couple different strats.
You're playing Terran?
Nah, I'm Zealot right now. John Fetterman,
You're
yeah,
a
it's in the
Zealot.
back.
Nice. just
I'm a
one.
Zealot.
Roadhouse. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to just laugh at you.
I'm a Zealot.
It sounded so good. Like, it's so good. I'm a Zealot. So.
I'm just a pro.
Right. And there's so many UMS games where that's legit, right? So it's like, for somebody that knows StarCraft, like, yeah. It's just
I'm just a Zealot.
It's like, which DBZ game are you playing then?
Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Stalkers.
Oh, shenanigans!
Everyone get your ick on, yeah.
Oh, just bit me.
Watch. Here it is. Oh, it's supposed to spread. DBM. Hello, DBM.
Here it is.
Here we go. Who wants it? There it is.
Dude, I didn't get it.
Oh, alright, we'll wait again. Where are you standing?
It's supposed to spin all the way around. That's weird.
Goodness.
There you go.
Oh no! Pick me! No, I fucked up.
Did he not ick you?
The ice block because I got aggro. There we go.
Nice.
And I'm here. Alright.
Yeah, these guys are fucked.
Get it. We already had that.
I think you have to kill the last boss with it, no?
Oh, that might be it, yeah. I think so. Because if you don't die between now and the last boss, yeah. I've done it. I got the achievement too.
Oh.
But that is right.
Fuck your evolution.
Yeah, there was
chamber.
one night when we smashed a bunch. I don't remember what pug. I think it was when we had that fucking tank
we
pug.
have one more for champion of the Frozen Waste title. Oh, I do. Heroic Sonjir, the Iron Shaper. What is that?
Yo, Blue Daniel, welcome back, fam.
Any American.
Where do you guys find that one? Which one's that under?
Oh,
Dungeons
bro,
Raid.
here's Straza.
Oh, there we go. Let's look at all.
Is that not Arhole?
This guy some here further.
Girl loves to Scotty all the time.
GG, fam. I'll be right back, guys. I need a drink.
Dungeon raid bosses below. Oh, we're not done heroic, Iron Shaper, and Kirastraza.
Lich King Heroic. Defeat the Heroic Nexus boss.
Maybe it's Heroic Nexus.
Maybe if you're dead when you get the kill. Because I've got a whole bunch that I'm missing apparently. I don't know. I'm fucking over it. I could sit here all day looking at it and not really know what I'm looking at.
What a loser.
I'm dumb though, so.
At least you admit it. I'm proud of you.
Stupidity for the win.
Yeah.
Just need a healthy dose of dumb. We cannot defeat a bridge. But I am a bridge. A bridge between worlds.
I cast 1,000 years of death.
I'm gonna whack this thing with my. Yep, 92. Get fucked.
You get fucked.
Nope.
Is that an offer?
It depends on what he responds with.
It costs.
I got 2 corn chips.
See what I mean? I have no idea. How the fuck do you respond to that?
You respond with yes.
Because usually it's like, no. It's like, at least buy me dinner first. But technically, that's being fed? Like, what do I do?
Wined and dined. Just like the slut you are.
I feel like I got lied to. Oop.
What's he gonna do to my guts?
Spill them and then I'll rearrange them.
Yeah.
Been impaled.
Yay.
forgot to lust.
I don't think I actually need
Fuck.
frost orbs or frozen orbs anymore. I'm just so used to.
Yeah, I always just need on them for the guild, and I don't know why I need on them when we're all guildies.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
why I
kind of
still
just
need.
realized that too.
It really doesn't matter that much.
I think I have
Thank
six
you,
of
bro.
them.
Nice. Yeah, I've got.
I mean, I don't
I just
know
keep
what the
tossing
hell
the
we
guild
use
thing.
them for.
They're for some jewel crafting shit, I think. Mostly.
Crafting, all crafting.
Yeah, almost all
Well, I mean,
crafting.
blacksmithing's useless now.
Your mom is useless.
This is true.
Rude.
Well, you shouldn't be like that, all right? Because your mom last night gave me some great head.
Rip.
In theory, is useless to me.
There we go.
There we go. Yep.
Got that adder. Adder's tongue. What's next, gents? You guys got another couple ideas, or?
I'm down for some Hoss Hall if y'all want.
Yeah, how's
I
the
need
stone? How's the lightning?
18 more.
Chai.
I'm one dungeon away from being exhausted with all the bitches.
Nice, dude. It's actually really sick.
We now have 28 frozen orbs.
I thought you were gonna say we now have 28 bitches.
I mean,
Well,
we now have
obviously.
28 bitches.
I can maybe swing that.
I need 1 second to go get my kids their gummies and shit for the night, and
What kind of gummies are you giving them?
vitamins and melatonin.
Melatonin.
Go to fuck to sleep.
Exactly.
Now go the fuck to sleep.
Still waiting on Annihilator to fucking read me that bedtime story.
The best is from a series of unfortunate events when Jim Carrey's playing, like he plays obviously Olaf in the movie, one of the movies, and he's that dude. He ends up going and being a guest at I guess one of their uncle's houses that they're at in Peru or something, and so he ends up being like he's like sitting in the there's this weird scene where he's just like sitting in the hall and he's in a rocking chair with just like a knife and he's like back and forth and the kids basically are trying to sneak out and he's just like rocking back and forth and they like open the door a little bit just to like peek and he's just there like, do you have a hall pass? Rocking back and forth creepy with a knife and then they just like shut the door silently and he's just like, I didn't think so. And it's like, oh my god. It's a good movie though, series of unfortunate events.
Isn't that the one where he inherits like 2 kids or something?
Yes,
I thought
yeah.
that was.
Did you know
I thought
that
was
scene
series.
where he goes that scene where he's like, ah yes, what was it? Line? That was actually him asking for the line.
Yeah.
Because he forgot, but he stayed in character and they liked it so much that they just kept it in the movie.
His line? Yeah, there's a bunch that he improvises. I remember seeing like a whole video segment of him doing the scene where he like comes to the door with that weird like mustache glasses guy and he's all like, oh, my mustache is tied askew. But yeah, there was like a whole scene where that was basically just all improv too. It's pretty good. Yeah, pretty underrated movie.
I think it would be underrated because so many people like the books more.
Well, that's the thing too, and I also remember reading the books before the movies came out.
I've never read those books.
Pretty good.
By the time I really got into heavy reading, I didn't really have an interest in those novels.
Yes, very few books that like story, I guess novels like that. And I read all kinds of shit, but not like books. Books. Bukes. tea quick.
Oh, what's this? I have mail from Veritas, finally.
Finally.
Finally, God. You know how long I've been waiting for this? Let's see.
6 weeks.
Yeah. It's been since the 27th of October.
Whoa.
Yeah, can you believe that?
Whoa. You have to save yourself, Veritas. Other than paying for my epic mount, what excuse do you have? No, I was kidding.
Just waiting for him to be like, Wah.
Yeah. Or he just like you hear his mic open and then you just hear his turtles in the background or his frogs. Yeah, his frogs go nuts at night. It's cool.
What the fuck?
Who joined us?
Hello. What up, bro?
What's up, bruh?
Kev, do you have like a pimping weapon, or is it just a weapon?
My weapon is my bis.
Is it?
It's actually though. It is actually the bis.
It is.
I
What,
got lucky as fuck for snacks.
What enchant do you have on it currently?
I asked Eleanor to help me out with that yesterday. Didn't have the. Actually, I don't think we managed to make all the mats up for it. Or if we did, it was just gonna be costly.
What do you
But I have nothing on it.
want?
What do I want?
Because I got mighty spell power, which will let me put.
That's exactly
63.
what I want.
Well,
That's
I can.
exactly what
I have the mats because I'm a hoarder.
How dare you
Well,
hoard?
I will, bro. I'll get you to stack me up then, if you want to stack me up, because I've got some enchants that I can see if you have. For example, never mind. That one's good.
I think I need a chest enchant.
I could use a chest enchant, but my chest enchant, or my chest is gonna get replaced soon. So I actually would rather. Well, I shouldn't say soon. It's when I get it, I guess, because it's from Nax, I think. Yeah, it's 4 Horsemen Gluth. The thing is with my chest that I technically it can drop from 4 Horsemen Gluth and Vault of Archivon. So
There's 3 places, that's right.
did you like my counting? I did it.
What? Why does it say it already has 63 spell power on it, sir?
Oh, we did that already?
Yeah,
Somebody
I think I'll
did that
know
with me
about that
already.
one because you can't get the highest enchant yet.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I can see it underneath. Sorry, that's my fault. So then we're looking at. Well, fuck it. If you're a hoarder, then I'm just gonna get you to do this. What are you?
You don't happen to have Mongoose, do you? Because I think that drops in TBC somewhere.
I don't have Mongoose yet.
We'll have to go
And
hunt
I'll
for
get
that.
you to put. If you have powerful stats on that.
The best I have for stats right now is just super stats.
Whichever, sure. Cool. That's all right. I'll take that. You have it?
Will you?
Yeah, trade it again.
Yes. Yep. Super stats. Sick. 8 is still huge. My gloves have 28 spell power. It's good.
Welcome back.
Excellent, man. I've defeated a bunch of animals.
My boots are garbage, so we're not gonna talk about that.
Let's play some
my
Desert Strike, guys.
Shield is enchanted.
Let's see if there's any on.
My helmet's not good. No, I'm good. Thank you, bro. That fills it all out. Oh, I know we've got a lot from yesterday. Still.
Now we'll play some Special Forces, I guess.
Just trying to push points where I can get them out.
Yeah.
There we go. See if we get some music back on, or if that shit still bugged the hell out.
Alright, now I gotta put some potions in here.
I'm
Just
getting
so
more
haven't
money fucking offered to me to fucking sponsor goddamn bullshit again.
Yeah.
Well, no, Big Time's offering me more shit. And now I'm getting also offered fucking HelloFresh and a $7,000 to do their shit. If I had that many people, but no one's gonna fucking buy it. No one fucking likes HelloFresh. It feels bad. They've been my spot, and they'll probably be my sponsor multiple times, but it's just like, no one wants to buy it. It's like, no one has the money to spend on that right now. So, what we got here?
Oh my gosh, we have way too much of that shit. Tagger Lily.
Alright.
Order in the court. All rise.
Man, you know what I think you should start saying instead of order in the court? You should start saying
One
order
sec,
in the
guys, let me
court
get some.
as if we're all in a fucking, like a pillow fort.
Yeah, school day in there.
What's the password to get
They're
in?
embedded in some.
Exactly.
Go hang out, man. Go hang out, go AFK, do whatever. I'll be right back though. Hold on one sec while we're waiting for a game.
Probably a good thing.
True. True. What are you guys up to?
Leveling.
Hot pockets.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're doing some hero weeks. I got my mage to level 13 and a half, and I have an heirloom on it right now, and we're in the process of getting emblems for more heirlooms. And then I'll be 55 before you know it, or I'll be your level, whatever the fuck it is, before you know it, and then you're gonna be out of time. I'm just kidding. Pressure. I'm just kidding. Where are we headed? What should we go do next?
I think he wanted Halls of Lightning and Stone.
Sick.
It's another 8 emblems.
Go. I'm on my way to the Stormy Peaks.
Let's see if the stream will work for a bit. Fuck your peak hours.
Alright, I'm back, sorry. But yeah, a lot of people are just AFK. What the fuck is this Primal Kerrigan? What kind of RP shit is this? I'm dead! Alrighty. Yeah, I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. So, number 2, crushing grips, stuns enemies, drop pods, 40 Zerg. What the fuck? Alright, someone else is a Primal Kerrigan, apparently. Yeah, you guys go in there.
I have arrived at the House of Stone. With the Stone of Eldritch Stone.
You say you're trying to match?
You need to play StarCraft, Gul'dan.
So you're saying you're gonna match? Yeah. Almost ready, mate.
Gul'dan, Order of Warlocks, double their efforts. Come on, there we go.
Me and my buddies were, well, like 2 or 3 of them were just like chilling over at his place, and I'm like, yo, put $20
Dragonflight
on
Legacy?
Bulls being the
Yeah,
first
I've
one
seen
to
the
make it to
first.
10
How
in
good's the
this
second?
game.
Does it suck? Oh dear lord. Fuck!
It's such a weird thing. Like,
I haven't checked out the
you can
second one
apparently
yet.
you can make like
Second one was
who makes
great.
it to 10, 20, 30, you know, so on first.
I'll check it out after this game then.
It's kind of fun.
It's kind of weird, yeah.
But it's fun because, like, I don't know. Obviously, the players want to win the game, but like when it comes to the other, they don't give a fuck. They're just like.
You should
random.
watch it. Yeah, I will. So, Talon, I heard you're gonna play some WoW with us, some retail and classic. Yeah.
Says the guy playing StarCraft, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You power level me?
No.
Did I won't power level you actually.
No,
Okay.
they ruined power leveling, remember?
No, how about power level?
What the fuck?
We
I
must
now
not
have
say.
3,307 gold.
Okay, my
You can pay me to
character's
play
just
your
getting his
class when I'm
ass
out of
in.
work.
Okay. Somebody
$1
beat-
million.
somebody do it, Jimmy.
$100 million.
I'll be honest, you might fall in love with the rogue, so who knows?
Backstab, backstab. We can get our expert Gul'dan in here, isn't that right,
No.
Gul'dan?
Rogue's
Gul'dan's in here.
That is where you're fucking. That's where you're missing out. You're like backstab. It's ambush.
Ambush the predators.
From the trees.
So let's get all the rest
know
of
them
these
really well.
upgrades.
Well, party leaders. What else is party leader? I guess Mega.
True.
Veritas, do you want to get on and do a dungeon with us, or? If
Yeah, I'm
now
gonna
that
play
you
Special
just play?
Forces Elite, but I'll help you guys level.
Me and StarCraft?
Yeah, I'm in StarCraft right now.
We can fuck someone in the guild for sure. Bing bong. Who's the
The good
closest
old
storm
days,
peak?
man. I found out why my YouTube and everything's not working well. It's because my area is having like an issue with like download, so not like upload speed. It's fucking stupid.
Is anybody streaming?
I am.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Have you guys been watching like the YouTube like shorts lately?
For YouTube. I always watch YouTube. Why? I'm a fucking noob.
It's like flooded with this stupid ass like. I don't know. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about if you've been watching the shorts lately.
Like
but,
the messed up shit? I've been saying that.
Well, it's like...
I saw someone pick the shell off a turtle and it infuriated me.
That's obnoxious.
Like,
No,
they were
it's
using a
not.
butter knife to take it off a live animal. Yeah, that's fucked.
No, like...
I reported that immediately.
There's like people like flooding like YouTube to where like, I'm not even joking, I
PETA.
scrolled through like 30 to 50 shorts and like 30 or 40 of them were all the same, posted by different people.
Yeah, there's some bullshit going on, Golden.
I've been getting like this stupid shit and I'll block it every time. Whoever posts it, block, 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 block. It's
I
annoying.
really think YouTube needs to do a better job at moderation. I know they have like fucking a bajillion videos, but like
dude.
You would think they could
Yeah,
employ a lot more people.
YouTube wasn't profitable until not too recently.
True. Twitch isn't making money. So Twitch had a 10-year deal to make money, and that's why they upped the ad thing, and then why all the streamers are bitching. The top streamers on the platform are actually losing the money. That's why they're having to revoke their contracts. They're making more money off of smaller streamers.
Huh.
Well, the whole thing is people like Summit. They literally forced him to increase his ads, so now he's doing 4 20-second ads every hour.
This guy get those numbers up. These are kid numbers compared to our stream.
He's averaging like.
Those are kid numbers compared to us. Oh, what the fuck was that?
He used to not
Up them numbers, boy.
He used to
Gotta get them up.
Like, 2 ads, and they were 10 seconds long. Once in a while.
Well, yeah, ads is the new way for them to make money because the thing is you get a 55-45 split, so it's not
Oh, he
bad.
doesn't need the money like that. I mean, he won them all.
Well, in your contract, you still need it though.
Yeah. But that's the only reason that he changed his shirt, was because of the contract. And I bet you Asmund do the same damn shirt. I stopped
Yeah.
watching Twitch. I just watch his videos.
Crying? Oh dear lord. Yeah, my tune's not powerful enough yet to handle that shit. Kerrigan! So wait, how much are the infestors I want? Where are they at? That's not what I want. Swarm hosts, these are what I want. Actually what I want.
Oh god damn. Woo.
I
That's
ain't
my
even
fault.
trained
I
them.
literally was like, this is so comfortable. At that moment, I was just thinking that, and then just got slammed.
At the rally.
I think he was also standing a little close. Okay.
Zerg unit upgrades, all Zerg structures, blah blah blah, no one cares. Zerg ground units. They're the ones I want. Locust move, 30% faster. Alright.
I have
you get them, Locust. Get in there, son.
Just and relics. Don't mind. I'm just kidding, they're sold out. But I have Argent Crusade and Kieran Tour. I actually wasn't kidding until I looked at it and then I started giggling to myself just like I'm an asshole. I just can't.
I think that's dumb.
It is kind of dumb. For some
Large
things it is
Zerg
fine, but,
Force.
I mean, in a way,
Where's my character? Oh.
I mean, do you want all my torn healing sweat all over it? I mean, you might.
We're gonna come to that.
Sounds like
Oh, I'm opening the macros. What the fuck?
I don't know, it just started attacking me, sorry. I didn't realize it was me
Let me
at first.
uproot this and move them a little closer, I guess.
Oh yeah, we got.
What's our rally point? Ah! Got a rally point over here.
I totally forgot. I'm so passive.
Better clock the fuck in, man. I love little fucking swarmlings or swarm hosts. They're fucking awesome. Dude, I love swarm hosts.
They're fun. I don't use them very often, but actually maybe that's what I'll do next time. Yeah, I'm gonna. If you don't decide to do that, if we end up playing later on, then I'll do that. 'Cause that's really fun. We could both do it. It's
I'm
just super
using
cheap.
them right now on the super elite map, and they're just like ripping down all the trash mobs.
Yeah, storm hosts can basically keep you alive if you do it right. It's all about positioning most of the time.
What the heck was that? Who's jumping around in their cages? Not enough minerals.
Yeah, man. So high burst, no sustain.
Debatable.
Depends on how you build your spirit and shit.
They have some spells which make your instant casts free. So it's a matter of crit as well. The more you crit, the more free casts you have. Arcane.
If only I could make more.
Oh, just like
But I mean, like, what kind of builds aren't? You're going, especially like now, into things are limited until the phases come out. Like warriors kind of get fucked until more of their gear comes out, right?
Who's going Evoker on retail is the question for our guild.
But it is retail.
Yeah. We need some
You can find it.
Evokers. It's
Just use retail in a sentence.
It's woke wow is what it is.
Combination, who's getting it? Yeah, let's kill Kev. I mean, not kill Kev.
I want to heal me. Good luck.
I almost thought this boss was here for a second.
Oh,
I was like,
is
where's the
sure.
boss? Blends in.
Where's
Remember to run out for Shattered.
What was
Stay
this one?
away from each other.
Everyone stack on me for Shattered. Sack.
The fuck is chain
This guy's
reaction?
probably like, what the fuck?
Oh, it's chain lightning, pretty much.
All the mana, all the spell casters, all the spell crashing. Sorry, run over here. That one got away from me.
Get him, swarm host. Sick 'em, boy.
I think they spelled that last time.
Actually, you
Special event complete.
That was exactly right.
Alright, so what are we upgrading now? The fuck are my animals doing? Self-detection, movement speed, blah blah blah, experience gain. Alright, I'll just do this.
Give me 1 second. I need to get my kid from plug in quick. It makes me so happy. Whenever I go into the grasp or PvP, I just beat the fuck out of fast DK. You know, she's it just makes me so happy.
Are you unholy?
No.
Blood?
Yep.
And it's so easy too, because like the self-healing that you have versus him.
Yeah, I mean like 1 death strike is 3 times that.
Yeah, ace all these, I guess.
What's that? You crit me for 3k? Well, I'm just gonna heal it back up.
Yeah.
What the fuck did I... Oh, I buffed these. I guess you can buff your standard units, can't you?
Oh shit. Oh,
It's a cool looking mace. Shit.
Let's see what happens. Can you buff that? Oh shit, you can. What the fuck? So buff Kerrigan with that, wow.
It gives me hit rate. I feel like that's probably better.
Fucking rolling 99 on greed. Holy fuck.
What? Hey, Sarah.
No, I just swim
Click on
inbound.
that link. Click the link.
You see
I
how
need to go behind the time. Didn't do anything.
88, 86, 86, 22, just down, down.
Just gonna keep upgrading the queen.
chose me. He also chose me, dude.
I love it. I just rickrolled my fiance. There's this video out there somebody made. It's like keyboard sounds from $90 to $10,000. $90 to $10,000, and just shows off all these different keyboards. You know, all they're doing is just click it away. You know, just quote satisfied. And at the very end, hooks of this keyboard. Apparently $10,000 for this keyboard, which of course is probably bullshit. Starts typing on it, instead of you hearing the click clacks, you just start hearing fucking rickroll.
Not enough minerals.
Technically, 60 some gold.
Oh, Brand being a dumbass.
Oh dear lord.
Brand's already out here.
He's already out. That's what Terrible was saying. I was like, who's Bran? I was like, Game of Thrones was in my brain.
Like, did that freestyle that one time for the Y2K.
So wait, what does everything do?
What's it doing for that goal, Kev?
Get dexterity.
I'm sitting inside its ass. Yep.
Asshole hollow, man.
Two shakes of a dong.
Welcome back, fam. Oh, that looks fucking pissed.
Don't worry, guys, I got it ready. Boom. See that?
Oh dear lord, it hurts.
Oh, that's my fault.
I mean, yeah, he did stand in the purple shit.
Gotta upgrade some more damage, apparently.
Bulls won again tonight.
See your votes. Shouldn't be too much longer, like 15 minutes. Nidus Worm. Inbound. Was it just released today, Gul'dan?
Stand in the purple shit.
The fuck is that from? Yesterday? Yeah, I definitely didn't see it then. that seemed a little ridiculous right there. That's the final boss. Oh, fuck it. Oh, there she is. Like, where's my one guy? Ah, they do him before every reset? That makes sense. Oh, we already won? What the fuck?
I will try until it works.
So wait, how do we win now? Oh, we just killed this Nidus worm.
Whoa, whoa, this guy's attacking... Motherfucker's attacking Brant.
We won!
Oh, that's bad on my part. Oh, bad. Oh, bad!
Let me mute this shit, hold on.
Oh. Nope. I fucked up.
Let me find it. It might take a little bit to load Gul'dan to remember that my shit's not loading well right now. So
Just pull them in here and this way.
let me mute this.
I'm just gonna release and try to run back in.
Yeah. Well,
It's called, well, Legacies, Chapter 2. Legacies, Chapter 2. Oh, it's Deathwing? Really?
What is your name, child?
Emberthor, the commander of the Drakthir.
You are a race of fierce warriors, unlike anything Azeroth has seen in many an age. In time, you may become as mighty as we once were.
Once? What happened?
The desire for power carries peril. We were blind to the darkness in our midst. Behold, the dragon eyes. In the time after our ascension, we
Oh, let me turn it
Aspects sought to create a beacon of hope for all the world.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Neltharion, my general.
Indeed, we all had our roles to play. Guided by Alex Strasser, our conscience, our heart, we all became as close as clutchmates, or so it seemed. For we could not hear the whispers of corruption that tempted one of our own. When demons invaded our world, we Aspects went forth to protect it as we always had. Not knowing whether we would ever again see the shores of home. Our brother Neltharion led our defense against the invaders. But for the first time, we found our strength inadequate. And we grew desperate. So when Neltharion assured us that with our help, he could forge a weapon to win the war, we placed our trust in him. And we renewed our battle against the demons, only to have Neltharion, who now took the name Deathwing, turn on his own kind. We could not foresee this betrayal, for we simply did not want to believe. Even after all this time, the pain of his treachery
is far worse than the scars he left us with.
That is not the leader I remember. How do I know it was not you who provoked him?
You missed much during your confinement, but the sands of time
I
reveal
love how they
all
use the old
truths,
lady's
child.
voice all the time.
Even
The
bitter
fucking
ones.
voice.
Trust your eyes. When the champions of Azeroth faced Deathwing for the last time, he was so consumed by madness that he could not imagine what we would sacrifice to stop him. That the weapon we had helped him forge would become the means of his destruction.
Was there no other way?
Deathwing would have destroyed this world. To stop him, we aspects relinquished our power, our immortality, our guardianship of Azeroth itself. A fair trade, I believe.
You want something from me, don't you?
It is my gift and my burden to travel the pathways of time. But there is one crucial moment that has long remained hidden from me. And only you can lead me there.
You can lead me there. Pre-purchase now for early access to the direct tier Evoker. That was good. It was definitely better than the other one, Galagrond.
Wait, no one 5 merge. Or I guess when you kill the ad.
He's gonna be Nozdormu, or I mean, Murazad, for sure. Let's see, what other games shall we play?
One.
I was debating playing WoW, and I'm like,
Oh, we can join you StarCraft soon. We're gonna do one more dungeon here, I think.
StarCrack.
3.
StarCrack. Yeah, I think I only got
They need
one
to
after
do a
this.
fucking,
Alright, it's the last
Fall
one.
the
After
Lich
that,
King
everybody on the
shit,
boss,
or
I'll
the
kill
Lich
us all.
King fucking series
Sick.
for
Call
Netflix
it.
with the
Yeah,
guy
what do
who
we do?
did the fucking, Witcher, is what they need. Helm's Deep. Alright, what do we got here? Cats and Critters, Castle Fight StarCraft. No idea what the hell that is.
There it goes.
Nice. I also got 500 Stonekeeper shards in that one.
Zerg Hex. Warcraft Trilogy would be fire.
Flesh Ripper.
I don't know if they'll ever do it though, sadly. I'm like,
It literally just looks like that. Alright.
Blizzard's too fucking lazy to spend more money. Blizzard, fix your shit. I actually might head to bed. I'm getting old, ladies and gents. Actually.
Northrend Dungeon Master.
Tomorrow, if you guys want to do StarCraft, let's do StarCraft.
Oh, you're done for tonight?
Yeah. I'm gonna get some sleep since I'm sick anyway. Let's see. What shall I put on tonight, if my damn thing works? People are gonna want to watch lore, or they want to watch a fucking book. There's like the 10-hour book of the Well of Eternity I was debating putting on, but the guy's so fucking boring reading it. Alright, let's see. World of Warcraft. How's your PC? Well, streaming doesn't really take that much on my PC. I restart it once in a while, but surprisingly. What should we do? Well, that wasn't bad, though. So let's see. I love the book, The Second War. They really need to turn this into a WoW thing. Like a WoW, version. I'll do the cinematics actually get me a lot of playthroughs at night. Like, people just sit there and watch it all fucking night. Like, I watch the analytics on it. They enjoy, like, all that shit. If the fucking swirl of death doesn't get them. Like, why did that shit load so easily and this one doesn't? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I agree. I 100% agree, man. Oh, yeah. Well, he's purposely made it annoying. There's some other ones I can put on, too. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow, guys. Peace.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
I'll put my sheet on. Alright, I'll see you, Gul'dan. Bye.
Oh, mages. Oh.
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies. Like fools, we clung to the old hatreds. And fought as we had for generations. Until the day the sky rained fire, and the new enemy came among us. We stand now upon the brink of destruction, for the reign of chaos has come at last.
The sands of time have run out, son of Duratan. The cries of war echo upon the winds. The remnants of the past scar the land. Which is besieged once again by conflict. heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies. Seek me out.
We've received reports that the Orcs are regrouping. Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough.
Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde amasses on our very doorstep.
The Orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Wizards are just paranoid.
Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do? It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet, prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor.
Are you mad?
Old Ambassador. I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will.
The warning has been given. Their fate is now their own.
Ah, my son.
You no longer need to sacrifice for your people. You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Agir Udal Dutarus. das Bethalun. Dalentaro ildas glakun. Rithum sethara samanar kutamus. Belar Sumaris, Azaratha, Rakas, Kula. Belanora, Mordanos melar, il amor no falos cadar.
So predictable. I knew you would come. And I see you brought the mighty Hell Scream. His blood is mine. As is your whole misbegotten race. The boy believed you could be saved, but he didn't know what burns within your soul. Within your heart, you know we are the same. Thrall, the blood haze has lifted. The demon's fire has burnt out in my veins. I have freed myself. No, old friend. You freed us all.
The roots will heal in time, as will the entire world. The sacrifices have been made. Just as the orcs, humans, and night elves discarded their old hatreds and stood united against a common foe, so did nature herself rise up to banish the shadow forever. As for me, I came back to ensure that there would be a future, to teach the world that it no longer needed guardians. The hope for future generations has always resided in mortal hands. And now that my task is done, I will take my place amongst the legends of the past.
Betrayer. In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Still, I am hunted. Still, I am hated. Now my blind eyes see what others cannot. Now go forth. Unleash the tides of doom upon all those who would oppose us.
Forget this business. Lead your men home. You lost your mind, Arthas.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthas?
Some prince will find only death in the cold. Turn complete circle. Release me from this prison. Now, we are one.
Four years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated. The drums of war thunder once again.
noble humans of Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race. Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their lands. Nestled in the foothills of Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. Ruled by the Child King Anduin Wrynn, the people of Stormwind remain steadfast in their commitment to the Grand Alliance. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it, and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told. The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain, they rarely ventured beyond the wintry peaks of Dulmora. Recently, however, the dwarves unearthed a series of ruins that held secrets to their ancient heritage. Driven to discover the truth about his people's fabled origins, the great king Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to archaeology. As part of the Grand Alliance, the stalwart dwarven armies have been called away to battle the merciless horde in faraway lands. In these perilous times, the defense of the Mountain Kingdom falls to brave dwarves like you. The spirits of the ancient kings watch over you, and the very mountains are your strength. The future of your people is in your hands. For 10,000 years, the immortal Night Elves cultivated a druidic society within the shadowed recesses of Ashenvale Forest. Yet recently, the catastrophic invasion of the Burning Legion shattered the tranquility of their ancient civilization. Led by the Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage and the priestess Tyrande Whisperwind, the mighty Night Elves rose to challenge the demonic onslaught. Though victorious, the Night Elves were forced to sacrifice their cherished immortality and watch their beloved forests burn. Seeking to regain their immortality, a number of wayward druids conspired to plant a special tree that would link their spirits to the eternal world. Despite Malfurion's warnings that nature would never bless such a selfish act, the druids planted the great tree Teldrassil off the stormy coasts of northern Kalimdor. Within the twilight boughs of the colossal tree, the wondrous city of Darnassus took root. However, the great tree was not consecrated with nature's blessing, and soon fell prey to the corruption of the Burning Legion. Now the wildlife, and even the limbs of the great tree itself, are tainted by a growing darkness. As one of the few Night Elves still left in the world, it is your sworn duty to defend Darnassus and the wild children of nature against the Legion's encroaching corruption. The eccentric, often brilliant gnomes are held as one of the most peculiar races of the world. With their obsession for developing radical new technologies and constructing marvels of mind-bending engineering, it's a wonder that any gnomes have survived to proliferate. Over the years, the gnomes have contributed ingenious weapons to aid the Grand Alliance in its fierce battles against the Horde. Thriving within the wondrous techno-city of Gnomragon, the gnomes shared the resources of the forested Dulmora peaks with their dwarven cousins. Yet recently, a barbaric menace rose up from the bowels of the earth and invaded Gnomragon. Aided by their dwarven allies, the gnomes fought a valiant battle to save their beloved city. Nevertheless, Gnomragon was irrevocably lost. The surviving gnomes fled to the safety of the dwarven stronghold of Ironforge. There they remain, devising strategies to retake their city. As a gnome of proud standing, it falls to you to answer the challenge and lead your curious people to a brighter future. Long ago, the Orcish horde was corrupted by the Burning Legion and lured to the world of Azeroth. For generations, the Orcs made war upon the human kingdoms of Stormwind and Lordaeron. Though the horde was ultimately defeated, a visionary young war chief named Thrall rose to lead his people in their darkest hour. Under Thrall's rule, the Orcs freed themselves from the chains of demonic corruption and embraced their shamanistic heritage. After years of wandering, the Orcs founded their own kingdom in the harsh wastelands of Durotar. Based in the warrior city of Orgrimmar, they stand ready to destroy all who would challenge their supremacy. As a proud defender of Durotar, it is your duty to crush your enemies, both seen and unseen. For the nefarious agents of the Burning Legion still wander the land. The vicious trolls that populate the numerous jungle isles of the South Seas are renowned for their cruelty and dark mysticism. Barbarous and superstitious, they carry a seething hatred for all other races. Long since exiled from its ancestral homeland in Stranglethorn Vale, the Darkspear tribe was nearly destroyed by rampaging Murlocs. Rescued by the young war chief Thrall and his Orcish warriors, the Darkspear tribe swore allegiance to the Horde. Led by the cunning shadow hunter Vol'jin, the Darkspears now make their home in Durotar, along with their Orcish allies. As one of the only surviving Darkspears, it falls to you to reclaim the glory of your tribe. Bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lich King, the vast undead armies of the Scourge seek to eradicate all life on Azeroth. Led by the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, a group of renegades broke away from the Scourge and freed themselves of the Lich King's domination. Known by some as the Forsaken, this group fights a constant battle, not only to retain its freedom from the Scourge, but also to slaughter those who would hunt them as monsters. With Sylvanas as their Banshee queen, the Forsaken have built a dark stronghold beneath the ruins of Lordaeron's former capital city. This hidden Undercity forms a sprawling labyrinth that stretches beneath the haunted woods of the Tirisfal Glades. Though the very land is cursed, the zealous humans of the Scarlet Crusade still cling to their scattered holdings, obsessed with eradicating the undead and retaking their homeland. Convinced that the primitive races of the Horde can help them achieve victory over their enemies, the Forsaken have entered an alliance of convenience. Harboring no true loyalty for their new allies, they will go to any lengths to ensure their dark plans come to fruition. As one of the Forsaken, you must massacre any who pose a threat to the new order, human, undead, or otherwise. Once a nomadic people, the Tauren roamed the endless plains of the Barrens, hunting the mighty Kodo. Scattered across the land, the wandering tribes were united only by their common hatred for their sworn enemy, the marauding centaur. Seeking aid against the centaur, the great chieftain Cairn Bloodhoof befriended the savage orcs who had recently journeyed to Kalimdor. With the orcs' help, Cairn and his tribe were able to drive back the centaur and claim the grasslands of Mulgore for their own. Upon the windswept mesa of Thunder Bluff, Cairn built a refuge for his people. Over time, the scattered tribes united under a single banner. Though the noble Tauren are peaceful in nature, the rites of the Great Hunt are venerated as the heart of their spiritual culture. As a tribesman of Mulgore, you must test your skills in the wild and prove yourself in the Great Hunt.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled. Forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone. Not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold as Icecrown itself. Inside, I bore witness to horrific acts, demonstrations of power that could be mine for the asking. Terrified, I ran, but did not get far. All too soon, my choice was made. Too late did I realize that such power does not come without a price. The world will pay a far greater toll, for I have returned.
For years, tensions between the Alliance and the Horde have mounted as worldwide conflicts threaten to plunge the two factions into all-out war. Now, the Alliance has begun to tighten the noose, and whoever controls the towers in Eastern Plaguelands controls the tide of battle. The battle has just begun.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared. You are not prepared.
1 month ago, a terrible explosion tore open the skies above northern Kalimdor. At that moment, the great ship Exodar plummeted from the heavens and crashed upon the world of Azeroth. Having fled the ravaged world of Outland, the noble Draenei used the dimension-traveling Exodar to reach safe haven. Inspired by tales of the heroic alliance that stood against the might of the Burning Legion, the Draenei have come to enlist aid in retaking their shattered homeland. Dedicated to preserving life and upholding the tenets of the Holy Light, the Draenei hope to gather a new coalition of warriors to battle the Burning Legion and put a halt to its horrific burning crusade. Armed only with courage and their unshakable faith in the light, the Draenei look forward to finding the Alliance and ushering them towards the destiny that awaits beyond the skies of Azeroth. Now, the fate of 2 worlds rests in your hands. For nearly 7,000 years, the High Elves cultivated a shining, magical kingdom. hidden deep within the forests of northern Lordaeron. But 5 years ago, the undead scourge invaded Quel'Thalas and drove the elves to the brink of extinction. Led by the evil Death Knight Arthas, the Scourge destroyed the mystical Sunwell, thereby severing the elves from the source of their arcane power. Though the scars of that conflict are evident, the remaining elves have banded together and retaken much of their homeland. Calling themselves Blood Elves, these grim survivors are committed to regaining the vast powers they once commanded. Inspired by the leadership of their beloved prince, Kael'thas Sunstrider, the Blood Elves now seek new sources of arcane magic and the means of defending their land against the undying horrors of the Scourge. As one of the few surviving Blood Elves, you must master your thirst for magic and help shape the destiny of your people.
I remember the temple as it used to be, a place of worship. I prayed within its chambers and meditated among its gardens. I was happy then, at peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. A day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price. That day, my beloved sanctuary became the Black Temple. There, the orc warlocks practiced a twisted magic that corrupted the land and nearly destroyed us all.
Do not do this, Gul'dan. Bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. He will destroy us all.
Even after the Horde's reckless sorcery tore the planet apart, my people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary. I remember the armies of demons that swept down on us like a plague. During these dark times, the one called Megtheridon made the temple his home. Then came Illidan, the one they call the Betrayer, the enemy of my enemy.
Megtheridon lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently. We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another. I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. My soul bears the burden of my misjudgment, but I have been patient. I have been waiting, and when the time is right, the betrayer will become
Troll land. We Amani was here before anyone. The elves and their alliance came to drive us out. But we never give up. We never forget. The elves took my eye. I cut off my own arm to escape them. And now, they fight alongside the Horde? I spit on the Horde! I hate you. I hate you all. But I got a surprise for you now. So come on in. The Amani never give up. We never forget. We never die. This is our land. You wanna stay. You stay here forever. We gonna bury you here.
A sacred fount of untold power. It saturated every fiber of our being. In the warmth of its glow, we thrived. Until the shadow of death fell upon us. Only after the Sunwell's destruction did we realize how dependent we'd become upon its magic. How much we needed to feed. In the wake of our devastation, I named our people Cinderai, Blood Elves. My people turned to me for answers. I promised them a cure. Strangely, we found deliverance in the demon Illidan. Illidan offered new sources of arcane power, and so I joined him in Outland, pledging to return one day to lead our people to glory. But Illidan's agenda was short-sighted. I grew impatient. In secret, I began harvesting what energies I could. I had a brief taste of true power. Before it was taken from me. But all is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright. I have forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. Child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power. Truest victory, my son, is stirring the hearts of your people. I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king. A hero, that's what you once were. You stood boldly against the shadow and purchased another dawn for the world with your life. But the evil you fought is not so easily banished. The victory you claimed, not so easily held. For now, the specter of death looms above the world yet again, and it has found new champions to bring about its final reign. Knights of darkness. Wielding runes of death and destruction, bound by the will of the Lich King. This is the hour of their ascension. This is the hour of your dark rebirth.
Take the lead! For Lordaeron! For the Alliance!
wretches!
Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Luntargar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave, and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can...
What? Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now, the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken! Sylvanas. Death to the Scourge! And death to the living!
Isn't
Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
we have missed this until now? King Varian, thank you for coming on such short notice.
What's this all about, Ronan?
I've called you here to ask for your help. While our efforts against the Lich King press on, Bran here has brought us frightening news of the horrors beneath Ulduar, and of its dark prisoner.
Prisoner? Huh? With its binding shattered, its influence unchecked, it's gonna come after us, and we're gonna be the prisoners.
You can see now what we're up against. If this evil is not stopped, then the armies of the Death God will march on our doorstep.
You'll have to excuse me.
Well, what do you propose we do?
Thrall, what are you doing here so soon?
The summons sounded dire, Jaina. What's happened?
Bran Bronzebeard's forces assaulted the gates of Ulduar. They battled the Iron Lords and their cursed minions. He won't stop talking about this presence he felt, permeating the great halls, stirring in their minds, chilling their blood. He said, the horror that the Titans imprisoned so long ago, Yogg Saron has awakened.
I want to see this dwarf, Garrosh, to see the fear in his eyes. Then we'll know if he's telling the truth.
No, wait!
We are going to need all the help we can get if we are...
Thrall!
What are they doing here?
Let me explain.
I thought I smelled the stench of Alliance pigs. Control yourself. You want my blood? Come then, dog. He's mine.
Stop it!
We have all lost! A great deal in this conflict. But we stand to lose everything if we do not stop fighting and work together!
A true war chief would never partner with cowards.
At the Wrathgate, the Horde's partnership killed more of our men than the Scourge. I'm done with your Horde. May this Death God take you all.
You disappoint me, Garrosh.
The old god is laughing, toying with us.
Who will be our hope?
Who will stand and face Yogg Saron?
Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. And the dark, ancient powers you've enslaved. Though my soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil, there are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Bolvar! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame sealed my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine.
You will not be forgotten, brother.
I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place, and never return. Pain. Agony. My hatred burns through the cavernous deeps. The world heaves with my torment. Its wretched kingdoms quake beneath my rage. But at last, the whole of Azeroth will break. And all will burn beneath the shadow of my wings.
Emboldened by the return of their heroic king, Varian Wrynn, the proud humans of Stormwind led the Alliance to victory in its war against the dreaded Lich King. While successful, the campaign in Northrend proved costly, and the humans now seek to bolster their strategic holdings throughout the world. Under Varian's daring leadership, humanity now braces itself for a renewed conflict with its perennial enemy, the Horde. Yet, as the great cataclysm rips across the world, familiar threats have once again arisen closer to home. It now falls to you to defend the kingdom and uphold the honor of humanity. Great change has come to the enduring halls of Ironforge. Obsessed with the workings of the Titans, the dwarves retrieved their creator's mystical tablets from the fabled city of Ulduar. Activating one such tablet, King Magni Bronzebeard fell prey to a terrible curse that fused his statue-like form into the diamond heart of Ironforge itself. To compound this tragedy, Magni's estranged daughter Moira arrived, claiming her father's throne for herself and for her infant Dark Iron son. To avert civil war, the dwarves created the Council of Three Hammers, an uneasy coalition that would share power equally amongst the clans. Now, with political upheaval rising within the kingdom, and the great cataclysm ravaging the surrounding lands, the future of Ironforge falls to brave dwarves like you. After years of imprisonment within the Emerald Nightmare, Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage has finally returned to the mortal world. Reunited with his love, Tyrande Whisperwind, Malfurion endeavors now to heal the corrupted world tree Teldrassil and rejuvenate the spirit of the Night Elf people. Yet as the great cataclysm shakes the boughs of their colossal tree, the Night Elves brace themselves against the coming storm. As war and destruction close in from all sides, it falls to Night Elves like you to stand strong and protect the enduring legacy of your people. Given the recent political upheaval in Ironforge, the gnomes have suddenly found themselves unwelcomed guests within the city. Leveraging their ingenious technologies and unquenchable spirit for adventure, the gnomes have begun to reevaluate their role within Cosmodan. Under the inventive leadership of High Tinker Gelbin Mechatork, the gnomes now plan a daring campaign against the barbarous Trogs to retake their former capital of Gnomregon. With the odds stacked against them, the gnomes are counting on brave heroes such as you to stand and be counted. Your people's greatest hour draws near. Empowered by the holy light and the undying strength of their convictions, the Draenei led the charge against the demonic Burning Legion in Outland. Now, with the Legion's defeat, they have completed the desperate mission that first brought them to Azeroth. Though some Draenei were sent back to Outland to revitalize their former civilization, the majority have vowed to remain and uphold their sacred commitment to the Alliance. Driven by a powerful vision, the immortal prophet Velen believes that a great war between the darkness and the light is fast approaching, and that Azeroth will be its principal battleground. As one of Velen's chosen, you must stand bravely before the Shadow and ensure that your people are ready for the war to come. The Great Cataclysm has shattered more than just the world. War Chief Thrall, arguably the most powerful living shaman, has left his people behind so that he might stop the cataclysm at its source. Yet, in his absence, the Orc champion Garrosh Hellscream has become the Horde's new war chief. Though popular amongst the Orcs for his victories against the Lich King, Garrosh's reckless leadership has begun to cause a rift between himself and the other leaders of the Horde. With Durotar's natural resources nearly depleted, Garrosh seeks to take whatever his people need to survive, regardless of who stands in his way. A dangerous new era for the Horde has dawned, and it falls to brave orcs like you to uphold the will of the new war chief and assure the dominance of your people. Exiled years ago from their lands in Stranglethorn Vale, the dark-speared trolls attempted to make a new life for themselves amongst the disparate races of the Horde. Under the leadership of the noble war chief Thrall, Vol'jin and his savage trolls had at last found the honor and purpose they had been searching for. But now, under the rule of the headstrong Garrosh Hellscream, the trolls fear that the Horde could tear itself apart. Vol'jin knows that whatever threats loom ahead, whether they be from within the Horde or from without, It is cunning trolls like you who will fight to preserve the honor of the Horde. Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed upon both the Alliance and the Horde to calamitous effect. Unbeknownst to Sylvanas, Putrus and his demonic ally, Veramathras, had taken control of the Undercity. As a result, the Forsaken were wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually retaken, Sylvanas and her followers still bear the weight of Putrus' sins. Mistrusted by the other members of the Horde, the Forsaken must now prove their loyalty to the cause and redeem themselves from their supposed treachery. To this end, Sylvanas has bolstered her defenses within the Tirisfal Glades and readied her undead forces for any contingency. As one of the Forsaken, you must use your cunning and viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or otherwise. Great tragedy has rocked the Tauren tribes and shaken their once stalwart devotion to the Horde. A disagreement between the new Orc war chief, Garrosh Hellscream, and the beloved Tauren chieftain, Cairn Bloodhoof, led to a duel that ended in Cairn's death. With his loss, the vile matriarch Magatha Grimtotem launched a murderous attack, attempting to seize control of Thunder Bluff for herself. However, Cairn's brave son, Bane Bloodhoof, successfully repelled the attack and banished the surviving Grimtotem to the farthest reaches of the land. Under Bane's hopeful leadership, the Tauren people now seek to heal their wounds and restore the balance between the various factions of the Horde. To this end, a new generation of Tauren Sunwalkers has arisen to lead their people into the light of a new dawn and the promise of rebirth. As a proud tribesman of Mulgore, you must uphold the honor of your people and safeguard the lands of your ancestors. The past few years have seen unprecedented changes within the eternal land of Quel'Thalas. The Blood Elves, following the will of their crazed leader Kael'thas Sunstrider, channeled dangerous, chaotic magics to transform their sacred Sunwell into a gateway of unspeakable evil. While Kael'thas and his demonic masters were eventually defeated, a different kind of transformation occurred within the Sunwell itself, as a dying Naru sacrificed its life essence to reignite the Sunwell into a fount of holy energy. Now, the Blood Elf Regent Lorthamar Theron sees a new hope on the horizon for his people. Over time, the Sunwell's light could cure the Blood Elves of their cursed state. But many still cling to the arcane powers they've procured, and are hesitant to relinquish them. As one of the remaining Blood Elves, you must fight to protect Quel'Thalas, and help redeem the soul of your ancient people. Led by their indomitable king, Genn Greymane, the proud citizens of Gilneas once stood with the Alliance against the vile, orcish horde that sought to conquer all of Lordaeron. Gilneas survived, but in the chaotic years following the Second War, the mighty kingdom drew ever inward. Distrustful of their former allies, the Gilneans erected a mighty wall at the borders of their land, closing off their nation and their hearts from an ever-darkening world. Now, many years later, as the seemingly unstoppable undead scourge marches across Lordaeron, human civilization once again teeters on the brink of destruction. As war and terror close in all around them, the citizens of Gilneas are faced with one terrible truth. Their mighty wall cannot hold back the dead for much longer. And worse, rumors of a new threat have arisen within the kingdom's borders, of feral nightmare creatures that walk upright as men, but hunt and howl as wolves.
Look at what you've become. Those cursed beasts. They've left you nothing more than just another wretched mongrel. Do you even remember what you did to your friends? Your kind, haunting the wilds unchecked, until we found you. They've kept you alive because they still believe you can be saved. To which I must ask, is there even a shred of humanity left within you?
The wily, cunning goblins of Kazan have lived in relative peace for generations. Though some of their race sided with the marauding orcs during the Second War, most goblins have remained neutral throughout the various conflicts between the Alliance and Horde. Ruled over by corrupt yet highly affluent trade princes, the goblins created a virtual paradise for themselves throughout the islands of the South Seas. Their ingenious feats of engineering and vast trade fleets helped make their island capital of Kazan one of the great technological wonders of the world. But now, as the elements themselves rise up in anger across the world, the goblins' mechanical paradise will be put to the test. For very soon, fate will force them to choose sides in a conflict that will shape the very history of the world.
This is all your fault. We were supposed to have these stupid slaves to Kalimdor days ago. I'm not taking the fall for this one. You're the one who got us lost. What does it matter? Gallywix is gonna have both our heads. Shh! Did you hear that?
Captain, who are they? It doesn't matter. Our orders are to capture the Horde target at all costs. No witnesses.
Abandon ship! Make for the escape pod! Get us out! Don't leave us down here! Please! Don't leave us! Come back! No!
Our kind faces extinction. Trolls once ruled the mightiest empire this world has ever seen. Yet look at you now. Zuldrak has already fallen to the Scourge. Its gods consumed as death descended on its people. Zul'Farrak, once the shining jewel of Tanaris, is now nothing but a wasteland. Divided, you are weak. But we, Zandalari, can offer you a future undreamed of. Jinto of the Gurubashi, would you see the greatness of Zul'Garub restored? Join us, and the Zandalari will make it so. Dakara of the Amani, summon your followers to Zul-Aman. Together, we will make Zul'Jin's murderers weep for mercy. Brothers, hear us now! We Zandalari have returned to reclaim the former glory of our people. To see trolls retake the lands that are right for the hours, and to crush any foolish enough to stand in our way.
reach of the cataclysm, the true Empire will rise again! Vol'jin of the Dark Spear, you would turn your back on your own people?
The Horde is my people. If it be war you bring, then I stand against you.
So be it, Dark Spear. But against the powers we'll soon unleash, none shall stand for long.
You've been at this for days, Goel.
The elements remain silent, Agra. How can I help them if they won't speak to me?
You must rest. Everyone has their limits.
Look around you. This world is dying. I can't have limits.
When will you see that you cannot carry this burden alone?
Great spirits, please, speak to me. Show me what I must do.
Little shaman, and the Fire Lord has answered. You and your kind thought that the fires of doom had been quenched. But I will show you the truth. That you hold dear exist only to burn. The end comes, son of Duratan. The final hour of twilight. And there is nothing you can do to stop it.
I heard you call out. What's happened?
Fire, Agra. It's coming for us. Unstoppable. Unending rage.
Take heart, Goel. The end is not upon us yet.
Whatever comes, I know we will face it. Together. can feel the elements awakening. Rejoicing. The cataclysm is over.
The champions who fought at our side assured the survival of our world. But now, we must see it with mortal eyes. We dragon aspects have fulfilled our great purpose, and our ancient power is expended. But though our day draws to an end, life endures, and new generations will be born. Today's victory belongs to all who stood against the shadow. You are Azeroth's true guardians, and the future of this world is in your hands. For the dawning of the Age of Mortals has begun.
I was born in the Badlands in the days following the Cataclysm. A black dragon by blood. Perhaps the last of my kind. My egg was stolen from my mother by the Red Dragonflight. Once they had what they needed, my mother was murdered. They experimented on my egg. They tried to sever my connection with the other black dragons, so that I would be pure. They were more successful than they had bargained for. When my father found out about this travesty, he was displeased. Perhaps you have heard of my father. His name is Deathwing. My story would have ended there, with the death of the Red Dragon who created me. But she was tricky, that one. She was burned alive, with a decoy in her hands. My egg was spirited away to the Red Dragonflight. There, I was held captive for a time. This is Ravenhold Manor. Shortly before I was born, the assassins of Ravenhold stole my egg from the Red Dragonflight. The story of my deliverance hinges on a most unusual rogue. Suffice it to say, he was a thief of global renown. This individual came to my attention when the Red Dragonflight sent him to infiltrate Ravenhold Manor and retrieve my egg. No doubt our hero expected to snatch up an egg and steal away into the night. But instead, he found something unexpected. Me.
That's right, mortal. The prize you seek no longer sleeps within a shell. Here I am, in the flesh. I'm not some trophy for a red dragon's mantelpiece, and I'm never going back. Don't look so surprised. We dragons are conscious, even within our shells. As I grew, I could hear the plotting and scheming. I was to be born a prisoner. But I'm one of a kind. A black dragon, raised free from the taint of my father's corruption. And that's how I intend to stay. Free. Somehow, you managed to elude all of my guards. You slipped in here like a ghost. That makes you valuable to me. Let's talk.
Your Highness, we caught this beast snooping around the caves just outside the compound. I'm not afraid of you! Wait, who are you?
You don't recognize your former prisoner?
Shall we execute him, my prince?
No. I want him to deliver a message to the Red Dragonflight. Tell them that I am free of my father's madness, and I will be free of them as well. I am to be left alone. This will be my first and only warning.
But Deathwing's minions may have you killed.
Deathwing's minions should be afraid of me. Get him out of here. And Farad?
Yes, sir.
Break his legs. Now then, my new friend. We have much to talk about. As you know, black dragons frequently disguise themselves as humanoids in order to tamper with mortal affairs. While the house of my mad father collapses around him, the few remaining black dragons have gone into hiding. But I can still sense them. My cowardly brothers and sisters will cause untold suffering if we allow them to stay in the shadows. Moreover, they are a threat to me. That is where you come in. Help us to slay them all, and I will reward you handsomely.
Your first target is here, in the ruins of Gilneas. I've lost some of my best men already. Let's see if you can fare any better.
As the only pure, untainted member of the Black Dragonflight, I took it upon myself to see that all my corrupted brothers and sisters were destroyed. I sent my new friend into the heart of Gilneas City to destroy Hiram Creed, a black dragon who had corrupted the locals with his own draconic blood. None of Ravenhold's assassins had been able to penetrate into the city, but this one, as silent as a shadow, he moved. With surgical precision, he took his target down. I was very impressed. My companion Farad was not so enamored of my new favorite. Assassin.
A lucky blow against an unprepared opponent.
I rewarded our hero with a nasty set of matching daggers, and the promise of even more power if he could return to me with some spell reagents acquired from Deathwing's minions. To my surprise, he returned, some weeks later, scarred by battle against my father's minions, but eager for another assignment. The gems you collected will be able to augment the power of the weapons I gave you, but I require another ingredient. It will come from your next target.
We've just located her here, in the caverns beneath Karazhan. Fearful for her life, she is researching arcane secrets buried beneath the Foundation.
Her name is Nallis, and until recently she stood at Wormrest Temple as the representative of the Black Dragonflight. Now, she's on the run.
She surrounded herself with a small army of deranged dragon cultists. They may not be right in the head, but they're well armed and dangerous.
I hope to see you back from this mission alive. But if I do not, I want to say I've enjoyed seeing you work. You're a credit to your race. Good luck. Confident of my new ally's ability, I sent him after one of the most powerful black dragons I knew to be in hiding, Nallis. Getting to her required running through a gauntlet of minions within the catacombs beneath Karazhan. And, of course, Nallis herself did not go down without a fight. I was pleasantly surprised at our hero's victory, but Farad was again unimpressed.
She allowed herself to be defeated. The others will not be so weak.
The black blood of Nallis allowed me to upgrade the vicious twin daggers of my new favorite assassin. He was going to need even more power, however, and for that reason, I sent him back into the fray to collect more resources. Some weeks passed, but he returned, fresh from battle, and prepared at last for my hardest assignment.
Don't trust this one, Your Highness. No one is that good.
I sent him to kill my father, Deathwing himself. Don't underestimate my father. Even if you were to crush his body, the core of his madness and rage will still struggle to destroy you. He will not be defeated until he is utterly annihilated. I wish I could help, but my father is the one dragon I fear. Best of luck, Rogue. Whatever the outcome, you are truly a champion. To be honest, I expected never to hear from my favorite rogue again. The fight to destroy my father spanned the globe for a few terrible hours. The fate of the world hinged on the actions of a handful of mortals brave enough to go toe-to-toe with the Worldbreaker. My rogue friend returned triumphant to collect his final reward. But he was in for a surprise. Your eyes do not deceive you. The treacherous red dragonflight sought to kill me off. I hope now you see the truth about them. Champion, you have your reward. Ward, but there is one final dragon we need to slay.
My prince, we should leave this place in case they come back to finish the job.
Farad, I was just talking about you. The final black dragon. The one who's been more hidden than any of them.
Your Highness, I have never tried to conceal what I am from you.
Yes, you rescued me while I was still within my egg, and I owe you my life. But you are a black dragon, and you share the corruption of all my brothers and sisters.
That is not true.
Do you deny it? The dark visions? The voices in your head?
No, no, I am in control of the voices. They're here to help me.
And what are they telling you now, Farad? What do your dark masters whisper?
Kill. They want me to kill you now. Oh, wow. Did you have to go and anger them? You have proven too difficult to control!
I will never be controlled! The Red Dragonflight has no idea what they unleashed when they experimented on my egg. Hero, strike now! Use your newfound power to finish him! It is done, friend. To my knowledge, I am the only black dragon who remains. A new age for mortals has dawned, and heroes like you are among the vanguard. I must go now. Disappear. Perhaps we will meet again. I hope we find ourselves on the same side. With the last of the Black Dragonflight destroyed, my destiny was in my own hands. I left the assassins of Ravenholt behind to seek my destiny elsewhere. There are rumors of a new land beyond the mists of the sea. Perhaps I will see you there.
Is to ask why the leaves fall. It is in their nature. Perhaps there is a better question.
do we fight? To protect home and family. To preserve balance and bring harmony. For my kind, the true question is, what is worth fighting for?
So... it was a bear?
In a hat!
10,000 years ago, all the continents of Azeroth were as one. And it is said that all the rivers in the world flowed to one magical place. This was the ancient Empire of Pandaria, nestled in the most fertile of river valleys at the far end of the world. Behold, the last emperor on the day of his coronation. His name was Shuckle. Young Shuckle was born to be emperor and wanted for nothing. The wealth of the great Pandaren Empire was his to command. All Pandaren emperors begin their reign by consulting with the great Jinyu elders. It was said that the Jinyu could talk to the rivers, that they could hear whispers of the future in the rippling waves. The great water speaker closed his eyes and listened to the rivers. He listened for the Emperor's long life and prosperous realm, but he heard something else entirely. The wise old Jinyu saw a faraway land, a kingdom of elves grown bold in their arrogance. He saw a pit of fire, a great maw opening upon countless horrors. Numberless demons were about to pour forth onto Azeroth, rending the land, corrupting all they touched. Even if the demons were defeated, the world would be forever broken, the continents forever shattered. Emperor Shuckle watched in disbelief as the Jinyu water speaker reeled from the terror of his vision. What did you see? Shuckle asked. Long life? Prosperous realm? But the future held neither for the last emperor of the Pandaren. No, young Shuckle could not rest on the riches of his empire. If he was to save his land and his people, he would be called to do something great. He would embark on an epic journey. He would sacrifice all that he was. This is his story. The horrible vision of the Sundering weighed heavily on Emperor Shuckle. Cold and alone, he ascended Mount Neverest, seeking wisdom from the Jade Serpent. What troubles you, young Emperor? The Spirit of Wisdom asked. Shuckle replied, countless demons will soon pour over Azeroth. What must I do to save my kingdom? The Jade Serpent answered, seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within. But how can I find it? The Emperor protested. Your emotions cloud you, said the serpent. Free yourself of these burdens. Let the land be your teacher. But the Emperor did not understand. He sulked back to his home in the Jade Forest. As he traveled, he commiserated with his old friend, the Monkey King. I was to have a long life, a prosperous realm, the Emperor cried. I cannot do this. Relax, said the Monkey King. We are in this together. As he spoke, the four winds began to howl. A great gust blew the Monkey King away. The Monkey King laughed and called out above the growing storm, sorry, you can't fight fate. The Emperor cried out for his friend. No, wait. I cannot do this alone. And in that moment, all of Shuckle's uncertainty was manifest in a terrible dark energy. A Shah of doubt. The more the Emperor struggled, the more he weakened. The Shah would surely overtake him. Then, Shuckle remembered the wisdom of the Jade Serpent, and he looked to the land for answers. Nearby, the bamboo of the Jade Forest was also threatened. The reeds that stood rigid against the gale broke under its force. But the reeds that bent with the wind endured the storm and prospered in the rain. Shuckle realized the lesson of the reed. And when he turned his back to the Shah, suddenly, all his doubts vanished. He knew he could be more than just Emperor. The four winds carried the laughing Monkey King over the valley and through the wilds. The Emperor's faith led him onward to save his friend and to stop the terrible sundering the Water Speaker had foreseen. Emperor Shuckle, free of doubt, pursued his friend, the Monkey King. With the wind at his back, Shuckle ran. But in his haste, the Emperor stumbled into the dense and untamed swamps of the Krasarang Wild. No! The Emperor cried out. He fought to free himself, but only sank further. The more the Emperor worried, the deeper he sank. His worries had taken form, the Shah of Despair. Shuckle cried out, "Help!" Far above, the majestic red crane of hope soared. "Why do you struggle so?" the crane asked. "I have lost my friend, my kingdom," Shuckle cried. "It is hopeless." "Your friend is not lost," the crane replied. "You are." Again, Shuckle looked to Pandaria for the answer. He saw the great tree growing in the middle of the swamp. The branches reached for the heavens, but its roots stretched deep into the earth. Shuckle's feet found purchase. With hope in his heart, the Emperor reached upward, and the grip of despair loosened. "I must never forget who I am," he said. "I am the Emperor, and I will save this land." Shuckle could hear the Monkey King's laughter on the wind, but it came from the west, beyond the serpent's spine wall. This was the land of the Mantid, mortal enemy of all Pandaren. "I cannot do this," Shuckle decided. Trembling, the Emperor turned to leave. "Where are you going?" asked a voice. "I'm afraid to go on," said the Emperor. Looking into the wastes, he saw a great black ox. "Just follow your feet," the black ox said. They will know the way. Shuckle descended the wall and crept through the strange realm. To the Emperor, it was a waking nightmare. But his feet led the way. Soon, he heard a dreadful sound. Three vile Mantid warriors argued how they would split up and devour their prize, the Monkey King. Shuckle was paralyzed with terror. The insidious Shaw of Fear held him in place. The voice of the ox came to Shuckle, saying, "You must not let your fear control you, my Emperor. You must control your fear." Shuckle looked once again to the land for answers. The great Kaipari trees of the town-long steppes were legendary for their sap. In one bead of amber, Shuckle found his answer. "I will not be paralyzed by fear," the Emperor proclaimed. Shuckle hurled his weight against the nearest tree, and giant globs of sap rained down from above. And now it was the Mantid who were held fast as they struggled against the sap. The Emperor had saved his friend. As they fled, The Monkey King was overwhelmed by doubt. "Emperor, we cannot do this alone," he cried. "You should create an army to crush the Mantid once and for all." Free of his doubts and master of his fears, the Emperor was more confident than ever. "No," said Xiao Hao. "The storm that burns the sky comes for the Mantid as well. We need an army to crush a legion." The last Emperor of Pandaria faced a terrible fortune. A burning legion set to tear the world asunder. He had cast away his doubt, despair, and fear. Now, confidence brimming, he would build an army. High atop the peaks of Kunlai Summit, the 100 greatest warriors of Pandaria perfected their arts under the watchful eye of the White Tiger, the spirit of strength. "I need an army," Xiao Hao announced. "I have come for my warriors." But the White Tiger recognized the great darkness within the brash Emperor. "Why do you fight?" the tiger asked. Xiao Hao bristled. "To destroy demon hordes, to crush those who oppose me." "No, that is no reason to fight," the tiger said. "You are indeed fearless, but still, you are burdened." The Emperor scoffed, so the White Tiger issued a challenge. "Take this staff, and if you can touch any one of my warriors, they are yours to command." Spurred on by the howls of the Monkey King, the Emperor spun about, thrusting and swinging the staff. But the warriors easily dodged his every blow. Furious, Xiao Hao roared. The sum of all his rage, the Shah of Anger, burst forth. The Emperor fumed and broke the staff over his knee. Violence and hatred erupted. "You see now why you are not ready to lead?" the White Tiger proclaimed. "Your anger does not empower you. It makes you weak." Defenseless, Xiao Hao faced the darkness he had created. As one, the Shah struck out. But as the smoke cleared, the Emperor stood, unharmed. The shape of a mighty warrior lay broken at his feet. A warrior who had paid the ultimate price to save his Emperor. Xiao Hao's heart swelled as he knelt humbly before the White Tiger. "My rage exacted a heavy toll," the Emperor said. "A single sacrifice has shown me the power of fellowship, of love, of peace." The White Tiger nodded. "Again, I ask, why do you fight? For home and family, Xiao Hao replied. For the people, I protect. For them, I would give my final breath. Thank you, White Tiger. Relieved at last of all his burdens, the Emperor rose. Come, Monkey King. We must go to the heart of Pandaria before all is lost. As the Emperor and his friends set out, the skies grew black. For the time of the Sundering had come. And so Xiao Hao came to the heart of the land, the sacred veil within the center of his empire. Purged of all his burdens, the Emperor radiated enlightenment. Inside the veil, his people huddled for shelter. They knew that the end of the world had come, and they cried out for the Emperor to save them. People of Pandaria, Xiao Hao declared, stay calm, focus your minds, and together we will make it through this. But his people did not understand. As Xiao Hao gazed upon their faces, he saw the burdens that he had overcome. He recognized doubt and despair. He saw his people frozen in fear or trembling with anger. And he knew that they had little time to learn what he had learned. People need time, the Emperor realized. And in that moment, the Emperor recalled the lesson of the Jade Serpent. Seek out the heart of Pandaria, for the answer lies within. As Xiao Hao reflected on his journey, he looked to the land and saw a single blossom in the wind. No matter the burdens I faced, he thought, the land provided guidance. But the truest answers always came from within. And then it became clear. I was to have a long life and a prosperous realm. But I am more than just Emperor. I now know what I must do. For I am the heart of Pandaria. People of Pandaria, Xiao Hao proclaimed, you are not yet ready to face the storm that comes for you. And I cannot stop it. But you will weather this storm, and many more. For I will give you the time to learn the lessons that I have learned. And then, the last Emperor of Pandaria sacrificed all that he was, and all that he would be, and gave his final breath to become one with the land. A dense mist surrounded and protected his empire, and while the rest of the world broke apart in the fury of the Sundering, Pandaria set itself free. Hidden by the Emperor's breath, it drifted out to sea like a blossom on the wind. The trees in the Vale have never stopped blossoming. And in time, we Pandaren learned to live as our Emperor lived. His lessons endure in the temples of his land. And from the snowy peaks of Kunlai Summit, he watches over us. And it is said that if we listen very closely, he speaks to us still through the mists. These are the Emperor's gifts to us. And this is Pandaria. You are a Pandaren, born and raised on the mysterious Wandering Isle. While many of your fellow Pandaren prefer a tranquil life, the lure of adventure burns in your blood. Recently, the Wandering Isle has begun erratically weaving about the world's oceans, and your island home is spiraling toward disaster. As one of the most promising of students at Master Shang's monastery, you may just be the salvation for your people. But first, you must complete your training.
He is dying.
His wounds can be healed.
I hope you can forgive yourself for what you have done to him.
Pleased to report that the battle at sea goes well, War Chief. Our forces report decisive victories off the coasts of Daenerys and Tol Barad.
Alliance blood spills. This pleases me, General.
There's more. I received word that our southern fleet engaged an Alliance envoy. We chased the royal flagship until it ran aground.
Aground? Where?
Apparently, they found a massive, uncharted landmass, shrouded by dense mists.
And you let the Alliance get there first? Redirect the invasion fleet. General, you and your best veterans will pave our way. Storm the shore, and paint this new continent red!
We've made a thorough inspection of the wreckage, Your Majesty. There is no sign of Admiral Taylor or his ship.
200 ships at my disposal, yet the one carrying my son goes missing. What of their last message? Show me whatever you have.
We have been drawn off course. Horde air fleet. Any casualties? Shipwrecked on an uncharted isle. But the White Pawn is accounted for. Repeat, the White Pawn is safe.
Anduin.
Surprise attack! Requesting immediate, if anyone's received.
Sir, the 7th Fleet has already been dispatched, but it could take weeks before it...
There's no time to waste. We'll send a small elite force to secure this new land and bring back my son.
We've been flying in this mist for hours, General. The crew grows uneasy.
Back to your post, soldier. We'll find this land, or die trying.
Land ho!
Alliance ship! Port side! Attack!
The flagship's last reported position was below. Can you see anything?
Fog. Nothing but dense fog. Wait. Land! Starboard! I see ships!
Those are Horde vessels. General quarters, get our birds in the air. Clear the decks. Stations, people. Let's go to war.
A message must lie within. What fate did the Emperor foresee? hills of gold, in dark and mournful times of old, did once a hopeless horror hold. When from her sacred veil did spring, with storm and flash, a monstrous thing, his name Lei Shen, the Thunder King. His thunder boomed across the land, and none who dared and fought could stand against the Iron Tyrant's hands. A palace grand, a walled domain, such mighty works born of his reign, built by slaves, their hearts in chains. But seasons change and tyrants die, his fury spent in times gone by. The thunder slept beneath Kunlai.
Secure the remains, brothers.
By Zandalari hands, he has been taken. By Zandalari voice, he has awakened. Gather heroes, sound the drums. The Thunder King comes. The Thunder King comes.
It thirsts. Bring it to the pools.
Enough! You have run rampant for far too long, Hellscream. But that stops now.
Step aside, Pandaren. You confront a force beyond reckoning.
Your father dabbled in powers beyond reckoning. Where is he now? Beside the Tauren, trolls, and others. You are nothing like them!
They are no longer part of my horde!
The world will hear of this. They will come for you.
Yes, I'm counting on it. The armies of the world will come for me. And within my fortress, they will face all the terrible creatures I have wrought. boundless power I have mastered. And one by one, they will fall at my feet. Anyone who would rise against my new horde will be impaled upon the spires of Orgrimmar! You Pandaren tried to bury your hate and your anger, but such power cannot be contained. It must be unleashed! A time will come when you will answer for your crimes. I answer to no one! All who challenge me will burn in the fires of my hatred.
You disappoint me, Garrosh. You are not worthy of your father's legacy.
His punishment is not for you alone to decide.
I won't let you take him.
We have all suffered from his atrocities. My people, more than any other. Let him stand trial in Pandaria. There, we will mete out justice for all. The Horde needs its true war chief, now more than ever.
Yes, but it was you that held the Horde together during this madness. It was you that protected our honor. From this day forward, Vol'jin, if you lead, I will follow.
I am not worthy. But I will give my all for the Horde.
Look at them. Already they plot against us. Seize this moment, Varian. Dismantle the Horde.
Guardsmen!
Father, what are you doing?
What a king must do.
I will speak to your war chief.
I speak for the Horde.
Very well. The Horde has committed heinous crimes, Vol'jin. But some among you fought against Garrosh's tyranny. For that, I am willing to end this bloodshed. But know this. If your Horde fails to uphold honor as Garrosh did, we will end you.
Dear Emperor, it is done. The darkness that you once struggled against has been purged from Pandaria forever. But the cost, such a terrible cost. Do not despair the damage that was done triumphed over the darkness I had locked away. You have shown Pandaria the power of a true hero. But the question still remains, why do we fight? I trust you have learned to fight out of fear or anger is to fight a war that never ends. Face your fears, calm your hatreds. Find peace within yourself so that you may share it with the world around you. These are the greatest treasures in life. Truly they are worth fighting for.
Thank you, Emperor.
It is the lifeblood of this world. We are its children. Soon, its masters. Ours is a legacy of conquest. Rising tide of blood and iron that will wash over this world. And all others. Our bond is iron. Our will unbreakable. Who will stand against us? Drink, Hellscream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Would reject this gift. did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die. Not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life, and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no plan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Kargath had earned his reward, like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena, the promise of freedom, nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance.
vengeance. Their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Drano
poses unthinkable danger, yes. But you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will not be broken. A true Warsong spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the Ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the Warsong, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show. You what it means to be Warsong.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the
body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Gromash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over.
This wolf still has
teeth.
From that day forward, the war song rallied to the banner of Gromash Hellscream. The warlord with the iron will. You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the snow-white Frostwolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother, Gaia, had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the guard will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Ganar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us.
She's not dead!
Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going.
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. when Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Is it you? Durotan. Durotan.
What?
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within. Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face!
Don't lecture me, Marad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steels this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father. One day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son.
I saw our clan strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future.
Why then do you seem so troubled?
Because you were not a part of it.
You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. At last, this is the death I saw.
You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. assault on Shetreth City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Take the last group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. And then... It was my charge to see the refugees to safety, yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering. Despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Draenei, who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had. I know I may not return. But if there is even the barest chance of preventing the atrocities I witnessed from happening again, then I offer myself gladly.
We are all haunted by the past, Murad. Few of us ever get the opportunity to change it. Summon our champions! Make ready for war! Azeroth needs its heroes now, more than ever.
This is our chance! Storm the portal!
Do not delay, mortal. I can feel the life essence of your armies fading. There will be time for regret later. We will meet again.
Look! Look what dragged itself through my jungle. Fresh meat. You have entered my arena, strangers. You will either leave it as victors or as corpses. Now, kill your 100 or die trying. I am pleased. I could watch you rats fight for hours.
Sorry, but we don't have that kind of time. Everyone, with me!
Worthless. Your scurrying is at an end, rats.
Not so fast, Ner'zhul.
Yes, step closer. I will bury you alive for the glory of the Iron Horde!
Get us out of here! Sending these orcs to the What good are a handful of slaves against a Black Rock war machine? Black Rocks, crush them!
if I can get this thing going. Khadgar, buy me some time!
We will do what we can, Thalen. Hero, keep these orcs off of us!
Tank coming over the rise! Look out!
They're bringing up explosives! Destroy those cunts before they get close! That's it! I've got her running! Let's finish this!
Are you so eager to meet death? Look then upon the countless faces of your demise. Rise up, Iron Horde! Bring your war chief their heads. Come at me, Hellscream!
Don't be a fool, Gunnar. Run! We will fight another day.
Look out! Keep moving! I see the ships ahead!
Where now?
Head for the ships at the end of the road! This way! Go! Go! Go!
There is no place to run, outsiders! This is my world! We will find you!
Ignore his threats. We will go to Shuckle for reinforcements. This time, the Draenei will triumph! Let's get underway then. We will need to build a stronghold if we hope to end the Iron Horde threat. And we're going to need help from the natives. To Shadow Move!
Through your selfless actions, you have earned the respect of my people. They have granted you this foothold, confident that you will lead the Alliance to victory. Commander. Rise, old friends. The time has come for the next step of my plan. Terrandor, infiltrate the Arcanai and take control of Arkandor. Lead them dry. It will be done, Lord Gul'dan. Shogal, we'll finish your Frostfire business together. I'm sending you to Nagrand to subjugate the Naru in Ashubur. I will crush it. The veil on the key. All I require is its limitless power. Razum, you stay here. I have other plans. What is that? What are you looking at? It's all fun and games.
Commander, what's wrong?
Khadgar, someone's here.
Assassin! Coward!
Gul'dan sends his best. I knew it. You should have stayed back at the garrison, Archmage.
Nonsense. I had that handled cool as a cucumber.
The Dark Star falls now upon you. The Iron Horde will prevail. And all that stand against us will die.
You have inspired me, Commander. I've seen you and your armies win many hard-fought battles across Draenor. We now face our greatest challenge as we attempt to unite against the Iron Horde.
Your heroic deeds have earned you this Frostwolf land. It is from here that you will lead the Horde to victory, Commander. Furious little Orcrin. face our greatest challenge as we attempt to unite against the Iron Horde. You are my vanguard. These shores are ours! Leave no enemy alive! Iron will, iron blood. Go forth to victory! Not long ago, we were orcs of many clans, quibbling over scraps in a world that was ours for the taking. Now, as one clan, no enemy can hope to stand against the Iron Horde! We will crush their bones beneath our boots. We will burn their cities to ash. The Iron Tide washes over them!
It's over. No one could have survived that. This vessel is set to blow. We should get to safety. Bring the cannon around. We'll send both of these ships to the bottom of the sea.
Marad. How?
In the light, we are one. I see now. You never belonged with us, Dorothea. Our bond is iron. But you...
We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies. Like fools, we clung to the old hatreds. And fought as we had for generations. Until the day the sky rained fire, and the new enemy came among us. We stand now upon the brink of destruction, for the reign of chaos has come at last.
The sands of time have run out, son of Duratan. The cries of war echo upon the winds. The remnants of the past scar the land. Which is besieged once again by conflict. Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies. Seek me out.
We've received reports that the orcs are regrouping. Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough.
Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Wizards are just paranoid. Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do?
It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet, prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor.
Travel west? Are you mad?
Old Ambassador, I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will. The warning has been given. Their fate is now their own.
Ah, my son.
You no longer need to sacrifice for your people. You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Agir Udal Lutarus. Zalu. Daltaro ildas glaku. Rithum sethara samanar kutamus. Belar Sumaris, Azaratha, Rakas, Ilkula. Belanora, Mordanos Melar, il amor no falos cadar.
So predictable. I knew you would come. And I see you brought the mighty Hellscream. His blood is mine. As is your whole misbegotten race. The boy believed you could be saved, but he didn't know what burns within your soul. Within your heart, you know. We are the same. Thrall, the blood haze has lifted. The demon's fire has burnt out in my veins. I have freed myself.
No, old friend. You freed us all.
The roots will heal in time, as will the entire world. The sacrifices have been made. Just as the orcs, humans, and night elves discarded their old hatreds and stood united against a common foe, so did nature herself rise up to banish the shadow forever. As for me, I came back to ensure that there would be a future, to teach the world that it no longer needed guardians. The hope for future generations has always resided in mortal hands. And now that my task is done, I will take my place amongst the legends of the past.
In truth, it was I who was betrayed. Still I am hunted. Still I am hated. Now my blind eyes see what others cannot. Now go forth. Unleash the tides of doom upon all those who would oppose us.
Forget this business. Lead your men home. You lost your mind on us.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthur?
Some prince will find only death in the cold.
Release me from this prison.
Now, we are one.
Four years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated. The drums of war thunder once again.
faithful humans of Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race. Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their lands. Nestled in the foothills of Elwyn Forest, Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. Ruled by the Child King Anduin Wrynn, the people of Stormwind remain steadfast in their commitment to the Grand Alliance. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it, and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told. The stoic dwarves of Ironforge spent countless generations mining treasures from deep within the earth. Hidden within their impregnable stronghold of Ironforge Mountain, they rarely ventured beyond the wintry peaks of Dulmora. Recently, however, the dwarves unearthed a series of ruins that held secrets to their ancient heritage. Driven to discover the truth about his people's fabled origins, the great king Magni Bronzebeard ordered that the dwarves shift their industry from mining to archaeology. As part of the Grand Alliance, the stalwart dwarven armies have been called away to battle the merciless horde in faraway lands. In these perilous times, the defense of the Mountain Kingdom falls to brave dwarves like you. The spirits of the ancient kings watch over you, and the very mountains are your strength. The future of your people is in your hands. For 10,000 years, the immortal Night Elves cultivated a druidic society within the shadowed recesses of Ashenvale Forest. Yet recently, the catastrophic invasion of the Burning Legion shattered the tranquility of their ancient civilization. Led by the Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage and the priestess Tyrande Whisperwind, the mighty Night Elves rose to challenge the demonic onslaught. Though victorious, the Night Elves were forced to sacrifice their cherished immortality and watch their beloved forests burn. Seeking to regain their immortality, a number of wayward druids conspired to plant a special tree that would link their spirits to the eternal world. Despite Malfurion's warnings that nature would never bless such a selfish act, the druids planted the great tree Teldrassil off the stormy coasts of northern Kalimdor. Within the twilight boughs of the colossal tree, the wondrous city of Darnassus took root. However, the great tree was not consecrated with nature's blessing, and soon fell prey to the corruption of the Burning Legion. Now the wildlife, and even the limbs of the great tree itself, are tainted by a growing darkness. As one of the few Night Elves still left in the world, it is your sworn duty to defend Darnassus and the wild children of nature against the Legion's encroaching corruption. The eccentric, often brilliant gnomes are held as one of the most peculiar races of the world. With their obsession for developing radical new technologies and constructing marvels of mind-bending engineering, it's a wonder that any gnomes have survived to proliferate. Over the years, The gnomes have contributed ingenious weapons to aid the Grand Alliance in its fierce battles against the Horde. Thriving within the wondrous techno-city of Gnomragon, the gnomes shared the resources of the forested Dumora peaks with their dwarven cousins. Yet recently, a barbaric menace rose up from the bowels of the earth and invaded Gnomragon. Aided by their dwarven allies, the gnomes fought a valiant battle to save their beloved city. Nevertheless, Gnomragon was irrevocably lost. The surviving gnomes fled to the safety of the dwarven stronghold of Ironforge. There they remain, devising strategies to retake their city. As a gnome of proud standing, it falls to you to answer the challenge and lead your curious people to a brighter future. Long ago, the Orcish horde was corrupted by the Burning Legion and lured to the world of Azeroth. For generations, the Orcs made war upon the human kingdoms of Stormwind and Lordaeron. Though the horde was ultimately defeated, a visionary young war chief named Thrall rose to lead his people in their darkest hour. Under Thrall's rule, the Orcs freed themselves from the chains of demonic corruption and embraced their shamanistic heritage. After years of wandering, the Orcs founded their own kingdom in the harsh wastelands of Durotar. Based in the warrior city of Orgrimmar, they stand ready to destroy all who would challenge their supremacy. As a proud defender of Durotar, it is your duty to crush your enemies, both seen and unseen. For the nefarious agents of the Burning Legion still wander the land. The vicious trolls that populate the numerous jungle isles of the South Seas are renowned for their cruelty and dark mysticism. Barbarous and superstitious, they carry a seething hatred for all other races. Long since exiled from its ancestral homeland in Stranglethorn Vale, the Darkspear tribe was nearly destroyed by rampaging Murlocs. Rescued by the young war chief Thrall and his Orcish warriors, the Darkspear tribe swore allegiance to the Horde. Led by the cunning shadow hunter Vol'jin, the Darkspears now make their home in Durotar, along with their Orcish allies. As one of the only surviving Darkspears, it falls to you to reclaim the glory of your tribe. Bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lich King, the vast undead armies of the Scourge seek to eradicate all life on Azeroth. Led by the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, a group of renegades broke away from the Scourge and freed themselves of the Lich King's domination. Known by some as the Forsaken, this group fights a constant battle, not only to retain its freedom from the Scourge, but also to slaughter those who would hunt them as monsters. With Sylvanas as their Banshee queen, the Forsaken have built a dark stronghold beneath the ruins of Lordaeron's former capital city. This hidden Undercity forms a sprawling labyrinth that stretches beneath the haunted woods of the Tirisfal Glades. Though the very land is cursed, the zealous humans of the Scarlet Crusade still cling to their scattered holdings, obsessed with eradicating the undead and retaking their homeland. Convinced that the primitive races of the Horde can help them achieve victory over their enemies, the Forsaken have entered an alliance of convenience. Harboring no true loyalty for their new allies, they will go to any lengths to ensure their dark plans come to fruition. As one of the Forsaken, You must massacre any who pose a threat to the new order. Human, undead, or otherwise. Once a nomadic people, the Tauren roamed the endless plains of the Barrens, hunting the mighty Kodo. Scattered across the land, the wandering tribes were united only by their common hatred for their sworn enemy, the marauding centaur. Seeking aid against the centaur, the great chieftain Cairn Bloodhoof befriended the savage orcs who had recently journeyed to Kalimdor. With the orcs' help, Cairn and his tribe were able to drive back the centaur and claim the grasslands of Mulgore for their own. Upon the windswept mesa of Thunder Bluff, Cairn built a refuge for his people. Over time, the scattered tribes united under a single banner. Though the noble Tauren are peaceful in nature, the rites of the Great Hunt are venerated as the heart of their spiritual culture. As a tribesman of Mulgore, you must test your skills in the wild and prove yourself in the Great Hunt.
I was cast out by my comrades, exiled, forced to wander the frozen wastes. But I was not alone, not entirely. The voice, now my only companion, guided me to my destination. Strange, nightmarish creatures awaited me at the entrance. I felt my blood run cold as Icecrown itself. Inside, I bore witness to horrific acts, demonstrations of power that could be mine for the asking. Terrified, I ran, but did not get far. All too soon, my choice was made. Too late did I realize that such power does not come without a price. Pay a far greater toll, for I have returned.
For years, tensions between the Alliance and the Horde have mounted as worldwide conflicts threaten to plunge the two factions into all-out war. Now, the Alliance has begun to tighten the noose, and whoever controls the towers in Eastern Plaguelands controls the tide of battle. just begun.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared.
You are not prepared!
1 month ago, a terrible explosion tore open the skies above northern Kalimdor. At that moment, the great ship Exodar plummeted from the heavens and crashed upon the world of Azeroth. Having fled the ravaged world of Outland, the noble Draenei used the dimension-traveling Exodar to reach safe haven. Inspired by tales of the heroic alliance that stood against the might of the Burning Legion, the Draenei have come to enlist aid in retaking their shattered homeland. Dedicated to preserving life and upholding the tenets of the Holy Light, the Draenei hope to gather a new coalition of warriors to battle the Burning Legion and put a halt to its horrific burning crusade. Armed only with courage and their unshakable faith in the light, the Draenei look forward to finding the Alliance and ushering them towards the destiny that awaits beyond the skies of Azeroth. Now, the fate of 2 worlds rests in your hands. For nearly 7,000 years, the High Elves cultivated a shining, magical kingdom, hidden deep within the forests of northern Lordaeron. But 5 years ago, the undead scourge invaded Quel'Thalas and drove the elves to the brink of extinction. Led by the evil Death Knight Arthas, the Scourge destroyed the mystical Sunwell, thereby severing the elves from the source of their arcane power. Though the scars of that conflict are evident, the remaining elves have banded together and retaken much of their homeland. Calling themselves Blood Elves, these grim survivors are committed to regaining the vast powers they once commanded. Inspired by the leadership of their beloved prince, Kael'thas Sunstrider, the Blood Elves now seek new sources of arcane magic and the means of defending their land against the undying horrors of the Scourge. As one of the few surviving Blood Elves, you must master your thirst for magic and help shape the destiny of your people.
I remember the temple as it used to be, a place of worship. I prayed within its chambers and meditated among its gardens. I was happy then, at peace. I remember too the day the orcs came. A day marked by cries of war and torrents of blood. When terrified women and children huddled in darkened corners. I led many to safety, but many more paid the ultimate price. That day, my beloved sanctuary became the Black Temple. There, the orc warlocks practiced a twisted magic that corrupted the land and nearly destroyed us all.
Do not do this, Gul'dan. Bear witness to the undeniable power of our Dark Master. You will destroy us all.
Even after the Horde's reckless sorcery tore the planet apart, my people were unable to find a lasting sanctuary.
like Theroden lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently. We helped him seal the portals of Outland and cut off the Legion's reinforcements. We fought with renewed strength, and together we reclaimed our sacred ground. I think part of me knew, even then, that the Black Temple had only traded one evil master for another. I prefer to remember the temple as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. My soul bears the burden of my misjudgment, but I have been patient. I have been waiting, and when the time is right, the betrayer will become the betrayed.
This was our land. Troll land. We, Amani, was here before anyone. The elves and their alliance came to drive us out. But we never give up. We never forget. The elves took my eye. I cut off my own arm to escape them. And now, they fight alongside the Horde? I spit on the Horde! I hate you. I hate you all. But I got a surprise for you now. So come on in. Diamani never give up. We never forget. We never die. This is our land. You wanna stay? You stay here forever. We gonna bury you here.
A sacred fount of untold power. It saturated every fiber of our being. In the warmth of its glow, we thrived. Until the shadow of death fell upon us. Only after the Sunwell's destruction did we realize how dependent we'd become upon its magic. How much we needed to feed. In the wake of our devastation, I named our people Cinderai, Blood Elves. My people turned to me for answers, I promised them a cure. Strangely, we found deliverance in the demon Illidan. Illidan offered new sources of arcane power, and so I joined him in Outland, pledging to return one day to lead our people to glory. But Illidan's agenda was short-sighted. I grew impatient. In secret, I began harvesting what energies I could. I had a brief taste of true power. Before it was taken from me. But all is not lost. The Sunwell's essence endured, kept hidden by those who sought to protect it. Now, I have returned with the knowledge that sacrifices must be made before we can reclaim our birthright. I have forged a new alliance. Soon, the blessed rays of the Sunwell will shine once again and usher into this world the one who will deliver us all.
My son, the day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. Child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power. days have come to an end. You shall be king. A hero. That's what you once were. You stood boldly against the shadow and purchased another dawn for the world with your life. But the evil you fought is not so easily banished. The victory you claimed, not so easily held. For now, the specter of death looms above the world yet again, and it has found new champions to bring about its final reign. Knights of darkness, wielding runes of death and destruction, bound by the will of the Lich King. This is the hour of their ascension. This is the hour of your dark rebirth.
Mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave, and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can...
What? Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now, the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living! This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
we have missed this until now? King Varian, thank you for coming on such short notice.
What's this all about, Ronan?
I've called you here to ask for your help. While our efforts against the Lich King press on, Bran here has brought us frightening news of the horrors beneath Ulduar, and of its dark prisoner.
Prisoner?
Huh. With its binding shattered, its influence unchecked, it's gonna come after us, and we're gonna be the prisoners.
You can see now what we're up against. If this evil is not stopped, then the armies of the Death God will march on our doorstep.
You'll have to excuse me.
Well, what do you propose we do?
Thrall, what are you doing here so soon?
The summons sounded dire, Jaina. What's happened?
Bran Bronzebeard's forces assaulted the gates of Ulduar. They battled the Iron Lords and their cursed minions. He won't stop talking about this presence he felt, permeating the great halls, stirring in their minds, chilling their blood. He said the horror that the Titans imprisoned so long ago, Yogg Saron, has awakened.
I want to see this dwarf, Garrosh, to see the fear in his eyes. Then we'll know if he's telling the truth.
No, wait!
We are going to need all the help we can get if we are...
Thrall!
What are they doing here?
Let me explain.
I thought I smelled the stench of Alliance pigs.
Control yourself.
You want my blood? Come then, dog. He's mine.
A great deal in this conflict. But we stand to lose everything if we do not stop fighting and work together.
A true war chief would never partner with cowards.
At the Wrathgate, the Horde's partnership killed more of our men than the Scourge. I'm done with your Horde. May this Death God take you all.
You disappoint me, Garrosh.
The old god is laughing, toying with us.
Who will be our hope?
Who will stand and face Yogg Saron?
Justice has come!
Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world. And the dark, ancient powers you enslaved. Though my soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil, there are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Father, is it over?
At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother.
but it is not your own.
Volva! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame. Seal my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine.
You will not be forgotten, brother.
I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place, and never return. Pain. Agony. My hatred burns through the cavernous deeps. The world heaves with my torment. Its wretched kingdoms quake beneath my rage. But at last, the whole of Azeroth will break. And all will burn beneath the shadow of my wings.
Emboldened by the return of their heroic king, Varian Wrynn, the proud humans of Stormwind led the Alliance to victory in its war against the dreaded Lich King. While successful, the campaign in Northrend proved costly, and the humans now seek to bolster their strategic holdings throughout the world. Under Varian's daring leadership, humanity now braces itself for a renewed conflict with its perennial enemy, the Horde. Yet, as the great cataclysm rips across the world, familiar threats have once again arisen closer to home. It now falls to you to defend the kingdom and uphold the honor of humanity. Great change has come to the enduring halls of Iron. Forge. Obsessed with the workings of the Titans, the dwarves retrieved their creator's mystical tablets from the fabled city of Ulduar. Activating one such tablet, King Magni Bronzebeard fell prey to a terrible curse that fused his statue-like form into the diamond heart of Ironforge itself. To compound this tragedy, Magni's estranged daughter Moira arrived, claiming her father's throne for herself and for her infant Dark Iron son. To avert civil war, the dwarves created the Council of Three Hammers, an uneasy coalition that would share power equally amongst the clans. Now, with political upheaval rising within the kingdom and the great cataclysm ravaging the surrounding lands, the future of Ironforge falls to brave dwarves like you. After years of imprisonment within the Emerald Nightmare, Archdruid Malfurion Stormrage has finally returned to the mortal world. Reunited with his love, Tyrande Whisperwind, Malfurion endeavors now to heal the corrupted world tree Teldrassil and rejuvenate the spirit of the Night Elf people. Yet as the great cataclysm shakes the boughs of their colossal tree, the Night Elves brace themselves against the coming storm. As war and destruction close in from all sides, it falls to Night Elves like you to stand strong and protect the enduring legacy of your people. Given the recent political upheaval in Ironforge, the gnomes have suddenly found themselves unwelcomed guests within the city. Leveraging their ingenious technologies and unquenchable spirit for adventure, the gnomes have begun to reevaluate their role within Cosmodan. Under the inventive leadership of High Tinker Gelbin Mechatork, the gnomes now plan a daring campaign against the barbarous Trogs to retake their former capital of Gnomregon. With the odds stacked against them, the gnomes are counting on brave heroes such as you to stand and be counted. Your people's greatest hour draws near. Empowered by the holy light and the undying strength of their convictions, the Draenei led the charge against the demonic Burning Legion in Outland. Now, with the Legion's defeat, they have completed the desperate mission that first brought them to Azeroth. Though some Draenei were sent back to Outland to revitalize their former civilization, the majority have vowed to remain and uphold their sacred commitment to the Alliance. Driven by a powerful vision, the immortal prophet Velen believes that a great war between the darkness and the light is fast approaching, and that Azeroth will be its principal battleground. As one of Velen's chosen, you must stand bravely before the Shadow and ensure that your people are ready for the war to come. The Great Cataclysm has shattered more than just the world. War Chief Thrall, arguably the most powerful living shaman, has left his people behind so that he might stop the cataclysm at its source. Yet, in his absence, the orc champion Garrosh Hellscream has become the Horde's new war chief. Though popular amongst the orcs for his victories against the Lich King, Garrosh's reckless leadership has begun to cause a rift between himself and the other leaders of the Horde. With Durotar's natural resources nearly depleted, Garrosh seeks to take whatever his people need to survive, regardless of who stands in his way. A dangerous new era for the Horde has dawned, and it falls to brave orcs like you to uphold the will of the new war chief and assure the dominance of your people. Exiled years ago from their lands in Stranglethorn Vale, the dark-speared trolls attempted to make a new life for themselves amongst the disparate races of the Horde. Under the leadership of the noble war chief Thrall, Vol'jin and his savage trolls had at last found the honor and purpose they had been searching for. But now, under the rule of the headstrong Garrosh Hellscream, the trolls fear that the Horde could tear itself apart. Vol'jin knows that whatever threats loom ahead, whether they be from within the Horde or from without, it is cunning trolls like you who will fight to preserve the honor of the Horde. Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed upon both the Alliance and the Horde to calamitous effect. Unbeknownst to Sylvanas, Putrus and his demonic ally, Veramathras, had taken control of the Undercity. As a result, the Forsaken were wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually retaken, Sylvanas and her followers still bear the weight of Putrus' sins. Mistrusted by the other members of the Horde, the Forsaken must now prove their loyalty to the cause and redeem themselves from their supposed treachery. To this end, Sylvanas has bolstered her defenses within the Tirisfal Glades and readied her undead forces for any contingency. As one of the Forsaken, you must use your cunning and viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or otherwise. Great tragedy has rocked the Tauren tribes and shaken their once stalwart devotion to the Horde. A disagreement between the new orc war chief, Garrosh Hellscream, and the beloved Tauren chieftain, Cairn Bloodhoof, led to a duel that ended in Cairn's death. With his loss, the vile matriarch Magatha Grimtotem launched a murderous attack, attempting to seize control of Thunder Bluff for herself. However, Cairn's brave son, Bane Bloodhoof, successfully repelled the attack and banished the surviving Grimtotem to the farthest reaches of the land. Under Bane's hopeful leadership, the Tauren people now seek to heal their wounds and restore the balance between the various factions of the Horde. To this end, a new generation of Tauren Sunwalkers has arisen to lead their people into the light of a new dawn and the promise of rebirth. As a proud tribesman of Mulgore, you must uphold the honor of your people and safeguard the lands of your ancestors. The past few years have seen unprecedented changes within the eternal land of Quel'Thalas. The Blood Elves, following the will of their crazed leader Kael'thas Sunstrider, channeled dangerous, chaotic magics to transform their sacred Sunwell into a gateway of unspeakable evil. While Kael'thas and his demonic masters were eventually defeated, a different kind of transformation occurred within the Sunwell itself, as a dying Naru sacrificed its life essence to reignite the Sunwell into a fount of holy energy. Now, the Blood Elf regent Lorthamar Theron sees a new hope on the horizon for his people. Over time, the Sunwell's light could cure the Blood Elves of their cursed state. But many still cling to the arcane powers they've procured, and are hesitant to relinquish them. As one of the remaining Blood Elves, you must fight to protect Quel'Thalas, and help redeem the soul of your ancient people. Led by their indomitable king, Genn Greymane, the proud citizens of Gilneas once stood with the Alliance against the vile, orcish horde that sought to conquer all of Lordaeron. Gilneas survived, but in the chaotic years following the Second War, the mighty kingdom drew ever inward. Distrustful of their former allies, the Gilneans erected a mighty wall at the borders of their land, closing off their nation and their hearts from an ever-darkening world. Now, many years later, as the seemingly unstoppable undead scourge marches across Lordaeron, human civilization once again teeters on the brink of destruction. As war and terror close in all around them, the citizens of Gilneas are faced with one terrible truth. Their mighty wall cannot hold back the dead for much longer. And worse, rumors of a new threat have arisen within the kingdom's borders, of feral nightmare creatures that walk upright as men, but hunt and howl as wolves.
Look at what you've become. Those cursed beasts. They've left you nothing more than just another wretched mongrel. Do you even remember what you did to your friends? Your kind, haunting the wilds unchecked, until we found you. They've kept you alive because they still believe you can be saved. To which I must ask, is there even a shred of humanity left within you? Perhaps we will find out soon enough.
The wily, cunning goblins of Kazan have lived in relative peace for generations. Though some of their race sided with the marauding orcs during the Second War, most goblins have remained neutral throughout the various conflicts between the Alliance and Horde. Ruled over by corrupt yet highly affluent trade princes, the goblins created a virtual paradise for themselves throughout the islands of the South Seas. Their ingenious feats of engineering and vast trade fleets helped make their island capital of Kazan one of the great technological wonders of the world. But now, as the elements themselves rise up in anger across the world, the goblins' mechanical paradise will be put to the test. For very soon, fate will force them to choose sides in a conflict that will shape the very history of the world.
This is all your fault. We were supposed to have these stupid slaves to Kalimdor days ago. I'm not taking the fall for this one. You're the one who got us lost. What does it matter? Gallywix is gonna have both our heads. Shh! Did you hear that?
doesn't matter. Our orders are to capture the Horde target at all costs. No witnesses.
Abandon ship! Make for the escape pod! Get out! Don't leave us down here! Please! Don't leave us! Come back!
Our kind faces extinction. Trolls once ruled the mightiest empire this world has ever seen. Yet look at you now. Zuldrak has already fallen to the Scourge. Its gods consumed as death descended on its people. Zul'Farrak, once the shining jewel of Tanaris, is now nothing but a wasteland.